Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. When Moria used his strongest move, Will wanted to use the door fruit ability to directly interrupt him, but then thought about it for a moment and deactivated the door fruit light as he quietly watched Moria swallow all the shadow. Phew, phew, phew. Ho. You will regret it for not interrupting me in the middle. I am now in my strongest state when I absorb 1,000 shadows. Moria, who had swelled several times, couldn't even see his legs, and could only rely on his arms to support his huge but uncontrollable figure. What an idiot. Seeing Moria in this state, Will smiled instead. Looks like he did the right thing by not interrupting his shadow absorption. Absorbing the shadows of 1,000 people was already the limit of Moria, but at the cost of what Jinbai says in the original, Moria relied too much on the power of others, but had no control over his own moves. Is Moria strong at this time? Very strong. At this point, Moria's full force could even crack the island with a single slap. But at the same time, in Will's eyes, Moria's state at this time was again so weak that he shook his head. If Moria had only absorbed the shadows of 500 or even 800 people, he might have been able to keep this already fierce battle going. He was able to fight Kaido 9 years ago for a lot of time with this move. But when his crewmates were slaughtered, the state he was in was also gone and he became a fish ready to be swallowed by a shark. Chapter 111: Sand Devil Fruit Awakening. Gishishishishishi, such great power, it's fascinating. Ugh. Before 2 words of madness could be uttered, Moria covered his mouth in extreme discomfort to prevent the rioting shadows inside him from escaping his mouth. This number of shadows was simply not something he could suppress with his mental energy at this time, and he was only briefly forcing the power into his own use. Will felt that it was time for the battle to come to an end, and since Moria had brought about his own demise, he was no longer to blame for beating up the downed dog. After using the Shadow Asgards, the Shadow Warrior, which allows Moria body and the shadow to swap places, now becomes useless, and this move is the only thing Will finds troublesome. Sandburst. Will was done with his addiction to hand-to-hand combat, so he chose an extremely secure long-range attack to make the battle end quickly and safely. Because a careless shot by the current Moria in this state could have really hurt him. Will's impulse has always been an impulse under reason. Countless tiny grains of sand that could explode surrounded Moria, and then with Will's command began a chain of explosions. This time there is no Shadow Warrior to let him escape without a word. Will unceremoniously creates a self-destructing candle spear to throw into it, adding to the power of the explosion. He doesn't want to blow up Moria to pieces, just blow him up until he can't hold on and spit out his shadow, and the fight is over. After 10 minutes of bombardment, Will was tempted to put on the Fruit of Silence, as his ears were buzzing. However, the scene that Will had expected did not occur. Moria simply crouched on the ground with his huge, swollen arms protecting his head, and survived the first explosive meal Will had prepared for him with as little area as possible to be bombed. After absorbing the shadows of 1,000 people, Moria was strengthened not only in strength but also in his physical strength. Otherwise, with a blow of such terrifying power, not only will his arm disappear, even he would be gone. Physical strength is the key to how much power you can exert. Key. Shishishi. An ear-splitting laugh was heard throughout the humongous galleon. As Moria counterattack. Boom. Ka 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 ka. The well-prepared Will easily dodged Moria's first attack as he ran away. But before he could retaliate, he frowned inwardly. That seemingly random slap on the ground actually caused the entire ship to shake. And then a huge crack went out from under him. Moria's palm strike actually shot a crack across the entire terrifying three-masted sailing ship. You know this ship is more than just a ship, it's an island too. This power. How exactly is the power stacked after shadow absorption calculated? Will really couldn't figure it out, but he finally knew why Moria had been obsessed with Kaido, who had wiped out his group of pirates. It must have been the encounter 9 years ago that gave him some illusion. Will regained his footing and calculated his remaining physical strength. He was ready to give it a go. He raised his right hand and swept his eyes over the 6 devil fruits. And then caressed the earthy yellow devil fruit with his left hand. And with a single thought, the sand devil fruit awaked. This is the first time Will has awakened a Logia devil fruit, and he has enough energy to support the awakening of the sand devil fruit. For 10 seconds. However, the moment Will awakened the fruit of sand, he had received enlightenment in his heart. It turns out that the awakening of the sand fruit is not dryness and that the right hand of the crocodile that can absorb water is merely a high-end power that can be comprehended once the sand devil fruit is developed to a certain level. The true power of the sand fruit upon awakening is actually erosion. Eating all things. Even the time. The moment Will awakened the fruit of sand, the aura of vicissitudes of life and loneliness spread quickly from him. Will even had time to lean down and grab a small insect to test his abilities. Everything that he personally touched began to wither at that instant and finally turned to dust. It's like tens of thousands of years have been shortened to a few seconds in a flash. The only thing is that the erosive power must be touched by Will himself before it can be activated, which is a big pity. After the sand devil fruits awakened, Will spent 3 seconds testing out his new ability, and chased Moria who was running away like a madman. Sandbound casket. The powerful sand pulled on Moria's massive body like there is a hand pulling him. After awakening, Will's control over the sand has also reached a point that is difficult to describe with words, if he has to say, a strong fusion version of Gaara and Crocodile. Although with 1,000 shadows Moria's strength still allows him to break free of the sand, there will be more sand to tug at him. Desert Gaara Soul. Will just touched the ground with his hand, and a large amount of sand was eroded and weathered, and a huge quicksand pit appeared at the feet of Moria who was being pulled. No matter how much he shrieks and struggles, he cannot escape this terrifying hell of quicksand. The heavier he is, the more he struggles, the faster he falls. Even Moria's brute strength won't help. And there were still 3 seconds left in the awakening time of the sand fruit. With only the last second left, Moria's heavy and huge body was finally buried in the sand pit even with his desperate struggle. And Will slowly raised both of his hands to use the last move. Sand, great burial. The great terrifying three-masted sailing ship trembled. The soft and flowing fine sand instantly becomes dense and smooth under a mighty force. Under such terrifying squeezing force, Will only saw a burst of red blood slowly extending out, and the majestic Moria didn't move anymore. In the next second, black shadows leapt out from the sand towards the sky. With Moria's defeat, they are finally free. When he saw a familiar energy slowly emerging from the ground along with a diffuse black shadow, Will, who had deactivated his awakened state, finally relaxed. During this relaxation, he felt sore muscles all over his body. But he also had to hold on to the side effect of weakness after the fruit awakening. Next time he really can't be so impulsive. But it was all worth it. 1 minute later, Will dragged his exhausted body to put away the shadow devil fruit, which was not easy to assess its potential, with a happy expression on his face. Guess the world government and navy will have another headache now. But it's none of his business. By the way, there is a devil fruit waiting for him to harvest on this ship. This gothic lily didn't attack him until the end, which is really surprising. Chapter 112 No thanks. Looking back on the battle just now, when he thought of how he copied Gaara's and Crocodile moves, Will suddenly wanted to laugh. It's said that devil fruit is all about brains, maybe seeing a lot of work is one of his advantages? Will smiled and shook his head, no longer thinking about it. At this time, he was wandering on this lifeless island searching for Perona's whereabouts. The battle with Moria just consumed a lot of physical strength and he did not suffer any life-threatening injuries. That's why dealing with a gothic lily with obvious ability flaws is still no problem. Although Perona didn't sneak attack on him when he was fighting against Moria, can he let her go with such a devil fruit? Yes, in Will's eyes, Perona is a walking devil fruit. Only after Moria's death, the entire three-masted galleon has been turned into a ghost land, not to mention the living, there are not even zombies. I don't know where she's hiding. Will searched for half an hour and still had no luck. It was just too big, and he was not familiar with the environment, so he couldn't even find anyone to lead the way. Is it time to give up? Will casually found a rock and sat down to rest. In fact, after harvesting the transparent fruit and the shadow fruit, it was already a worthwhile trip. The ghost fruit is not that important. After all, most of the enemies that he will face later have haki, so unless it is a successful sneak attack, then this fruit is clearly lacking. It's that the ability of the soul to get out of the body is a bit interesting. And Will wants to experience it. If he is in a soul state, will the infinity gauntlet remain on the right hand of his physical body or will it appear on the right hand of his soul? Will's interest has been piqued again. Will quietly sat down on a rock to rest, thinking and recovering his strength. An hour later, Will, who had recovered part of his strength after eating something, stood up and moved his hands and feet. Sure enough, giving up on something that was in front of him is really not his character. If he can't find her, let's force all the mice out of the island. Will was sure that Perona was still on the thriller bark since if she had used a boat to escape, she would have been discovered by Will and Moria because the place where they fought was near where Will boarded the island. Escaping under the nose of 2-7 warlords of the sea is really not that easy. Perona. If you don't come out, I will sink this ship completely. You can bet I have the ability to do it. The echoes of Will's voice echoed throughout the island. But after 10 breaths, the whole ship is still quiet, a dead silence. You don't believe me? Or do you think I couldn't have done that? Thinking about it, Will summoned the infinity gauntlet, and the light of the exploding fruit instantly lit up. 10 minutes later, the fractured place hit by Moria exploded with an astonishing explosion. Although Will could have sunk the thriller bark completely, it would have taken him more time since he was still recovering his strength, so he chose to work on the huge crevice that Moria had made. That crack was not deep, but it was long enough. And with a huge rumble, this crack is gradually deepening and lengthening. When the explosions stopped, the entire island tilted a bit. When Will came closer, he found that he was still a little short on explosion, and was ready to continue planting bombs. Wait a minute. Wait. The obese hogback came running from somewhere and was now standing far away looking at Will with a frightened face. Starbucks. It's hogback. Whatever, where's Perona? Will knew that he must have been frightened out by the great noise he had just made. After all, he was just an ordinary man, he didn't even have a chance to escape in front of Will. And if the ship sank, then he would die. It's just that Will doesn't care whether he lives or dies. Since he is just a black-hearted doctor who only cares about money, Will has seen people like him many times on Earth. I know where Perona is. But not her authentic location. What do you mean? Will frowned and almost scared Hogback to death. Captain Will, it's like this. Perona wants to know what you are going to do with her? If it's death anyway, she's just... shit. Foolish. Will slapped his head in silence. He seemed to have thought too much. In this situation, no matter how stupid a person is, it is impossible to appear in front of him again. Unless Will changes his mind, otherwise, it is still a death, so she didn't mind getting buried with the island. In that case, the only one who will suffer is Will, who will not only lose the devil fruit but will also have the notoriety of destroying a little girl with his bare hands, although it's not the first time. If only the infinity gauntlet ability to condense the energy of the devil fruit wasn't limited by distance. Alas. How could anything good happen to him? So Will quickly asked. So you've come to me to beg for your life? With a wave of his hand, Will threw out a puddle of wax and wrapped Hogback up, leaving only his head exposed, but the flowing wax was making him into a wax figure little by little. Do you have some misunderstanding of the word pleasure of death? In his mind, Hogback was cursing madly, but he quickly said, Perona and I are willing to be loyal to you. Perona's abilities and my healing skills, don't Captain Will need them. Hogback spoke fast due to the wax that was spreading to his face. But after he finished speaking, the wax finally stopped, and Hogback immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like it was the right move. No. I'm sorry, you're so anti-human looking, I'll throw up looking at your face when I eat. As his voice trailed off, a lifelike wax figure was born, only the wax figure created from an ugly person was still ugly. If he had been a little nicer looking, Will might have kept him for a while, after all. He was still a ship's doctor. Unfortunately, he was ugly that the girls on his ship would definitely not like. Chapter 113 Made. Forget it, I can search for the ship's doctor slowly, but what to do now? Let's just keep blasting the ship. Will said to himself and was about to squat down to continue his blasting work. Just at that moment, someone else interrupted him. Wait, let's not have the pleasure of blowing up a ship. Will helplessly turned around and looked at Perona, who appeared without a word, and said impatiently, "How many more times do you want to use this little trick? I wonder what you would look like if I broke your soul right now." Upon hearing it, Perona, in her soul form, was frightened and took several steps backwards. But even though he said that her soul form is naturally immune to all physical attacks, it is not the same as the ghost that she uses to create. So he doesn't know if armament haki will work, but if it's not, then he can only try using his conqueror haki. Just when Will was about to use it, Perona suddenly mustered up her courage and said, "I was forced to join by Moria." "Okay?" When Will glanced at her unexpectedly, Perona, who mustered her courage, was frightened by his stare as she steps back again as if she was ready to escape from the earth at any moment. "Moria has just died and you've surrendered. How much trust do you think you can get from me?" Perona gritted her teeth. "I showed my sincerity before, but I was almost killed by you." "Isn't that your little stalling tactic for Moria?" "No, I meant it at that time," Perona insisted. "Then let me see your sincerity. Let your body come within 5 minutes, or I'll blow up the ship after 5 minutes." Will said nonchalantly. "You won't kill me?" "Maybe." Perona hesitated indecisively. In this state she still had some confidence in escaping, but if she let her body come over, once Will turned his back on her, she would become fish meat on the chopping board, ready to be killed at any moment. 4.5 minutes left. Whoa. Personal on her soul form went straight into the ground and disappeared since she was afraid that Will would follow her. "So if she does come later, do I have to let her off or kill her directly?" Will watched where Perona disappeared and kept rubbing his chin. "What the heck, let's fool her first." 4 minutes later, the gothic Lily Perona really came. And as soon as she came over, she pitifully kneeled down in front of Will and hugged his thigh. "I have really given up on the dark side. Let me join your pirate group, Your Excellency. My ability will definitely be useful." This. "Hey, your tsundere gothic Lily is about to collapse." Perona made such a mess right off the bat, leaving Will somewhat at a loss, and it was the first time he'd seen someone who had lost her virtue so quickly and so decisively. "Perona, virtue? Is it edible?" "It's not as important as my life." At this time, Will didn't make it hard for her, although there are no people in the vicinity and since it's very dark here, he can even do it here and finally say goodbye to his virginity in this world. But he didn't do it. "Ahem, let's talk about it. What do you do?" "I don't have idlers on my ship." At his question, Perona instead froze, and then she got very excited and started explaining her devil fruit ability in great detail. However, Will was not satisfied. "Who wants to hear this? I'm asking what you'll do." "Can I help you fight?" Perona said with some lack of confidence. Will nodded. This gothic Lily still possesses a certain combat ability. In the original book, Luffy, who didn't know hockey, had his crew almost wiped out. Although she relied on her ability and did not possess any combat power. But anyhow it can be counted as half a combatant. "What else?" Perona looked confused. Will is helpless. It seems that she doesn't know anything except for depending on her devil fruit ability. But it's not a big problem, since she can learn it if she doesn't know how. "I'll tell you what, I still lack a maid in my ship. Are you interested?" "Maid?" Perona subconsciously raised her voice. "What? No." Will grasped his right wrist wearing the infinity gauntlet with his left hand, and turned it a few times threateningly. "Willing?" "Yes. Yes." "Well then, you have 1 month of probation, and after that, the whole crew will vote, and if one person thinks you're not fit to stay on the ship, don't blame me for never giving you a chance." "Are the conditions harsh?" "Of course. But does Perona have a choice?" The answer is no. "With all due respect, how many people are on board?" Will went over it in his mind. "Don't worry, there are only 6 people including you. That means you only need to win the favor of 5 people." Perona subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Are you also included?" Of course Work Hard Will gave her a meaningful look. To be frank, her little life was still in the hands of Will, sadly. But what can she do? Since she can't resist, she can only choose to accept it. After thinking about it, Will still decided to bring her back to talk about it, and if she behaves well, she will stay, and if she behaves badly, she will first taste times X and then say goodbye to the world. To put it bluntly, she is like a human-shaped tree devil fruit ready to be harvested. Will is very satisfied with the disposal plan he came up with on the spur of the moment. Perfect? Do you understand? By the way, you know how to get to the City of Water 7, right? Perona, meow? Don't tell me you don't know. Perona nodded and swallowed quietly. She was already thinking about slipping up again. Will was silent, and held his head, having a headache. Thinking about it, he suddenly remembered Zoro. Didn't Zoro and Perona arrive at Sabati Island? But with Zoro who had no sense of direction and Perona who didn't know anything, how could they arrive at the island in the original? Fuck. I almost forgot there was such a thing as a recording log pose. When he thought about the solution, he looked at Perona and couldn't help but said, "Why are you so far away from me? I'm not going to eat you." Perona immediately leaned over with a careful movement of her feet. "Where is Moria keeping his log pose?" "Oh yes. I almost forgot, there is also the treasure he accumulated through the years, right? Kama, and since he can't use it anymore I should keep it for him." Then he noticed that Perona was quietly stepping backwards as she kept gulping, and stepping backwards with every word he said. "That Moria's entire collection is in the castle. Good, then take me there." Perona remained silent, afraid of being affected later. "Wait. Castle? Fuck. Isn't that the one I blew up?" Perona looked stiff but still nodded. "It's all gone." Chapter 114 Threesome. Why didn't you invite me? In the capital of Water 7. It had been almost 2 months since Will left, and Nami and the others were getting more and more anxious and worried. However, it was obvious that the worst had not yet come to pass, because apart from some minor disturbances, the capital of Water 7 was still calm and peaceful. If Will was really arrested by the Navy, the world government would not be able to let Robin still float around, and would certainly send someone to hunt down the remaining crew of the faceless pirates. It was precisely because of this that Nami and the others were able to hold back their anxiety and continue to stay here. Is the mayor of the city of Water 7 so idle? After sending away Iceberg, who came to visit again, Nami couldn't help but grumble. Ever since Will went to the naval headquarters, the mayor of Water 7 has been visiting every now and then while probing them repeatedly. "I'm afraid it's something related to our captain who was not here." Robin laughed as she brushed Nami's hair, who was pillowed on her lap, and casually spoke the factual truth. "Also, the feeling of being monitored has become more and more serious recently, and that pervert has been watching us for at least a month now." Little Snow, who was eating something at the side, said unhappily. Only Robin might have guessed it. Perhaps the Pluto blueprint obtained by Will is related to these people. They should be suspecting them now, but due to the difference in strength and it being secret, that cannot be let outsiders know. They choose this way. As a captain, you know how to cause trouble all day long, so just don't come back. As the captain, he really knows how to make trouble everywhere. I hope he won't come back. HMMP really, but I remember someone going around the port every day on the excuse of going out for shopping. Robin's hand slowly slid down and rubbed gently directly against Nami's face. "I'm just worried about that guy fleeing with my money." Nami, hearing her teasing words, couldn't help but blushed. "So that's how it was." Robin suddenly stretched out her slender finger and lifted Nami's chin, looking at her with a smirk instead of a smile. Nami's face turned even redder, and she shouted, "Sister Robin." Then she got up and pushed her down, burying her entire face in Robin's full chest. "It tickles." Gets up. "No, Sister Robin is so big and soft here." The attack on her sensitive parts made Robin's pretty face turn red, which is really alluring. Humphrey. 2 big-breasted cows, what's the big deal about them? Little Lily Snow, who was smoking on the side after eating, snorted in disdain, but still subconsciously looked down at the airport in front of her when she turned her head. The actual fact that you can't find a lot of people who are not in a position to get rid of their own personal belongings is the fact that you can't do anything about it. What's the big deal? If I hadn't eaten the devil's fruit, I'd be bigger than everyone right now. Snow viciously extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. Then she saw that the 2 big-breasted cows who were supposed to be getting tired of each other on the bed came behind her at some point. Big-breasted cow. I can't pretend I didn't hear that word. I've heard it from somewhere that massaging it can promote growth, so let's help Snow massage it too, shall we? Just as it should be. What do you want? I don't want it. Get off me now. You 2 big-breasted cows are trying to kill me with your big breasts. Believe it or not, I'll use my power to make your big boobs as flat as mine. Don't take off my clothes. No. I don't want to get bigger. Don't touch it. Asshole, pervert. Sorry, I came back too early. You guys go on. Bang. Will, who had finally returned to the capital of Water 7 after much difficulty, fiercely closed the door again, but his head was filled with the fragrant images he had just accidentally seen. Could this be? The big orange is already set? I was out fighting and was almost killed, but his women were hiding in the room playing threesomes. And never invite him. Isn't it outrageous? Perona, who followed him, was equally confused. I knew this guy was up to something like that. Perona, who had to recognize her maid status in order to survive, looked at Will with contempt, and the so-called pirate group should be a harem created by this guy. Will had no choice but to take Perona back to his room first. To his relief, Kobe didn't slack off on the days he wasn't there but was still training hard and earnestly. Teacher. You're finally back. Kobe, who has grown a lot taller and gained a lot of muscles on his body, is very happy to put down the dumbbell in his hand. You've done a great job. Keep up the good work, and I'm sure you'll become a strong man on the sea sooner or later. Kobe immediately nodded vigorously and excitedly. A few minutes later, the three women with Nami on the lead, who had finally sorted everything out, came over as if nothing had happened. Came back? Not knowing what to say, Will nodded his head. Next time remember to knock. Will nodded again. We're actually not what you think we are. I understand, no need to explain. So what the hell do you understand? I told you it's not what you think. Nami is going a little crazy. Then she finally noticed the Goth-Lily behind Will. So you went out for so long just to abduct a Goth-Lily back? Lily-con. Now I understand the captain's taste. Will was a little depressed seeing how the three of them looking at him and explained earnestly. You think too much. This is Perona, my captive. If there are things that are not convenient for Kobe to do, you can tell her to do it. If she doesn't do it well, just throw her into the sea to feed the Sea Kings. Then Will briefly explain the reason for his long delay and the origin of this Gothic Lily. In other words, Captain, you've just killed another 7 warlords of the sea right after you became one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Robin, will it be okay? Shouldn't you be on the same side? Little Snow, you didn't do it because you wanted to take this Goth Lily away from him, did you? Nami, I guess I'll have to kill this Lily to testify my innocence. Will, who was misunderstood by the three, looked at Perona with murderous anger. Chapter 115 The Avengers. To say that Will can come back is really lucky. He and Perona drove in their small ship out of the Florian Triangle. And after leaving the sea, they got almost lost in the Grand Line. Thankfully they encounter an adventure group. After suppressing them with brute force, Will then let them sail to the nearest island with bruises on their faces. Then they waited for a long time before finally borrowing the record pointer to the capital of Water 7 from a group of pirates, and only then did they stumbled back. As soon as he returned, he found that his women had collectively cheated on him, and then he was labeled as a Lily-con, and Will felt it was time to prove his innocence. However, just as when he was preparing to kill Perona, who was so scared that she almost peed and was directly embraced by a great chest. Look at you scaring her. You have a scary face when you get angry, you know. Also, the moment Snow got on board, you couldn't take off the Lily-con hat on your head, okay? Fuck off. I'm 25. You little girl. Ha ha ha. Laugh again and I'm going to make you flat. It's scary here, I want to go back to Thriller Bark, wah. Perona couldn't help but cry inwardly and hid in the arms of Robin, who had a great chest, while still observing the expressions and relationships of the people. Looking at this noisy scene, Will's heart was very relaxed, but at the same time, he also had a severe headache. Alright, since no one is against it, let's keep her for a month for the review period, and after a month, if anyone thinks she's not fit to stay on the ship, I'll. If she's a maid, then shouldn't she look like a maid? Makes sense. Let's go out on the street later and buy some clothes for Perona. It has to fit her character, and it has to be a gothic maid's outfit. Haha, does Snow have a sense of crisis? It's a real lie. Why don't we buy 2 sets for Snow too? Die for me. Asshole. Who am I? Where am I? Mommy, it's scary here. Someone help me. Perona, who tried to escape, was taken away by the scary woman. What the hell is going on here? Will, who was ignored, and Kobe, who couldn't intervene at all, stared at each other and looked at the back of the big and small beauties who had fallen into a feverish discussion, lost in thought. Looks like it's time to change the atmosphere on the ship. Will suddenly made up his mind. After the navigator, historian, cook, handyman, and maid, there was a shortage of fighters on board. On the 3rd day of Will's return, the ship was. It's done. When this pirate ship with a sense of technology and silver coating appeared in the port of the capital of Water 7, everyone who saw it, at first sight, was firmly attracted to it, and they couldn't take their eyes off it. Is this our ship? Not to mention Nami, Robin and the rest who saw it for the first time, even Will, who had already seen the blueprints, was shocked. Compared to those junk ships, this gleaming silver pirate ship looks like it came from the wrong set in a science fiction world. Breathtakingly handsome. Even if other performances are poor, Will can't ignore it with how handsome the finished product is. This ship has been my dream in my entire life, do you like it? Kieran, who was with her wife, said satisfyingly, looking at his masterwork. Will suddenly said seriously and earnestly, those who slander you behind your back will regret every word they say sooner or later. Kieran laughed happily and then turned his head to look at his painstaking created masterworks again with reluctance. Can we go up there and see? Of course, it's already yours. Will also laughed, and then he brought the eager Nami and the others onto the ship. The keel of this ship is made from Adam's treasure tree you brought with you. Ordinary warships can only drink seawater behind your asses. The outer hull is made of the latest synthetic materials and is coated with extremely precious silver white amber lead plating. Don't worry, it is a harmless plating after special treatment, but the effect of expelling sea kings has been greatly improved. And with my skills, this is also the best I can do. There are 12 artillery ports reserved for firepower, which is better than nothing. This is the ship's cabin. Every room is decorated to the highest specifications as you requested. This is the dining room. Under Karen's introduction, Will and his group soon finished visiting all the corners of the ship, and finally came to a control room that they didn't know the purpose of. This is the ship's final weapon. I call it the Silver Wing Killer. As Karen explained, Will's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had also thought about whether to ask Frankie to give Karen a hand to make the wind cannon, but Will really couldn't do such a thing after stealing someone's plans and letting him build his own ship. But he didn't expect that Karen actually gave him such a big surprise in the end. He still liked Karen's magic transformation more than the wind cannon. What a name, Silver Wing Killer. There's just no telling which of the unlucky souls will be the first dead soul under this Silver Wing Killer. After getting back on deck, Will couldn't help but ask, does this ship have a name yet? Karen shook his head. As much as I'd like to give it a nice name, I don't really own it, so I'll leave that right to you. Nami, Robin, Kobe. Every one of them looked at him with expectation. Names. Big Black, Little Balb, White, Gaku. Will was full of confidence when he thought of his talent for naming. Yes, this is something that can't be done without me. I see the shape and lines of this ship as if it were a sword just out of the box. How about calling it the Silver Sword of God? Everyone. It was a mistake to let him name this ship after all. Needless to say, the name Silver Sword of God. No one agreed. How about the Faceless? Alas. Everyone sighed heavily in unison. Will was very upset, then. Why don't we just call it the Avengers? The Avengers. What is the meaning of this, and to whom do they want revenge? However, this name is more reliable than the first two. Naturally, Nami and the others didn't know where the name came from as the so-called Avengers weren't seeking revenge on anyone. Then it's settled. The ship is now called the Avenger. Will used his captain's privilege to set the name of the ship. If the name doesn't work, he's ready to call it Thanos or the Shield. Asking him to come up with a nice name is like asking him to embarrass himself. Chapter 116. Sorry, I already have a ship, right? The Avengers docked quietly in the harbor of the capital of Water 7, making countless pirates eager to come. But when they saw the pirate flag rising from the ship, everyone took a breath of cold air and fled in a hurry. The 7 Warlords of the Sea name is still a powerful deterrent in the first half of the Grand Line. Even some unruly pirates have heard of Will's deeds, and 2 months ago, the newly promoted 7 Warlords of the Sea has just cleaned up several small famous pirate groups with just one move. It is expected that when the news of Moria's death comes out, Will's fame will rise to another level. After all, even the 7 Warlords of the Sea would be divided into 3, 6, 9, etc. For example, Hawkeye Mihawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman, and was also the 4 Emperor Redhead's longtime rival and best friend, and their swordsmanship competition has been undecided. Countless people think that Mihawk has the power of the 4 Emperors level, but he has been alone for so many years, and has not formed any forces, and has not formally challenged the status of the 4 Emperors, but he has also been regarded as being the strongest existence in the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Another example is Doflamingo, who has actually awakened his Devil Fruit ability, and Kuma, who is suspected of his Devil Fruit awakening. The combat power of these two people is definitely bug-level characters. In such a comparison, Crocodile, who has not completed his awakening and has not trained his Haki, and Moria, who is wasting his life from creating cannon fodder zombies, are really weak. As for the Boa Hancock and Jinbai, both belong to a group that can exert their ability under special conditions. It is an indisputable fact that if they encounter a place that can resist the charm of the Hancock or stay away from the water, their combat power will be weakened. The ship has been built, and Will has no reason to stay here any longer. With only half a year left before Luffy went to sea, he had to hurry up and improve his strength. At the end of the last big purchase, Kieran and his wife came to bid farewell to each other. I hope one day I get to see you conquer the seas with this Avenger. Kieran's tone is very sincere, and as a shipwright, this is his greatest ambition. Sure. And I'm sure that time isn't too far off. Will smiled and replied, his tone full of confidence. Well then, it's up to you to ensure that my name will live on for posterity like Dom. Just then, Iceberg appeared out of nowhere with Frankie. Hearing that Captain Will is preparing to leave, I came to see him off on behalf of the capital of Water 7. Mayor Iceberg is very kind. Who is this? Will had heard from Nami and the others about the events of the past 2 months and knew about Iceberg and Frankie's unusual behavior, so they were not surprised by their appearance. After all, everyone was leaving, and this was their last chance. Oh, I forgot to introduce him to Captain Will. This is Frankie, a very creative shipwright. I originally wanted him to work for Mr. Kieran to learn more, but unfortunately, he is not fated to do so. That's why I want to recommend him to you, Captain Will. As a shipwright? When he said fate, it is obviously false, but when he said he wanted Frankie to work with Kieran, it is definitely true, as he wants to meddle in the creation of the Avengers. After Iceberg said that, Frankie even nodded and looked like he was eager to get on board. But how can Will, who already knows what they are planning, just say yes, we welcome you? He knows that it's just to use this pretext for Frankie to break into the interior to find the whereabouts of the blueprints. Whether the theft of Pluto's blueprint is related to Will or not, they can only take Will and his group as the most suspicious. Unexpectedly, Mayor Iceberg is still a warm-hearted person. Isn't Mayor Iceberg afraid of the Navy coming to him if he walks so close to a pirate like me? As far as I know, your teacher Tom, who used to build ships for Roger the Pirate King, ended up being charged with this crime. Iceberg's eyes fluctuate sharply, and Frankie clenched his fists even more subconsciously. Their master Tom's death was unforgettable remorse in Frankie's life. And now he has even lost Pluto's blueprint that was given to him by his master and Iceberg. Even if it costs him his life, he will get it back. If Captain Will was just an ordinary pirate, I naturally would not dare to do so, but since Captain Will has already been acknowledged by the Fleet Admiral himself as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, then naturally there is no problem. Finding an excellent shipwright for Captain Will is just me wanting to form a good relationship with Captain Will. The Navy naturally won't come to trouble me over this small matter. Before coming here, Iceberg had already thought of a speech, in order to not give Will the chance to refuse. It's just that Will, who had already seen everything, already had other plans. I'm sorry, I appreciate the good intentions of Mayor Iceberg, but I already have shipwrights on my ship, and he is even more worthy of the word excellent. Already? Could it be? I should have said it earlier, but it's not too late to invite you now. Would you like to witness the Avengers dominate the sea? Shipwright Kieran. Kieran, who had been ignored after the arrival of the two, suddenly froze. And his wife, who was holding his arm, also covered his mouth in shock. So that's how it is. No wonder Master Kieran submitted his resignation to the Grand Union despite the dissuasion. Iceberg knew that his plan had been completely shattered. Resignation? This time it was Will's turn to be surprised. I just simply want to take my wife to a new place to live again, even abandoning my job as a shipwright. I'm ready to give up my identity. It is enough for me to see the Avengers go to sea in person. Captain Will really gave me a hard time. Kieran explained after a couple of bitter laughs of shock. Haha, this is God's will. Now that Kieran is ready to live in a different environment, is there a better place to go than the magnificent sea? But my wife. Don't worry, you can live the life you want on my ship. No one will discriminate against you. As a logistics staff, your safety will also be guaranteed. After Will finished his last sentence, Kieran was unstable. He subconsciously looked at his lover, and her wife's face was filled with a happy smile as she said, "Go fulfill your dreams, I'll always be by your side." Kieran's gripped his hand tightly. Chapter 117 Taste Change? Then please, Captain. Bang. Will and Kieran's hands clasped strongly together. And Abian's eyes were flushed from happiness. Kieran has done so much to be able to be with him that no one around can understand their relationship, and no matter how hard they try, all they get is shunning and cold stares. It's as if you stay with them for a second, you will be isolated by others. At long last, someone is recognizing them again. After a reluctant congratulations, Iceberg left with Frankie. To be honest, Will also hesitated to invite Kieran, but he could see how sincere the feelings between Kieran and Abian were. No matter who it is, no one is qualified to judge the emotional choices of others. Perhaps it is just the sentence that is true love between the same sex is true? Or true love has nothing to do with gender? Will was shocked by his sudden thought, and then ruthlessly turned around and stared at the sensitive parts of Nami's body twice before he was relieved. As expected, he still likes beautiful women. He ignored the blank stares of Nami and the others with 2 giggles. It seems that if he meets Imkov in the future, he might consider asking him to help him change the gender of Abian. It's just that he doesn't know if Kieran likes the cute girl state of Abian or the soft girl Abian. The good thing is that Nami and the others didn't have any objections to Kieran and Abian boarding, and even after Nami and Robin were done with Snow and Perona, they set their sights on Abian again, and a few women got together and started discussing the cosmetics and clothes that a man would never understand. Only Will, Kobe and Kieran were left to look at each other. Kobe, I'm still a kid. With Kieran at the controls, the Avengers sails away. The ship's hull shines silver in the sunlight, and it's fascinating. As soon as he left the port, Will felt the biggest difference between this ship and all the ships he had been on before. Not only is the speed amazingly fast, but the stability is terrifyingly good, and the impact of the waves on the ship is undoubtedly minimized, so you won't feel much bouncing or rocking at all. It is indeed a top ship built with Adam's treasure tree and 1 billion belies. From afar, the Avengers are like silvery white swordfish breaking the waves. With it, You'll be able to chase down enemies and escape quickly. I didn't know the captain liked to gamble. After seeing Robin in a cool dress lying down on the sun lounger next to him, Will had to put down the gift in his hand, and said helplessly, "It's okay to go there to have fun, but for why I want to go there, of course, it's not just for fun but to find someone." What beauty did the captain have his eye on again? In the face of Robin's ridicule, Will was also powerless. If I hadn't happened to see the information about him not long ago at the naval headquarters, I wouldn't have gone looking for him specifically. Although there are many talents on the ship now, they are all special talents who specialize in one direction, and there is always a need for strong people who are dedicated to fighting to join. But a smile with a heart of benevolent justice is the most appropriate. Harvesting one of these powerful people into the fold is naturally much more useful than having one more gravity fruit. It's just that the information he got was more than a month ago, and he doesn't know if Uchiha is still there. Regardless of the outcome, it was always necessary to take this trip to try one's luck, and if they could really intercept the future admiral in advance, naturally it would be the most ideal outcome. Robin didn't know these thoughts of Will, or who he wanted to find, but she did know that this captain of hers never did anything that he wasn't sure of, even though it often seemed unreliable. Since he thought that this blind old man they were about to go in search of could be a great fighting force on the ship, Robin would naturally choose to trust him. "So that's it, I thought you'd change your tastes again after Kieran joined." Poof. Will squirted the juice out, and then gave Robin a very embarrassed look, which made this broad-minded woman laugh with great joy. Humphrey. Seeing the intensity of her breast trembling, Will chose to forgive. But instead of being ashamed, Robin gave him an amorous look, before straightening her clothes and covering them slightly with her arms. Without the free benefit, Will had to cough twice to study the gift that Robin gave him again. And this so-called gift was actually a translation of the text of the history of the road poneglyph that Little Snow had stolen from Big Mom. After gaining a certain degree of trust from Robin, finally, this translation was given to him as a gift. Compared to this inestimable translation, what pleased Will more was the change in Robin's disposition. Although there was no change in how she called him, Will felt that Robin was more and more recognizing these companions on the ship. And this so-called translation is actually a chart with a location on it. During the days when Will went to the naval headquarters, Robin was able to get it done with Nami's help. But even Nami, the genius navigator, asserted that they had to collect all 4 red poneglyph in order to get a glimpse of where the last island was located. But Will knew that when the 4 charts were assembled, the center where the 4 locations intertwined would be where the legendary One Piece's location, the Laugh Tale. Will would definitely like to go there if he has the chance, but it's just not his ultimate quest. It's just that it's quite difficult to collect all 4 pieces of the Red Road poneglyph. Big Mom piece was obtained by coincidence, while the other 3 pieces, one of which is in the possession of the strongest creature, Kaido, so he don't need to go there for the time being. Since he knows that the current him is no match for Kaido. The last piece, except the one that is unaccounted for, is in the hands of the Mink tribe. Chapter 118 Uchiha. Place your bet, place your bet. Follow the old man bet if you want to win. This old man is always right, you'll definitely win a big 1TA. I'll bet 2, for big. 100,000 belies for me too on big numbers. The dealer hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his face with his cuffs as he shouted, "Open." 456, 15 points, big. Immediately the banker's face went white and his lips trembled. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. That's 15 big ones in a row, which is not low, isn't it? You are new here, right?" "Yes, can you tell me more?" "You don't even know the God of Wealth, you're definitely just a newcomer." "Oh? Is this one so famous?" "How can he not be famous in the Serpentine Island? In just 2 months, he forced the baiting gambling to close its den due to its loss." "Really? That's a lot of wins. But I'm sure the banker will do something bad, right?" "You don't know this, although the God of Wealth is very powerful, but he never aims to win. Every time he plays, he only bet a small number of chips. As for the banker who dares to do the dirty deed, then there will be a good show. It can be seen that this God of Wealth, who can't see things with his eyes but can still sit in front of the gaming table without changing his appearance, seems to enjoy it, and is respected by countless gamblers while also hated by countless dealers at the same time." While talking, everyone followed the bet of the God of Wealth and pressed together. If he guessed it again, they would win 16 in a row. Everyone stared at the coloring cup nervously and fanatically, except for the blind God of Wealth who looked calm and the dealer whose eyes flickered. Just 1 second before the opening of the cup, the man who was respected as the God of Wealth subconsciously frowned. "Bet it and leave it. 3 sixes. The dealer takes it all." "No way. You cheated." Immediately, several gamblers who had placed heavy bets started shouting with red eyes, and a few others just sat on the ground with pale faces. It seems that the old man misheard this hand. the dealer said as he shook his head, looking very sorry. When he said that, those gamblers who had lost a lot of money looked at the blind man as if they had found a source of anger. What the fuck is the god of wealth? Give me my money back. I think you're in cahoots with the bankers, deliberately tricking us into falling for it. Right. That must be it. Make them spit out our money. After such an incitement, those gamblers who lose small amounts have also become red-eyed, as they look at the god of wealth in anger. It was the person who gave the newcomer a speech earlier about the god of wealth explanations that rebuked them as he said righteously, it's just a wrong guess. If you win, but if you lose, you lose. Why are you blaming him when you all follow his bet by yourself? He and this person are in the same group. Yes, before he told me how powerful this old blind man is. It turned out to be a support. It was just one loss that completely changed the direction in the casino and caught people off guard. What's all the racket? If you can't afford to lose, don't play, guards. Get the troublemakers out of here. Seeing how things escalated, the dealer was especially happy after he saw that people no longer trusted that damned old blind man. Don't touch me. You cheater, I will expose you. My friend, you can eat rice but you can't talk nonsense. This time I will give you a lesson to make your memory remember the rules here. Break his leg before throwing him out. A few big-waisted thugs were so fierce and vicious that they were bagging people out, and the others felt that they had understood the truth and looked at the dealer and the old blind man with contempt. Wait a minute. Don't you have any explanation for the result? What's the point of explaining? If something like 15 bigs appears consecutively, then it's not weird for something like this to appear, right? The dealer said casually. This statement is reasonable. The blind man nodded afterwards, seeming to agree with the dealer's statement. But just as the banker was ready to wave his hand and bring the man down with a smug expression, the old blind man said, although it is reasonable, this old man still believes more in what he sees. Ha ha ha. You're crazy. What can you see when you're blind? Although the naked eye is blind, the eye that sees everything in the world is not blind. What nonsense are you talking about? You are not welcome here. It is true that this old man is ready to leave, but before he goes, he wants to prove his reputation. He stood up and held the dice directly in his hand. As he clenched it, white powder spilling out from his fingertips, and then when he opened his palm, there were a few tiny magnets. And uproar reverberated. You must have switched the dice and wanted to frame me. Although the banker pretended to be calm, the panic in his eyes could not be concealed at all. The dice have magnets. You cheater. Give my money back. Guys, smash this place. Throwing the magnet away, he shook his head and walked outside, strangely avoiding everyone and any obstacles no matter how chaotic the scene. As if his eyes had never gone blind. What is the mind's eye? Just as he reached the door, a voice suddenly came from behind. To observe human nature, to perceive the will of heaven, to see what the naked eye cannot see, is the mind's eye. But the voice behind him continued to ask, so why did you call the observation hockey so mysteriously? I know a guy who calls himself God calls this power the heart web, but in the end, he is just a native from the moon. I know you have been following me, so you must not have come just to ask this, right? Let me introduce myself, I'm Captain Will of the Faceless Pirates, here for you. For me? I'm just an elusive blind man, I don't know where it's worthwhile for the famous 7 warlords of the sea to make a special trip on this island for me. Mr. Uchiha is an alternate combatant on record with the Navy, and he might be called up to be part of the Navy at some point, so how can he be considered an elusive blind man? So that's how it is, it seems that this quiet and comfortable folk life is going to be far away from me. Not exactly, perhaps in my group. Mr. Uchiha can experience a more relaxed and leisurely life. In your group? Instead of the Navy? I can only speak for myself and no one else, and I feel that Mr. Uchiha can make a difference more with me than with a rotten Navy. Does Captain Will know what the first thing I would do if I joined the Navy? After a slight silence, Uchiha suddenly asked. Will was also silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, it should be the complete abolishment of the 7 warlords of the sea system. Chapter 119 Betting on Strength. When he heard Will's answer, a smile came as a great surprise, but he had to admit that Will had spoken from his heart. He had always been a firm believer that the 7 warlords of the sea system was the stinkiest move the Navy and the world government had ever made. But the question is, how could Will know so much about himself when it was only their first time meeting each other? Has naval intelligence become so powerful that they can even see through his thoughts? This is impossible. That's why Uchiha suddenly became less resistant to communicating with the other party. How about having a drink somewhere? Will, who acted as a prodigy, saw that he had bluffed Uchiha, then smiled and extended an invitation. Okay. Will found a tavern and ordered some snacks and wine, which he and Uchiha enjoyed. It must be said that the food here tasted quite good, Although not as good as a great chef like Little Snow, it was still very special. What is it that Captain Will has sought out this old man for? After a few casual bites, Isho then put down the chopsticks as he asked. As I said, it's you. I hope I can invite Mr. Iso to be my vice captain. Isho suddenly laughed. Captain Will is aware of my belief, so why do you continue to waste time on this old man? How can we work together if our philosophies don't match? We haven't known each other yet, so how can Mr. Isho know that it is different? Is it just because I'm a pirate? Or is it because of my identity as a 7 warlords of the sea? Will also put down his chopsticks and looked very serious as he looked at Isho. I admit it's because of my belief. So what's your opinion, Captain Will? This old man will listen with sincerity. Does Mr. Isho know why I want to be a pirate? I don't know. So Will told in a few words about what he had done in the East Blue Sea. Can a navy like Colonel Mouse be spared or killed? Isho, hearing it, couldn't help but sigh, colluding with the pirates, and even after the matter was revealed, they tried to kill people and take credit for it. If there are such assholes in the navy, they should be killed. When the last word kill was spoken, Will only felt a powerful and murderous momentum flash by from Isho's body. Seeing such a reaction from Isho, Will felt a little more confident about the trip. That's right, Mr. Isho is really not a pedantic person. Afterwards, the Navy issued a bounty in order to cover up the truth, and put all the blame on me. In other words, it wasn't my choice to be a pirate, but the Navy helped me make my choice. Such a Navy, such a world government, does Mr. Isho really intend to join? The Navy has scum assholes, and the pirates also have benevolent and righteous people. How can this old man not understand this truth? But in comparison, there are too many pirates in this world who do all the evil, and my justice is not to generalize everyone. But as long as the world Nobel still rules this world, the justice you want will never come. Will denounce flatly. The world government and the Navy are like two dogs of the world Nobel. How many innocent civilians have been beaten to death by them? And how many evils have gone unnoticed under the cover of world government? Even without a scumbag Navy that's in it for their own personal gain, can the current Navy be called righteous? And who will seek justice for the slaves who were tortured and killed by the world Nobel? Whether it is voluntarily or not, how many evil things the Navy has done for the world Nobel and how many lives have been killed, Mr. Isho must not be ignorant of it. Will's words of condemnation made Isho silent. Admittedly, the Navy was indeed just, and if the world didn't have a Navy to shelter civilians, what might have become of it? But again, obeying the world Nobel in obedience to the world government puts their justice to shame. Capture the slaves. Massacre of civilians. The Ohara that was destroyed by a buster call. Why did Garp refuse to rise to the rank of admiral or even fleet admiral for the rest of his life? To put it bluntly, he just didn't want to obey the orders of the world government and the world noble, and didn't want to go against the justice concept that he had adhered to all his life. This status quo cannot be changed by a single person alone, so when Garp's son Dragon saw through all this, he chose to quit the Navy and founded the Revolutionary Army by himself, embarking on the path of no return trying to change the world. Alas, this old man is just a commoner, and may not be able to wait for the day when the world will change. Not necessarily. Maybe Mr. Isho thinks I'm just bragging, but I'll say it anyway. Changes have happened since the moment I came into this world. And it's time for the era of world domination by the celestial dragons to be overthrown once and for all. The fruit of silence on Will's right hand is shining brightly, and if this shocking statement of his is spread out, it is expected that the three admiral will immediately gather to arrest him. But in order to persuade Isho, he had to reveal his ambition beforehand. Captain Will's remarks really opened the eyes of the old man, but we know that it's not as easy as you claim to be. And people's hearts are unpredictable, so even if that day does come, how do I know that you won't be the next celestial dragon? This old man don't have any other preferences, except for the word gambling, and gambling is the best way to find out the character of the people, just like my previous game, when I won 15 games in a row, everyone worshipped me as a god because I brought them wealth, but when I lost, the ugliness of the people's hearts was revealed, as everyone wanted to eat my flesh and devour my bones. If this is true for ordinary people, how can those who control power and wealth not get lost in it? Perhaps, but I know that the ending will definitely be better. So Mr. Isho, are you willing to make a bet with me? He has said everything that can be said, and arguing about the future is just useless. A bet? That's a good choice. Isho suddenly raised his eyebrows. Would Captain Will like to have a bet with this old man? How do we bet? And what's the bet? Will also became interested. Then let's bet on how many meteorites will fall here today. If Captain Will wins, how about this old man bet on you again? But if I win, it will prove that it is the will of God, and I am afraid that your ambition will be gone in a flash, so there is no need to mention the invitation again. But instead, You need to resign as a 7 warlords of the sea. How about it? What a providence. Anyone else would not have been able to figure out how a meteorite could have fallen here and now. But Will knows clearly how terrifying the strength of Uchiha is before him. And it's not like he can pull off as many of them as he wants. Such an interesting bet, of course, Will. Going to accept it. Chapter 120 Losing? Away from the town, the two men came to a clearing on the shore. How did Uchiha-san know that a meteorite was bound to fall here today? Since it's a bet, naturally there are variables, Captain will know later. Then he saw Uchiha suddenly erected the unsheathed sword on his chest, and then violently pulled out a short section. Then a ring-shaped purple halo rises straight into the sky. Will subconsciously summoned his infinity gauntlet and looked up at the sky. Guided by Uchiha's gravity wave, a dozen black dots appeared in the sky. A few seconds later, a rain of meteorites wrapped in flames hit the land at a high rate of speed. This old man likes a fair bet, so how many meteorites do you think will fall intact in the end? Uchiha asked as he put away his sword. Because this was not a gamble of luck from the beginning, but of strength. The strong will only follow those stronger, and Will understood the intention of Uchiha. At the end of the day, strength is all that matters. I like the number 3. Then I'll bet 2. In the middle of the conversation, the meteorite overhead had turned out to be close at hand. Meteor shower. Uchiha instantly pulled out his sword, and the invisible gravity immediately acted on a meteorite that was only a meter away from hitting him on the head. Whoosh! The meteorite, which had been subjected to reverse gravity, slammed directly into another meteorite with great speed, and the two meteorites shattered and fell. When Will saw this, he didn't rush to do anything, but his eyes flickered. Since the gravity fruit could do the opposite to achieve the effect of weightlessness, could his gravity fruit also extend the effect of repulsion? Maybe he can find time to experiment a bit more, and if it works, he can even play with tricks like the almighty push, universal pull, and even fly at will in the sky. When he gets Uchiha on board, he can ask him for advice. Thinking of this, Will finally made a move. And he stepped on the ground with all his might, and with the appearance of a deep pit, he jumped into the sky and directly used the explosive ability to punch the meteorite. If Uchiha perfectly shows the development of his devil fruit ability, then Will is an interpretation of the violent aesthetics of the flesh. One punch to explode a meteorite is enough to shock people's eyes. Unfortunately, Uchiha can't see it. But using his observation haki, still made Uchiha focus on Will's side. Captain Will's development of his devil fruit and body really puts this old man to shame. Uchiha-san's development of his devil's fruit has opened my eyes to the fact that even the meteorite can be accurately pulled down, so it seems that my trip has indeed not been in vain. After complementing each other, the two actually have a bit of understanding for each other, and the person with strength is always more likely to be recognized by others. Then each of them use their own methods to shatter the meteorites falling fast from the sky one by one. Uchiha's self-contained sword skills and pure devil fruit abilities, Will's terrifying physical strength, and the various devil fruit abilities at his disposal made the seemingly majestic meteorite rain a toy for them to display. When the two meteorites tumbled to the ground and only one meteorite remained in the sky, Will and Uchiha both knew it was time for the real thing. Will was the first to go. And he started with 2 strikes of the desert blade as a test. But before the incredibly sharp desert blade could cut into the remaining meteorite, it was crushed by the invisible gravity and fell to the ground as ordinary sand. Then Uchiha manipulated gravity so that the stone he stood on levitated and flew into the sky as he slashed at the last meteorite. At this moment, Will arrived just in time. He blocked the meteorite with his explosive ability, and also blocked the sword with his infinity gauntlet. However, in the next second, the invisible gravity was all over Will's body, smashing him directly to the ground as he couldn't leverage his strength in the air. Boom! Will landed on his feet and smashed the ground into a 5-meter deep hole. But Uchiha flying in the sky was also repulsed by the sand bombs left behind by Will. When the smoke cleared, Will, who was standing in the pit, looked up and saw that the meteorite had stopped its descent as Uchiha's ability was supporting it. Will had understood what Uchiha meant. If he didn't try to defeat him, the meteorite would never fall. In that case, let's fight. Will looked at Uchiha with the same battle intent in his eyes. This was the first time he was truly facing an admiral level, unlike last time where Kizaru was holding back his strength because he wanted to capture him alive. Erosion reincarnation. Will directly squatted down and placed his left hand on the ground. The moisture of the earth was absorbed in the blink of an eye, and the ground began to crack, sand and sink. Originally, Will didn't know this move, but after using the Sand Fruit's awakening in his last battle with Moria, he gained an insight of this move and could use it like how crocodile use it, but he couldn't do the Fruit's awakened state to erode everything. In just an instant, Will turned the place into his home turf. Sand binding coffin. The flying sand tries to wrap around Uchiha, But Isho only moves his sword as little pressure is sent over and the flying sand sticks to the ground, unable to move. Desert sunflowers. Seeing how the rock beneath his feet turned into quicksand, Isho casually applied a reverse gravity on himself and let himself float on the sand. Blast. Will saw that the sand could not be controlled with Isho applying gravity on it and chose to detonate it directly. But as soon as the sand began to swell beneath his feet, Isho used his ability to leave the spot unscathed. Strong physical strength, the ability of explosion, the ability of the sand, and the ability to mask sound from before. Captain Will is truly extraordinary. But then, Captain Will have to be careful. As Isho said that, he used his gravity ability to levitate and the next second, he appeared in front of Will, as he slashes Will with his sword. An ordinary slash was directly parried by Will using his infinity gauntlet, but the next second the extremely terrifying gravity was applied to his body. Will's entire body was sunk in the sand with veins clearly seen on his face, but relying on his physical fitness strengthened by more than a dozen devil fruits, he forcibly stood up and refused to bend down. Fall. As Isho said that, the gravity on Will's body becomes heavier. Boom. The sand collapsed. Will only felt that his feet were suddenly empty and he fell into a deep, dark hole. Fuck. In the process of falling, Will opened his mouth and cursed, although he was able to resist the gravity attack of Isho, but the ground was not, especially since he had just used his ability to turn it into the sand. Elementalization. When he couldn't feel the gravity exerted by Isho anymore, he hurriedly used his elementalization ability to turn into yellow sand and fly out of the cave. Looks like I've won this bet. Just as Will reappeared in human form, he saw that the last meteorite that should have been floating in the sky had turned into a rain of debris and was falling. Chapter 121 I will kill you even if you break my bones. It seems that the bet was won by this old man. Will's face was somewhat depressed, although the battle just now was considered a back-and-forth battle. Most of his abilities were restrained to death under Isho gravity manipulation, and just one negligent, the last meteorite had been blown up. If he had known earlier, he should have replaced the shadow fruit. But Will quickly regained his composure, since he already knew of Isho ability, how could he not have dealt with it? I don't think so. It was just a warm-up, and now the real battle begins. The two meteorites have landed, and this old man feels that the outcome of this bet has been decided, and I hope you can commit it for yourself. Isho eyebrows furrowed. He appreciated a man who was willing to accept defeat rather than a rogue. A day has not passed yet, Isho-san, how do you know that no more meteorites will fall? Since Captain Will has said so, then I will wait for it until the day ends. Isho shook his head in extreme disappointment. The goodwill he had felt before was almost completely consumed. He had decided that even if he fought again later, he would not cause the meteorite to fall again. How could Will not see the change in Isho attitude at this point, but since he was confident that he would continue this bet, he wouldn't believe in that bullshit about God's will. God's will? He only believes that man makes the difference. It's just a meteorite, come on down. Will quickly lifted his left hand and activated the gravitational fruit. Then a blinding light shines brightly. Isho's expression instantly became heavy, and he saw a higher and more powerful level of energy condensing on Will's right hand. Unlike last time when he used a super move like Infinite Black Hole against the Kizaru, this time Will chose to awaken the gravitational fruit just to pull down the meteorite like Isho. Since his improvement on the said fruit is not enough, awakening comes in handy. An open life needs no explanation. When the fruit of gravity awakens, it seems that any and all gravity-related abilities are available to him. The experience was mesmerizing. Isho-san, are you ready to enjoy another meteorite shower? Will asks as smiles and raises his right hand high to the sky, then pulls something down sharply. 10? How is this possible? At least 50 meteorites appeared in the sky like comets hitting the earth. The inhabitants of this island were so shocked that they took refuge everywhere in panic when they saw the meteorite first summoned by Isho. And when Will drew more meteorites this time, everyone thought the world was ending. It's here. Even Isho looked surprised. He didn't expect anyone else to be able to do it but him. The next generation sure is fearsome. He also immediately understood what Will just said, not that he couldn't afford to lose, nor was he stubborn and hated to admit his defeat, but because the outcome was still unknown. More than 50 flaming meteorites fell one after another, and the scene was an apocalyptic hell to behold. Isho finally got serious. Stop for this old man. Purple gravity waves began to rise steadily into the sky, forming a purple hollow of light. All the rapidly falling meteorites began to decelerate in a visible way when they touched the purple light hollow until they landed on the last layer of the light hollow and completely lost their kinetic energy. More than 50 meteorites were floating quietly above the two, which was particularly strange and shocking. Will was also shocked by Isho's terrifying control of his gravity, but he immediately realized that Isho, who had stopped all the meteorites with just one move, was definitely not as relaxed as he thought, because he saw a layer of fine sweat on Isho's forehead. Then let's make another one, Mito. Stop. Just as Will was about to continue, Isho suddenly withdrew the gravitational force field, and more than 50 meteorites fell to the ground with a bang. Will was stunned for a moment, then also showed a relaxed smile and deactivated the gravitational fruit's awakening state. Then, let's pretend it's a draw. If we want to decide the winner, I don't think this island can be saved. When they both had the ability to draw down the meteorite, the bet was meaningless, and if they continued, the biggest possibility was to destroy the island completely. It was precisely because he saw through this point that Isho chose to concede defeat and stop, as he did not want to affect the civilians under any circumstances. He also recognized Will's strength and potential after the previous test. If he continues to grow, it may not be impossible to become a strong man who could influence the world. So Isho shook his head. No, a lose is a loss, and I'm not that old that I can't afford to admit my loss, but I still have a question in my heart that I hope Captain Will solve. Is that why I can use the same ability as Isho-san? No, the world is so vast, everyone has secrets in their hearts that cannot be told to outsiders. That's why this old man is not asking about it. I just want to know what the world would be like if one day Captain Will really accomplish the ideal in your heart. What will become of the Navy, the pirates, and the world government? Will knew that this was the last test of Isho, and as the saying goes, you can't plan for different things. Even if you're strong enough, you still need to have a common idea to get together. It's just that Will has never really considered these issues. He wants to conquer the world and stand on top of this world, just for a wonderful life without regrets. So his answer was, I don't know. All I want in life is to be wonderful and have no regrets. Isho-san, question is better to wait until then to ask me. Will Isho-san unconditionally believe what I say now? Even if you believe it, if you can't get there, what's the point? It's just a waste of time. Isho was stunned for a moment. How could he have never expected Will to answer him I don't know? But immediately he burst out laughing, all bent over while laughing. That's right. How do you know what the end result will be if you don't do it? This old man has been walking among the normal people for dozens of years, and I've seen a lot and thought a lot, but I've never personally walked into this vortex. It is a blessing not to see. There are just too many filthy people in the world to look at. I thought I could really see clearly by destroying these polluted eyes, but I didn't expect that I would fall short, and instead there were some things that I couldn't see. If this is the case, then it is clear why Isho was made an admiral by the world government in the future. Perhaps he realized it a little too late. But Isho-san already decided his choice, right? The interception of the future admiral was not stressful at all for Will. Yes, but if you go back on your word in the future and do something that makes me go against my principles, I'll kill you even if you break my bones. Chapter 122 Vice Captain Position. Isho is serious. Even after he joined the Navy he never changed his mind, not even in the face of a Kaimyo, who was promoted to a fleet admiral, could order him to do something that was not in line with the moral of his heart. Will thought about it carefully. He felt that he did not intend to become a second world Nobel. He just wanted to stand at the top of the world and look down on all beings and experience life like never before. So he replied, very seriously, that day will never come. I hope so, Captain Will. Will and Isho laugh at each other. Just after the two of them finally concurred, Nami and the others were attracted by such a big noise. My God, what's going on? It's the end of the world. So many meteorites suddenly fell from the sky, and the town was in total chaos. Don't tell me the captain is responsible for this big scene again? Teacher has gotten stronger, and I have to keep working hard to get there. Who is this blind man? Nami and the others came directly to Will and began to chatter and ask questions, and at the same time, they were wary and curious to see the blind man standing beside Will with a sword. The first thing that Will did was to look at Isho with an apologetic face, then remembered that he couldn't see at all, so he immediately introduced, this is Isho-san, from now on he's the ship's vice captain. These meteorites were actually accidentally brought down when we were sparring with each other. God damn it. You accidentally brought down a meteorite. It's a meteorite. This blind man is that strong. It was hard to imagine that this blind uncle could be such a strong man. This old man name is Isho, please take care of me in the future with Will's introduction and Isho smiling when he was not serious. Nami and the others quickly accepted the new deputy captain of the ship. Especially after Isho told two jokes, Nami and Robin covered their mouths and laughed. The unfamiliar feeling of estrangement disappeared most of the time. After all, in terms of face art, Isho is also considered to be a ranked character in the One Piece world. One second he may be full of the authority of an admiral, the next second he may become a vulgar uncle full of the city atmosphere. Looking at the laughing crowd, Will's heart is particularly satisfied. His pirate group is really a wealth of talent. The old, the young, the old, the young and a little lie. And then looking to the side. Oh, there's also a Gay and a Shamal. Will suddenly realize that his team seems to be able to compete for one of the most bizarre pirate groups of the year in the One Piece world. But no matter what, with the addition of Uchiha as a powerful fighting force, the last shortboard on his ship has been made up for, and at last, he doesn't have to solve every little thing himself. A strong and complete pirate group is already taking shape. Uchiha has been on the island for more than 2 months, and the gambling addiction is almost over, so there are no regrets when he leaves. However, after Will and his group left, the battlefield full of meteorites became a legend that was spread around Serpent Island. Captain, where are we going next? Want to go straight to the New World? Nami is no longer the little girl from the East Blue Sea who knows nothing about the world, thanks to Robin's information and Will. A lot of information and secrets are virtually known to her. Will thought for a moment, it's not the time yet, the second half of the Grand Line is the real test, countless powerful pirates and monsters survive there, and I want us to be as prepared as possible. If the difficulty factor of the first half of the Grand Line is 1, then the New World starts at least 10. The 4 emperors, most of the Navy's combat power, countless supernovas with over 100 million rewards, and all veteran Devil Fruit ability users from the Pirate King era. All gather in the New World to compete. Many of the pirates who made a name for themselves in the first half of the Grand Line, after entering the New World, have suffered a lot of bloodshed, and finally can only end up in disgrace, either by joining the forces of the 4 Emperor or by returning in disgrace. Will, who has already become the 7 Warlords of the Sea, is confident that he can get a foothold in the New World, but the name of the 7 Warlords of the Sea will only be a sufficient deterrent in the first half of the Grand Line, but in the New World, it will become a challenging target for countless strong pirates who want to get to the top. So Will decided to go to the New World after he had gotten as much as he could out of the first half of the Grand Line, which would be more foolproof. Let's go to Mock Town. Go back? Nami was a little surprised. Having collected many charts, she naturally knew the location of the Mock Town. Have you heard of the legend of Sky Island? Does an island in the sky really exist? Robin and the others gathered around when they heard what they were talking about. Of course it exists, and there's more than one Sky Island. Uchiha-san, do you remember the one I told you about, a moon native who calls himself God? Idaho smiled and nodded his head. He liked the atmosphere here very much. It seemed that Will did not deceive him in what he told him. The so-called Sky Island is just the residence of the Shandia. When we go there everyone will know what I mean. There are also a lot of very interesting local products there. We can collect some to bring back. By the way, there's a piece of history text on top of the Sky Island we're going to. Will suddenly remembered as he looked at Robin, and as expected, Robin's eyes immediately lit up. There's also a large amount of gold there. What are you waiting for? Target Sky Island, go. When she heard the word gold, Nami, whose eyes had been filled with countless bullets, as she rushed out to take the helm herself. Even if Will didn't want to go, he wouldn't be able to. Faced with Will who knows a little bit about everything, Robin and the others have gradually become somewhat immune. Anyway, asking him how he knows it is only futile and they can't get the truth anyway. As for Uchiha and the others, who had only recently boarded the ship, they were even more unclear about Will's history and had no way to ask about it. However, Will has been eager for the Thunder Fruit of Enel for a long time, but he has never been sure if he can defeat Enel completely before, so he chose to ignore it. But now he has so many devil fruits in his hand and has Admiral Strength Uchiha joining him, so it's time to teach a Chiunabiu who has a god complex how to be a human being. Also, if he goes to Mock Town, he can meet Doflamingo Spring Dog, and although it's not to his taste, a devil fruit is still a devil fruit. It won't hurt him having more devil fruit anyway. Chapter 123 In Your Dreams. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Will pulled out the special Den Mushi for the 7 Warlords of the Sea communication from his bosom while looking up at the sky that had completely cleared. Who would have thought that only just now they had experienced a storm that lasted 30 minutes? Who? Because of the bad weather just now caused Will to open his mouth in a bad tone. Kobe. Hurry up and come out and clean up the mess on the deck. Perona, go prepare the bath. I don't need to remind you how to do this little thing. If you can't get this job, you're not qualified to be a maid. Kiran. Where's Kiran? Quickly check the condition of the power room. Snow, better prepare some hot soup to save someone from catching a cold later. What's the rush? Wait for me to finish this cigarette. Kobe and the others who received the order got busy quickly, especially a certain Gothloi whose life was not guaranteed. If it weren't for the cute maid outfit Robin and Nami matched for her, the unqualified maid who hasn't lived such a clumsy life would have been made into devil fruit by Will. Also, Uchiha protects Perona and Snow at every turn and seems to have awakened some remarkable hobbies. After commanding for a long time, Will remembered that the Den Mushi in his hand was still connected. Hey! Who the hell are you? If you don't want to talk when you call, I'll hang up. Will wiped the rain off his face and was about to go inside to change his clothes. Then he heard a voice from the connected Den Mushi. "This is the Navy Fleet Admiral Sengoku." "Ah, and?" After a full 10 seconds, Will, who was waiting impatiently, wanted to hang up the Den Mushi. But before he could do it, Sengoku, who had calmed down, said again, "We lost contact on Gecko Moria. And someone saw you with him after the last meeting. And I want to know if Moria is still alive now." Will already knew that this could not be hidden for so long, but he was still somewhat surprised that they found out so quickly. "Why are you asking me if Moria is alive or dead? I was only a guest in his territory for 2 days and then left, so the Navy doesn't think I killed Moria, does it?" Without evidence, he didn't need to tell them the truth. There is not even a single witness in the Florian Triangle, and even if he kills Moria, what could they do to him without evidence? And there is no clause in the 7 Warlords of the Sea's rules that prohibits killing each other. Sengoku made this call mostly to confirm something. After all, it was not a good sign that another 7 Warlords of the Sea was killed again in just a few months, and the reselection of 7 Warlords of the Sea candidates was enough to give the Navy a headache for a while. "I've already sent people to the Florian Triangle to check it out. The news will be back soon, and I think it's necessary for you as a 7 Warlords of the Sea to tell us the truth on this matter," Sengoku said as his tone became grimmer. "The truth is I don't know. Even if Moria did get killed, what does it matter to me? It only proves that he is too weak to deserve the title of a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Is it for the shadow fruit? You are too dangerous. If it wasn't for the orders of the world government, I would never have allowed such a dangerous person like you to sit in the 7 Warlords of the Sea system, but would have mobilized my forces to round you up at the first opportunity." The Den Mushi in Will's hand has a perfect manifestation of the angry expression of Sengoku at this time. And maybe a little uneasy? Maybe after Blackbeard also showed similar abilities, Sengoku would no longer make such a fuss. Didn't you already do that? Otherwise, the appearance of Admiral Kizaru would be a bit too coincidental, or maybe you didn't expect a rookie pirate who hasn't grown up yet would bite back that almost killed one of the Admiral, right? Throughout all of this, I've been fighting back passively, including how I came to be an honorable pirate. I'm sure the Fleet Admiral knows that, right? At this point, the face of Sengoku on the other end of the Den Mushi immediately turned extremely ugly. It was a disgrace to the Navy, but he couldn't admit it or let the public know about it. This is the way things have always been handled when something like this happens, except this time, the one they sacrificed was a person they should touch. I admit it was a Navy blunder, but if I had to deal with it all over again, I'd still choose it that way. The Navy's reputation must not be sullied. Will immediately sneer, making a mistake. Sure enough, the lives of those people at the bottom are not important in the eyes of those on the top. And the reputation of the Navy that Sengoku protects at all costs, in Will's view, is just a joke. Does it really matter if the roots are rotten and the leaves are still green? If there's nothing else, I'm going to take a shower. The weather on the Grand Line is really going to be the same for a while. Blip. Looking at the sleeping Den Mushi, Sengoku fell into contemplation. Is it true that he did something wrong in securing the reputation of the Navy? Since when in the world did he become afraid to admit their mistakes, and have to wipe the asses for those assholes over and over again? After thinking about it for a long time without coming to a conclusion, finally, Sengoku could only sit weakly in his chair. Looks like we'll have to look for a new 7 Warlords of the Sea candidate again. Right there on his desk was all the information on the Moria pirates, including the information on the Ghost Princess Perona. So when Will inadvertently said the name, Sengoku had already confirmed Moria's death. And it must be Will's doing. In other words, Moria's Shadow Devil fruit may have been obtained by him, and this information will be entered into the files compiled by the Naval Intelligence Department to prepare for possible conflict situations in the future. It's just that 7 Warlords of the Sea has one more vacancy, so who is going to fill it? He thought that Will's threatening ability would bring him endless trouble, but he didn't expect that Moria would be his first prey. Fruit of the Door. Then Shadow Fruit. If these 2 first-class life-preserving abilities were really obtained by the other party, it will be even more difficult to keep him. Can they only rely on unexpected sneak attacks? Damn the world government. Sengoku hammered the table hard, and once again he experienced the powerlessness of being hamstrung by the world government. The Navy must go out independently. Get Garp to came to see me. This old bastard only has eyes for his precious grandson, and every time he's asked to do something, he puts up a lot of resistance, and always thinks of taking a leave of absence. And he can even read that old bastard's resignation letter on his desk every other day. Want to quit your job and retire home? In your dreams. Chapter 124 I Will Remember You. Flame Commandment. Fishman Karate Spear Wave. The huge fireball and the super powerful spear made of water collide violently. The mere spillover of the power ripples made waves on the surface of the sea. Okay, you two are trying to dismantle my ship. The white-bearded man, who was drinking heavily while receiving N4, threw down his bowl and stood up, punching the air in front of him. The invisible air was smashed like a mirror by this punch, and then the crowd, who was watching the battle with great enthusiasm, realized that the blow that both Ace and Jinbai couldn't stop was completely shattered by the old man's punch through the air. Fire or water, it's all gone. This is the power of Edward Newgate aka Whitebeard, known as the world's strongest man and the fruit of the earthquake, known as the strongest Paramsha devil fruit, has created a reputation that can destroy the entire world in its hands. Old man is awesome. Gorrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr deck. They hadn't seen the old man do it himself for a long time. The last time that guy Ace wanted to challenge the old man to a life and death. But he couldn't even pass the level of Jinbai. After that, the hundreds of assassinations that followed were like a mess, and without even using his devil fruit, Ace was completely convinced. That shocking blow just now reminded them of their old man in his prime, and it was truly a power that could destroy the world. But at 71 years old, Whitebeard is really old. Cough. After just a little activity, Whitebeard started coughing violently and sat back in his chair. What awaited him was the helpless dissuasion of the team leader Marco, who is a part-time doctor, and a few nurses. But obviously, this is not the first time for the Whitebeard who likes to fool around. After coughing, he picked up the huge drinking bowl and burgled the remaining alcohol on it. Gorrrrrrrr, there is only one Whitebeard who doesn't drink. That's the dead Whitebeard. Let's welcome our friend together, Jinbai. To Boss Jinbai. All of them raise their glasses to welcome their friends from afar, and this is not the first time Jinbai has come. Similarly, smilingly, he picked up a large barrel of wine and poured it into his mouth. On the other hand, Ace, who was somewhat upset by the interruption, was immediately lost in the joyous atmosphere, drinking and dancing with Marco and the others. The heroic spirit of Whitebeard seems to be innate in his body, and even the entire Whitebeard group have been influenced by him to live a righteous life. Instead of calling them pirates, think of them as heroes of the sea. I wonder how many people have been blessed by Whitebeard, and how many have been able to live in peace and tranquility under the protection of that banner. Although Whitebeard was a pirate, he did no less well than the Navy when it came to protecting civilians. From this point of view, there may be a reason why Jinbai, who is known as a Knight of the Sea, has such a deep relationship with the Whitebeard pirates, not only because Whitebeard protected the Fishman's Island. Jinbai wiped the corners of his mouth and looked at his father, who was still drinking happily despite the doctor's advice. Just tell me what's wrong, Jinbai. It's really infuriating to see you so thoughtful. Jinbai put a smile on his face and said seriously, Pops, I came over this time to ask you to pay attention to someone. Gorrrrrrr, what interesting little guy has appeared on the sea again that actually made you make this trip? Hearing the old man and Jinbai talking about business, the others lowered their voices and raised their ears in curiosity. It's not that he was leaning on the old man, but with Whitebeard's identity and age, apart from those few old people from his era like Sengoku and Garp, even Akainu was just a bunch of little guys in his eyes. Pops still remembers the incident of Crocodile being killed in Alabasta, right? Hearing the name, the smile on Whitebeard's face quickly faded. It's that faceless pirate group, isn't it? Yes, it's that pirate group that has only recently emerged. I received the news that the captain of the Faceless Pirates, Will, left with Gecko Moria after he was assigned as a 7 Warlords of the Sea, and just a few days ago, Moira's death was confirmed. He died in his lair, the Florian Triangle Sea, and his body was buried under the sand. Another death of a 7 Warlords of the Sea? Marco and others all put down the wine barrels. A 7 Warlords of the Sea is also one of the 3 powers. Even the weakest one is not a rookie that can be killed casually. Let's not talk about the relationship Whitebeard has with Crocodile, even Gecko Moria, which should not be underestimated. As he was able to face off against Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and finally escaped alive. Even if this strength lies in his devil fruit, his ability is definitely not that weak. But even so, it's not worth coming all the way out here to remind Pops, is it? The crowd was puzzled, and Whitebeard was even less concerned. Even the unkillable madman Kaido never had any luck with him, but even he, who claimed to have the power to destroy the world, could only defeat Kaido, but not kill him. So a newly emerged supernova wasn't even on his list of opponents, and if it weren't for the death of Crocodile at his hands, it would have been impossible for him to remember the names of a newbie pirate group and their captain name. But it was obvious that Jinbai had his reasons for being so cautious. Although I didn't go to the previous meeting of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, some special information still came out. Everyone's eyes widened as Jinbai narrated what he knows. He can use a variety of devil fruit abilities without fear of seawater or sea prism stone, And he can also steal devil fruit abilities from others with unknown limits. This is not a fucking human being. In contrast to the disbelief on the faces of the crowd, Blackbeard Teach, who had been quietly drinking by himself in the corner, was gloomy. These features are so much like the devil's fruit he's been dreaming of. Could it be? Has someone else already gotten it? It's just that it all sounds inconsistent with the ability of the devil fruit he recognizes. At least it is impossible not to be afraid of seawater and sea prism stones. The Faceless Pirates. I will remember you. Chapter 125 The Wrongdoer. This information seems to have been deliberately disseminated from within the Navy. But if that's true, then he could be targeting anyone in the world with devil fruit abilities. If there's a chance, he won't give up Pop's devil fruit. This man is very dangerous. Oyaji needs to be more careful. He came here as soon as he heard the news, not because he thought that Will might defeat Whitebeard and steal the Quake fruit, but because he wanted to warn Whitebeard not to be tricked, because no one knows how that person could steal other people's abilities and use them for himself. The only question is, does the world's strongest man really care? Gorrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Pops is right, if I meet him in the future, I'll be the first one to go. Stay away, you're not even a competent person, you will just lose miserably. Then I'll do it. There's no need for Pops to do it himself. As it turns out. Not to mention Whitebeard, there's not a single person in the entire Whitebeard group who is afraid. If Will wants to get his hands on Whitebeard devil fruits, he'll have to get past them first. Jinbai sighed in his heart, even though he knew this would be the result long before he came, but that's the spirit of the Whitebeard pirate. Not afraid of anyone's challenge, except that the person who comes to challenge them is not enough, but not strong enough. Looks like I've come all this way for nothing. Since you're here, let's get drunk. Sons and daughters, it's time for a party. Ooh. Line up in a line to salute to Boss Jinbai. Bring the wine. Oi Aji, you can't drink anymore, you've already overdosed today. Don't be a killjoy, I know my own body. Jinbai looked at the wine and food piled up in front of him, as he smiled bitterly, and then looked away. He has already told them what he wants to announce. If the situation really develops in the future, then the worst result will not happen. And this is enough. But to his surprise, Teach, who had always had a low sense of existence, came over with a bottle of wine and asked him some information about Will, and he asked very carefully. Jinbai didn't think too much about it and told Teach almost all the information he knew. After Teach left, Jinbai felt more relieved that at least someone had listened carefully to the information he had brought. The party lasted for 3 days, and only then did Jinbai leave on a small boat. At the same time, special information about Will has gradually spread. Many forces have the latest information in their hands, some began to cautiously verify it, some scoffed at the information as they have directly thrown it into the trash, while others secretly launched operations for the sake of this secret. In a bar in the town of Mock Town, an extremely special gambling game caused a lot of people to watch. Ha ha ha. I still won. Bellamy laughed out loud after he flipped a dice that had a number 1 on it to the side as it changed to 6 as if nothing had happened. There are those around them who frown, those who disdain, those who shout, but all of them have one thing in common, and that is that they ignore Bellamy's awful behavior. What makes this game so special is that Bellamy is playing against a blind man who can't see. Bullying a blind man, that's just as easy as winning. Bellamy, who was already a terrible gambler, lost a few times in a row and then decided to do it. The 55 million belly bounty on his head and the Doflamingo pirate flag on his banner tell everyone. Here, it's his territory. Hey, old blind man. Are we still playing? The captain handed over this old man's pocket money before the strip. It's a pity, it seems we can't go on. The blind swordsman across the room who couldn't see shook his head and prepared to get up and leave, but Bellamy called out to him. How can he let such a stupid, fat sheep off so easily? No money, huh? Then have your captain send it over. Even a blind can go out to sea these days, what a laugh, ha ha ha. The blind swordsman was not annoyed at being shouted and being laughed at the same time, he just smiled and responded, having lost all my money, this old man does not have the face to ask my captain to personally come over to relieve me, if we must gamble again, this old man does have other chips. Ha. If you have anything else of value, take it out. The life of this old man isn't worth much, but I think it's enough as a wager, do you dare to bet? Bellamy's face changed color all of a sudden, and then laughed with even more bravado and arrogance. Ha ha ha. You want to be killed? Yes. I'm with you. With a long tongue licking his lips, Bellamy showed a bloodthirsty smile. No matter what the bet was, he would win anyway. Later he was going to break this old blind man's limbs and hang them on the flagpole. Then called the old man captain and asked for money to redeem him. How do we bet? Then let's bet again with size. Bellamy scoffed, no more suspense. As the sound of the dice shaking dissipated, the blind swordsman slowly uncovered the dice cup and there it was. 5 sixes. This means that the old man is the winner. But Bellamy didn't have any worries at all, and he was particularly carefree as he uncovered his color cup, and saw a mess number that didn't even have a 6 on it, but his face was full of smiles. Hey, you're losing again. I have 5 sixes. The boss is awesome. Ha ha ha, an old blind man still learning how to gamble from others, what a laugh. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay for your life. Faced with this unfavorable situation, the blind swordsman did not move at all. Instead, he sighed, I thought it was this old man who blinded these eyes, but I didn't expect so many people here were also blinded. Reversing the right and wrong to black and white. What the captain said before he left was true. Since the bet is over, it is up to the old man to collect the bets from all of you. This old blind man is scared crazy, right? He's starting to talk nonsense, haha. Break the old blind man's limbs and hang him on the flagpole, and let the outsiders see whose territory this is. The crowd scattered in a flash, leaving Bellamy and his men laughing as they walked toward the blind man. Chapter 126 The Unlucky Hyena Boom. The entire tavern collapsed in a matter of seconds into complete ruin, as if it had been run over by a steamroller. And Bellamy, who was all high and mighty just now, is now like a dead dog lying on the ground in an extremely embarrassed manner, let alone an attack. Under the violent and invisible gravity, him opening his mouth to say a complete sentence is a luxury. Looking at his subordinates, they had their eyes rolled as they passed out completely. From this point of view, Bellamy's physical fitness is still good, at least better than ordinary people. Yo, so you're Bellamy? Why is your face so red? Just as Uchiha was hesitating whether to clean up these scourges completely, a familiar voice came from outside the frightened crowd. Since the captain is here, your fate is not for this old man to decide. Uchiha scattered the gravity field and sheathed his sword, turning his head to look at Will's group. Didn't Uncle Uchiha say he was going to gamble for a couple of games? Why are you fighting them? Will scat and looked at the building that had become a waste and Bellamy who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, breathing heavily. This is also a coincidence. After arriving here, Will was ready to go with Nami and Robin to find out more about the location of the rising sea current because he didn't know where it was, and Snow and the others were also ready to go around to buy some fresh ingredients. He also told them that this was Doflamingo territory, and although Bellamy was not worth their time, if there were other cadres present, or even Doflamingo himself, then, of course, Uchiha should be prepared. In order to avoid Uchiha being too benevolent, Will naturally gave a brief recount of Doflamingo's evil deeds. In short, the plan should be, if Uchiha really encounters Dofi, then beat him to death. So there was the previous scene. Even Will didn't expect the luck of Uchiha to be so good. He could meet Bellamy when he came out to gamble, and it saved him the effort to find him in person. These people deceive this old man because he can't see things, and the money given to this old man by Captain before was also cheated by this scourge, so I plan to teach them a lesson, but since I couldn't control my power when I make a move, I need to apologize to the store people for a while. Uchiha with a serious look is really a bit. The contrast is so cute. Will had to endure a lot to not really laugh, and he could only nod his head, indicating that he would pay for the damage later. Spring Snipe. While Will and Uchiha were chatting, the yellow-haired Bellamy, who had been ignored by them, finally overcame his shame and indignation, and after storing up as much power as possible, he directly transformed into a springman and rushed in the direction of the two of them. Die, all of you. However, Will's look remained unchanged, and he was not even willing to give him a proper look and had no desire to strike at all. In the next moment, when Bellamy, who was flying this way at high speed, was close to a meter in front of the two men, he only felt as if his body was crushed by a big mountain, and his whole body plunged into the ground with a bang like a javelin headfirst and fainted. Nami and Robin looked at each other, very dumbfounded. It's a good thing Bellamy didn't get his head bashed in. Will pulled Bellamy's leg out in disgust and seeing his appearance, it was a disaster. His whole face is broken, his teeth are almost knocked out, and his head is full of blood. Will was thinking, why can't this guy turn his head into a spring too? Hey! Do you have any idea who owns the place? Will pointed at the pile of rubble and asked. Some of the onlookers on the sidelines were shaking their heads wildly. Until finally someone had the audacity to say, that's Doflamingo's property. Oh, I see. Then I'll give it to Doflamingo myself next time I see him. Come on, our business is done, let's go back first. As soon as he heard that this is Doflamingo's property, Will was happy, they are old friends, he killed his two cadres in the early chapters so why bother about such a shabby bar? Gone. Uchiha no longer insisted on the name after hearing it. In his eyes, Someone as evil as Doflamingo should be stripped of his title as a 7 warlords of the sea and sent to the deep sea prison impelled down. Even if Will didn't say so, he wasn't unfamiliar with the name of the underground Emperor Joker. The unlucky Bellamy was dragged away by Will, and it wasn't until their figures disappeared from everyone's view that someone woke up from their stupor as he exclaimed, "I remember now, that's Captain Will of the Faceless Pirates. The new 7 warlords of the sea who killed Crocodile. Holy shit. That's true." There was a bounty hunter who took out a huge bounty list from his pocket, flipped through it a few times and took out the 350 million belly wanted poster. It's the same guy, isn't it? Yeah, right. No wonder that the blind swordsman was so strong that he defeated Bellamy, who has 55 million bellies bounty in one move. Bellamy is under the Doflamingo banner, and they don't even give a face to the same 7 warlords of the sea? Is this the true meaning of the Faceless Pirates? They won't give a face to anyone? This is going to be a good one. Will Joker put up with this? If Joker really comes, we'll all be buried with him. Right. Get the hell out of here. On the other side, on the way back, Will suddenly said, "I want to deal with this trouble first, and I'll meet you on the ship later." Although Nami and Robin are women, they also understand that the world is the law of the jungle, fighting is too common, and this pirate is not a good person, so they didn't say anything. On the contrary, Isho, who was walking silently, asked after hesitation, "What is the captain going to do with him? Give him to the Navy?" Will sighed in his heart. At this stage, Isho was still too benevolent, always thinking of putting criminals in prison. If this were a peaceful world with laws, Will might be persuaded by him, but this was a lawless man-eat-man world, and Will would not choose to give pirates to the Navy, either in terms of concept or practical benefits. A dog who helps the Navy catch pirates? A few minutes later, Will returned to the ship, and Bellamy disappeared. Nami and Robin tacitly didn't ask questions, and Isho also seemed to be influenced by Will's concept, no longer wondering whether he will send the bad guy to prison to repent or just kill them once and for all. The reason is that these two outcomes are not in conflict with the justice he is seeking. Isho is definitely not a pedantic and extreme person like Zephyr, who chose who should be killed, arrested and released. Chapter 127 Amazon. According to the legends and some wild history, Nami and I have roughly identified the sea where the Sky Island is located. For the next few days, we'll wait there for a huge current, known as the dangerous route of life or death, to send us to the Sky Island. After returning to the ship, Will called everyone over for a small meeting. After all, even with the guarantee of the avant-garde Avengers, Will wasn't sure if there wouldn't be any problems in the process of reaching the Sky Island, so he always had to be prepared. And when he had the chance later, he wanted to visit a few other Sky Islands, such as the one Kaido used to commit suicide. This time, he has to accumulate experience in advance. After Will finished his speech, everyone seemed more or less excited and eager, soon to go to the legendary Sky Island, since they heard from their captain that the moon natives living in the Sky Island all have a pair of wings. Nami, gold I'm coming. Robin, I can't wait to see that piece of history. Snow, what do lunar people eat? It's time to update my recipe again. Kirin, Abian, are the moon natives gay or not? Perona, that bastard said he's going to test me when we arrive at Sky Island, so do I have to sacrifice my body to survive? Kobe, finally, I don't have to practice by myself anymore. Uncle Isho is such a nice guy. Isho, it's time to spread the name of the god of gamblers to the moon. The Sky Island exists above the White Sea, 7,000 meters above, and it is impossible to get up there by ordinary means, but only by using that huge current that juts up. This was the key point of the exam that Will had written down. But he apparently went into the inertia of thought, forgetting that he and Isho didn't need to go to such trouble at all. So when he came to his senses, he smiled and let the whole ship fly into the sky in a weightless state. In order to prevent everyone from falling to death due to a lack of physical strength in the middle of their journey, Will decisively awaken the fruit of gravity. With the tacit cooperation of the two, everyone finally came to the legendary Sky Island without any risk. I guess the next time he wants to use a similar effect, he won't have to go through as much trouble to awaken the fruit. Is this a Sky Island? Looking out at the endless sea of clouds outside the ship, everyone was shocked speechless. Are we above the clouds now? Why won't it fall? I wouldn't know that even if you asked me. Will resolutely chose to pose and pretend not to hear. But there's no island here, either? Not even a single person can be seen. This should be in the middle of cumulus cloud. How to get to Sky Island? Ask our omniscient Captain. Robin showed off her knowledge reserve and immediately kicked the ball to Will. As everyone looked at him at the same time, Will had to clear his throat and explained, this is a sky sea, if we want to get to the Sky Island, we have to continue to go up. As soon as he finished speaking, the white clouds began to roll violently, and a few strange-looking giant creatures revealed themselves from the sky sea. These are the creatures in the sky sea, and that is the legendary sky fish. At this point, who wants to listen to your explanation? The frightened Kobe, Nami and others couldn't help but curse in their hearts. It's fine, it's just a little too big, we can let Little Snow make a dish later to taste it. Will, who had recovered some of his physical energy, easily took care of the big ones as it approached their ship, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At everyone's unanimous request, Snow selected some of them and started cooking them. He doesn't know if the sky fish itself was delicious enough or if Snow's skills have improved, but the meal was very satisfying, and Snow, who was done cooking, was happy to smoke 2 more cigarettes. What's next? After eating and drinking, Nami looked at Will, who had recovered a lot of his physical strength, and Isho also turned his head to look over, which probably meant to ask if he needed to continue to rise. Will, who had his own plan, shook his head. They might be attacked by Enel if they continued to ascend at any time. And since he remembered that there was an entrance when one wanted to go to the Sky Island, it's better to use that entrance. So Kiran started to drive the Avengers around the White Sea. Before long, everyone saw an entrance with the words Gate of Heaven written on it, and this should be the way to the Sky Island. And just after everyone excitedly passed by, an old woman with a pair of small wings on her wrinkled back stepped out. Is this the Sky Resident? They really have wings. Everyone looked at this little old lady with novelty except for Isho. I am the Amazon, the gatekeeper of the gates of heaven. Are you here for sightseeing or for war? Everyone looked confused except for Will, who already knew the current situation of the Sky Island. So he smiled and said, let's have it all. This answer surprised the others. Either way, it doesn't matter. If you want to go to the top, please pay the fee to enter the kingdom of heaven first, 1 billion XTOLs per person. For this matter, Will was very quick to give 2 words, no money. You can go in without money or not, because I'm neither a doorman nor a soldier, I'm just asking. The old woman's answer was even stranger and more confusing. Only Will laughed, then let us in, all of us. All of you? Got it. 2 large pincers suddenly reached out from under the ship and clamped tightly on the sides of the ship's flank, and just as Isho and the others were about to do it, Will stopped them. It was the White Sea's famous express shrimp, and in the next second the whole ship was racing away at great speed. Ooh! With a strange cry, Will and his group followed the curving upward cloud road up to the higher White Sea, where the Sky Island really is. And as they galloped away, the Amazon, the gatekeeper of the Gate of Heaven, also informed the Almighty God and the priests of Will and his group as intruders. Then, naturally, there will be heavenly punishment upon them. This is what happens when you don't pay the entry fee. Does Will not know about it? How is that possible? 1 billion XTOLs is only 100,000 belly, so how can't he afford to pay this amount? Only his goal in coming to Sky Island this time was for Enel Devil Fruit, the Lightning Devil Fruit. Instead of taking his time to find him, he just needs to wait for Enel to deliver it himself. Chapter 128 Illegal Intruders on the Island of God's Upper Yard. Enel, who claimed to be a god, was sitting on his throne and using his heart net to monitor the entire Sky Island boardly. It wasn't until the Amazon informed him of the intruder's presence that Enel showed an expression that allowed him to have some fun. The consequences of not telling these Blue Sea dwellers about the non-payment of the entry fee were just out of his boredom and bad taste, so that he could justifiably start a little hunting game. Inform them that another intruder has appeared. Yes. The priests who controlled the trial immediately took their orders to retreat, for they are an important NPC in the game of the gods. Hopefully the intruders will have some backbone this time. Is 10 times the punishment too easy? There really is an island. Is this the legendary Sky Island? It's beautiful. It was like a dream. With a quaver, as the ship came to a smooth stop, the crowd was astonished by the sight before them. It was dreamy and misty, unlike the Blue Sea. The kingdom of gods, the fairyland on earth. If they didn't know anything about it, they might really think so. After disembarking from the ship, Will and his group stepped on top of the soft clouds and headed toward the Sky Island, their eyes full of novelty. Isho, this old man only sees darkness with his eyes. After walking through the forest and walking into the town, everyone is more like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. No matter what they are very interested in it, and they couldn't get enough of it for a while. The winged islanders. All kinds of strange shells. Unknown aromatic foods. And the astonished looks they got from the islanders. Although it is not the first time that people from Blue Sea have come to Sky Island, on average over a few hundred years, the probability of people from Blue Sea appearing here is precious. A few of us shouldn't be the first time entering Sky Island, right? Nami mumbled as she stopped at a vendor selling various shellfish, and the same winged vendor smiled kindly and spoke up. Oh. A Blue Sea dweller, welcome. Blue Sea dweller? We have the White Sea here, and the layer below uniformly called the Blue Sea, so naturally you are Blue Sea natives by the way you look and dress. Have many Blue Sea Dweller people came to Sky Island? Nami asked curiously. It's not a lot, but every few years there are still Blue Sea people who come here in various ways, and those lucky people are our only channel of communication with the outside world. The vendor owner was very chatty and enthusiastically told them a lot of things to look out for, perhaps because he was a little excited to see the new faces of the Blue Sea people again. That's right. Thank you for telling us so much. Let's buy some shells. They look beautiful. The vendor laughed instead. These are not ordinary shells, but the speciality of our island called dials. Sound dial, light dial, image dial, taste dial. The variety of exotic dials that Nami and others saw was amazing. It's hard to imagine that a small seashell could store sound images or even smells. According to the owner, some dials can be used for attacking, but it is forbidden to sell them here, and only some of them can be sold for daily use. Of course, they couldn't miss such a practical and innovative item, but when it came to paying for it, they were all unfamiliar with the X-tolls that the owner talked about. Can't we use Bliss? Nami was somewhat unconvinced. X-tolls is the currency of the Sky Islanders, and the ratio to belly is about 1 belly to 10,000 X-tolls. Will stood beside her and explained. Nami was stunned. And the vendor owner looked at Will unexpectedly. This little brother is right, it's just that the circulation of belly here is too low. I'm just a small business, so. Will also stop talking nonsense as had asked, it's okay to pay in gold, right? The owner nodded his head in surprise. Gold is a hard currency everywhere, especially on the Sky Island, knowing that Enel had almost emptied the entire island of gold by building the Ark Maxim. After paying a small or not so small piece of gold, Nami succeeded in packing away all the dials from the whole booth. Will on the other hand was hesitating whether to go to the history text first to fulfill Robin's wish or to the Gold Country and the Serpent Stomach to replenish their vault, but before they could walk away, a team of well-dressed sheriffs blocked them. There you are, illegal intruders. As soon as the word illegal intruders was uttered, the islanders who had been checking them out with curious eyes immediately scattered in fear, and even the very friendly vendor owner sat on his butt in shock. Illegal intruders. There is no room for argument. We have received a picture taken by the Amazon, the gatekeeper of Heaven's Gate, with an image dial. After seeing the stack of photos, it seemed that everyone understood something. It's about the 1 billion X-tolls per person for entry fee, pay or don't pay. So that's what happened. If they pay the entrance fee, they're in the country legally, but if they don't, they are an illegal intruder. Why didn't you say so much in the beginning about something so important? Nami can't help but start to complain. Only Uchiha with his eyes gaze at the smiling Will seems to have predicted something like this will happen. Under his special observation hockey, Will's behavior is really too abnormal, everything in front of him as if he had planned it. I am Captain McKinley of the White Berets, please don't try to resist or run away, it will only add to the guilt you carry. Illegal entry into the country is only a Class 11 offense under God's sanction. If you will pay 10 times the entry fee as punishment, you will immediately become a legal visitor. Before McKinley could finish his sentence, Will directly interrupted him. I think I made it clear when I entered the country that sightseeing is only incidental, and the war, as of now, has begun. If Enel is God, then I am God Killer. The existence of a God Slayer. How dare you blaspheme the majesty of God? White Berets, attack. If the omniscient God had heard these words, the terrifying divine punishment would have descended upon this place in a moment, and all the houses of the common people would have been destroyed by the divine punishment. Take us to Enel, the war that belongs to the gods is about to begin. Will just lifted his hands, and the yellow sand obscured everyone's vision. When the yellow sand dissipated, the White Berets, with the exception of Captain McKinley, all destroyed. Chapter 129 God's Sanction. God's War? McKinley fell to his knees gasping for air. Is there any other god in the world? If not, then how do you explain what just happened? An unprecedented attack, just a casual strike, the yellow sand that appeared out of nowhere crushed everyone, including him. It's a suffocating feeling that you can't even resist. Don't worry, they've only fainted for now. Take me to your god, or just show yourself. Enel. Boom. Lightning flash. Here it comes. As Will's words fell, the huge lightning pillar descended straight from the sky on Will's and his group's head with the intent of destruction. Damn. Am I going to die? McKinley thought as he recalled that no one had survived God's sanction in years. Yes. No one. But he was destined to be disappointed, as Will and others appeared unharmed in his field of vision, and there were many strange things on the ground. When the thick thunderbolt was guided into the ground by lightning rods fixed with sand, Will put away the shadow shields on everyone's heads but did not disperse the sand lighting needles that he created from sand with the same principle of Gar move, and looked up to the sky. If he didn't have a way to deal with the lightning, how could he be so rash as to anger Enel? To be honest, the speed of the lightning was unimaginable, and when the huge pillar of lightning came down, Only Will and Isho reacted at once. It was a good thing that Will had been on guard against Enel playing this kind of long-range guided strike, otherwise, the best thing he could do was to open a door under everyone's feet and hide in it. After all, no matter how powerful the attack was, it is useless if it couldn't hit them who were hiding in another space. Thunder in a clear sky? How could this be? It was so close, I almost got struck by lightning. What's this? A lightning rod made of sand? There can't really be a god, can there? Nami and the others were patting their chests in fear, as they remembered how terrifying the thunder earlier was. And Will, after making sure that Enel didn't continue to attack them, said loudly to the sky, "Stop playing this little trick and wait for me to come to you, or for you to come to me yourself." God Enel. No one answered, nor did a huge lightning pillar fall as they expected. Recognizing it, Will dispersed the sand needle and turned his head to look at McKinley, whose worldview was about to collapse. This was the first time he had ever seen someone who could stand unharmed under God's sanction and still stand well before him after openly provoking a god. Is he also a god? Come on, take us to the upper yard, don't make your gods wait impatiently. This time McKinley did not refuse, as he chose to lead the way in silence, just as the other side said, "This is a war that belongs to the gods, not a mortal like him can interfere." As for whether they would be punished by God for taking them to upper yard, he couldn't care less, because even without him, the other party would still be able to find it, and the location of the upper yard was no secret, so it was better for the war of God not to affect civilians. On the way, everyone was a bit silent, and only Nami, Robin and Kirby, who knew some of his secrets, guessed that the so-called god was probably a devil fruit user, and the ability should be related to lightning, so Will's purpose is self-evident. Robin hadn't forgotten her own shock when she saw how Will used crocodile sand devil fruit after defeating him. However, Isho and the others, who joined later, didn't understand Will's motive at all, and it seemed that their captain had planned to do it long before coming here. By the way, it seems that I haven't told you the story about this god on Sky Island. Will thought back to what he knew about the story of Enel and tried to tell it as briefly and concisely as possible. When Isho heard that the so-called god had destroyed his hometown with his own hands, defeated the god of the original Sky Island, forcibly occupied the Sky Island, and became the new god after that, his brow furrowed. A ruler with such a cruel character does not deserve his own justice. He never thought that Will would lie to himself, because a lie is a lie after all, and one day it will be dismantled, and he only needed to ask a few more people to find out the truth. What is the captain's purpose of coming to Sky Island? Is it to get rid of this cruel god and give the people here a happier and more peaceful life? Will steps halt, then says in a deep voice, "No, it's for profit." As much as he would like to do these things under the banner of justice, it's the profit that really drives him to do it. If Enel wasn't a devil fruit user, would he have come all the way here to liberate this Sky Island? After asking himself the question, Will's answer was, no. The world has too many people in dire straits waiting to be rescued by someone else, who is neither a savior nor a villain. He can give some help if it is in line with his own interests and strength. But if it's going to endanger his companions or his life, then no need to answer. Maybe everything will be improved after he has completely governed the world. Everyone was stunned by Will's straightforward answer, while Nami looked at his pretend not to care face and laughed lightly in relief. This was the case when he was in Kokoyashi village, and it was the same when he was in Alabasta, and now he is on Sky Island, it's still the same. Even though he said he did it for the sake of profit, he did save herself and the entire village of Kokoyashi and also helped Alabasta to solve the conspiracy of Crocodile, so that the people there could resume their normal life. And that's enough, no matter how kind people are, even they have their limits. The saying of the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, it's all shit. Can't you live the life you want because you have the ability to do so? You have to protect the world, save people, and fight for any stranger? It seems that sacrificing oneself for the sake of others is what those with power must experience in the eyes of others. A little selfishness on the part of the hero is met with condemnation, while the bad guy might just save a stranger on a whim one day and be applauded around the world. Is this fair? The path is chosen by oneself, not because someone told you to do it. The willingness to be a fearless hero deserves the admiration of others, and the unwillingness to do so should be understood rather than questioned and denigrated. So Will didn't want to be a bad guy, nor he wanted to become a hero that did things he didn't want to do. Isho seemed to understand what Will wanted to say, and at the same time, understood Will's inner thoughts better. His captain is really different. Chapter 130 God Enel. Under the leadership of McKinley, Will and his group arrived at the Island of the Gods, Upper Yard. As soon as they stepped onto the Upper Yard, the four priests under Enel waited there aggressively as if waiting for a long time. The full use of the mantra, observation haki, would allow them to find the enemy before anyone else, and these blasphemous sinners must be punished at the first opportunity with something worse than death. Enel sent you? If you don't want to die, just leave. I don't want to kill anyone. Will had never been a homicidal person, he would only kill targets that had to die. As for the others, it mostly depended on his mood. How dare you speak God's name with a straight face? This is the place where you blasphemers are buried. What's the point of talking to them? Just take care of them first and report back to God. Just as Will was about to strike, Isho suddenly drew the sword in his hand. These villains who kill for fun should be left to the old man to deal with. The god inside does indeed have the strength to call himself a god under Isho's special observation haki. He sees a bursting ball of electricity changing shape in the palace in front of him. Will nodded his head. He was relieved to have Isho to help him, so he looked up at the palace, directly opened a door in the air, and then his figure disappeared into the door without a trace. The captain has business to attend to, so this old man will be your opponent. Bastard! Where did that guy go? Let's kill them first and then search for that person. White Waddle Death Duel. Swamp Cloud Burger. Interesting move, said Isho, who was just smoothly standing, a sword in his hand in front of his chest, and with a slight move of his sword, the invisible gravity field quickly spread out. At this time, Enel, who was sitting on his throne and was using his mantra boardly watching the four priests fighting the invaders, suddenly raised an eyebrow. In the next second, right in the middle of the palace, a door suddenly appeared out of the air. Then Enel saw the blasphemer, who had been provoking his authority, push open the door and appear in front of him. What power is this? Are they also devil fruit users? Give your name, heresy. And this god will give you the sanction you deserve. Enel deserves to be in the late stage of Chunabiu disease, and he is deeply involved in role-playing and cannot extricate himself from it. Alright, put away your silly routine. If every devil fruit ability can be called a god, then the name god is too worthless. Will doesn't believe that in all these years, no one with devil fruit ability has ever come here. Even the currency ratio between Sky Island and Blue Sea is there. How can Enel not know the fact that he is a devil fruit user? It's just that he doesn't want to admit it, and likes to use the prestige of a god to frighten everyone. After being exposed to the fact that he is not a god, Enel's face suddenly became extremely ugly. After gaining power, he did not hesitate to choose to destroy his own fellow and slaughter the civilians. He has never been kind. Including the fact that he allowed the Blue Sea dwellers to become criminals and then killed them for fun and to make an example of them to the people of Sky Island. To be frank, the popularity of Enel on Earth is just because the Thunder Fruit is awesome and terrifying. Very well, you have succeeded in angering me, Sea Dweller. Prepare to feel the wrath of God. The proud and arrogant Enel never struck out at full force after receiving this power. Even though the divine sanction he had lowered earlier was counteracted by the other party in some unknown way, it was absolutely daydreaming to challenge him. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Enel raised his golden staff in his hand and struck the drum on his right shoulder, and then the lightning that he had created flew from the drum to the waiting Will, forming a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird at high speed. Will wanted to directly elementalize to evade the Thunderbird's pursuit, but after thinking about it, he wanted to experience what kind of effect Enel lightning attack could have on him, so he resolutely reached out his right hand and caught the Thunderbird's incessant phoenix chirping in Enel, retarded mocking eyes. The violent electric current was first greatly weakened by the Infinity Gauntlet, and then poured into Will's entire body through his right hand, and even his flesh, which had been strengthened with many devil fruits, felt numbness, burning, and slight pain in just a few moments. But to really say that the 30 million volts of electricity had caused any devastating blow to Will's body, it really hadn't. After testing these out, Will decided to cover his entire body with armament hockey. As it turned out, the resulting 30 million volts of electricity was like an itch to him at this point. Instead of Will being burned to a crisp as Enel had imagined, the 30 million volt Thunderbird was completely crushed by the other side with that golden gauntlet. How is this possible? Enel's big eyes were almost glazed over, and in disbelief, he quickly banged the drum on both shoulders and let loose a 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. I don't believe he dared to take it head on. Let's see if you can do it one more time. Really want to see it? Yes. Will's intuition told him that 60 million volts was not the limit he could withstand, so he first used his right hand against the open-mouthed Thunder Dragon jaws, but the current doubled the Thunder Dragon impact as well. Will, who was pushed by the Thunder Dragon to plow backwards, bulged his muscles and once again stretched out his left hand, which was wrapped in the black armament hockey, to frame the Thunder Dragon upper jaw, and then violently tore it off. Break for me. With a furious roar, Will actually tore the 60 million volt Thunder Dragon alive under the incredulous gaze of Enel. The Thunder Dragon, torn in half, emitted a dazzling bolt of electricity and a violent explosion that shook the palace to its very core. Enel finally put away the cockiness in his heart, since a powerful enemy like the man in front of him was not something he encountered in all his years of ruling Sky Island. As he watched the explosion in front of him, an ordinary door appeared behind him. Enel had a smirk on his lips, trying to sneak up on him. There is no movement that his mantra couldn't perceive. However, boom. The moment Will strikes with all his might, Enel also chooses to elementalization plus uses 100 million volts of the discharge as a counterattack. But what Enel didn't expect was that Will could actually hit him. He actually got a solid punch to his stomach. Chapter 131 The Power of God Duck. After Will's punch almost missed him, Enel fell to his knees and started to heave after shattering many walls. No way. How can a mortal touch God? The second stage of the second disease is not saved, let's destroy his humanity. Will estimated that none of the Blue Sea dwellers who came to the Sky Island could use armament hockey, plus the island doesn't have such a thing as a sea prism stone, that's why this idiot is not prepared at all. But in such an isolated and crude situation, he still managed to forcibly combine the power of the Thunder Fruit to develop a unique observation hockey he called mantra, and even taught the 4 priests under him. His talent is definitely not normal. But do you think elementalization makes you invincible? Are you kidding me? Will is ready to teach this Chunabiu boy a lesson. Shadow Warrior. As if in a flash, Will silently swapped places with the Shadow Warrior who had been hiding in Enel's shadow. It's just that the mantra is so buggy that even if Enel can't see Will, he can instantly capture Will's position and his thoughts at the time and feed them back to Enel. So before Will could do anything, Enel, who had become a frightened bird, directly turned into a thunder and flew out. I guess only Isho and Charlotte Kusagakure can observe Enel movement with their observation hockey. With his half-baked observation hockey, don't mention sensing Enel, he can't even sense him anymore. Will sighed a little, and then began taunting Enel. This god title of yours is not something you got because you win a running competition, right? Or should I call you God of Coward? Hearing it, Enel's eyes turned red. Heretics should die. Surrounded by layers of an electric current around him, Enel rushed back to where Will was waiting, and he really looked like the god of thunder had descended. But he didn't lose his cool, his mantra was still working continuously, and Will's every move seemed to be under his foreknowledge, which also made Will feel frustrated and depressed. Enel first sidestepped at Will's desert sword coming to him and then lowered his waist to avoid the penetrating shadow horn gun, not forgetting to slash Will's neck with his golden staff wrapped with lightning. The fact that his attack got dodged every time by Enel made Will's eyes shone ruthlessly, and when he saw the staff wrapped with lightning coming to him, Will's hands became black as he was prepared to grab Enel's hand while his other hand was going to block the golden staff. Using his golden staff to lock Enel was worth taking. But these thoughts of Will are still under the insight of Enel mantra, and Enel instantly drops the golden staff and then attacks Will's abdomen to pull away from each other. Then Enel wrapped the gold not far away with thunder and lightning, and the new golden staff was smelted in an instant. What a pain in the ass. Will touched his own abdominal muscles, thinking about how to kill Enel. Unlike the original, where Luffy defeats Enel by just blowing him, but if you think about it, it's clearly unrealistic. Even if a bird doesn't get hurt from thunder, what about heat? Enel can smelt gold with lightning at his fingertips, and without the protection of his power, he is exposed to billions of volts of electricity. Even rubber will melt from it, right? And the mantra is even more puzzling. Gods fucking empty your thoughts and rely on instinct to fight. Who will teach him how to do it? When he thinks about the fruits in his hands, none of them can deal with lightning, but his greatest strengths are his hockey and the Infinity Gauntlet with the effect of the Sea Prism Stone and his far superior body. Will was convinced that the winner would be himself if they continued to fight, but Enel was not stupid, he could escape at any time. So to take his Thunder Fruit, he has to be quick and decisive. And Will's trickiness also makes Enel very shocked. In the blink of an eye, they fought dozens of more rounds. The aftermath of their battle almost tore down the entire palace. Still won't give up? Then I'll show you the true power of a god. 200 million volts. Thunder God. The red-eyed Enel instantly released 200 million volts of lightning from his entire body, and then wrapped the lightning around himself, transforming himself into a gigantic thunder god. Die a painful death in repentance that angers God. 2 huge golden tridents were directly smelted out by Enel and then entwined it with 200 million volts of electricity and thrust into Will. This intensity is beyond the limits of what Will can withstand, and the heat energy generated by 200 million volts of current is tens of thousands of degrees. Even if his body has been fortified with the Devil's Fruit, it can never withstand that kind of attack. The encounter with Enel made Will realize that his own development of his own hockey was far from enough. Even with the Infinity Gauntlet, he had to make a change. The Shadow Warrior who didn't take any damage immediately exchanged positions with Will. The golden trident plunged the Shadow Warrior into the ground, and the violent electric current danced like a silver snake, making it impossible to open one's eyes. But Enel was even more angry because from the start of their fight until now, he found that no matter what powerful attacks he used, it didn't work on this ignorant-looking shadow entity. However, just as he was about to retrieve his golden trident, he unexpectedly discovered that Shadow Will was holding his weapon in a death grip. Taking advantage of this gap, Will, who used his high explosive power to come in front of Enel, punched him hard in the face, and even Enel, who had transformed into the form of Thunder God, was hit by the punch and spat blood from his eyes. The so-called Thunder God form is supposed to use the ability to recombine elements to reshape itself to its theoretical strongest form, but it also loses the ability to elementalize, because if Enel were to elementalize at this point, it would be like dismantling the Thunder God form, and his remaining physical strength would not be able to sustain him for a second time to use such a move. But is this really a weakness? Enel in the state of Thunder God had 200 million volts of electricity as a protection and means of attack. Ordinary people would probably be electrocuted to death after one touch. Will could only use the Infinity Gauntlet as a means of attack, but even so, after the punch, Will's right arm, which was protected by both the armament hockey and the Infinity Gauntlet, was also electrocuted and he almost lost his consciousness, and then Enel pulled out his golden trident and knocked Will away with it. Will, who stood up again, spat bloody spit on the ground, and his eyes stopped on a certain devil fruit on his right hand Infinity Gauntlet. Enel in the form of Thunder God plus Mantra was overpowered enough that the only devil fruit in his hands that seemed unaffected was the shadow fruit. Since ordinary methods don't work, let's go all out for a win or lose. Chapter 132 Shadow Devil Fruit Awakening. I hope I've made the right choice. Will raised his left hand and instantly wiped it on the shadow devil fruit of his right hand. Shadow fruits. Awakening. Feeling the awakening happening to his shadow devil fruit. Will now feel like a true shadow controller. Go to hell. Boom. After forcibly absorbing the shadows of the surrounding plants, trees, and buildings, the tiny shadow warrior instantly transformed into a much taller shadow giant, and then easily caught the attack of Enel, the god of thunder. Enel tried to pull out a golden trident as he had just done earlier, but was furious to find that the power of shadow that Will created, who had transformed into a giant, had more than doubled its strength. And unlike his previous ignorance and unconsciousness, Will simply gave the order to attack, and the shadow warrior giant started attacking Enel without any trouble at all. This brings another benefit, and that is Enel mantra. Doesn't work on his shadow. Bang. Enel smacked the shadow warrior giant in the face with a golden trident, but the other guy didn't give a shit. In turn, the shadow warrior giant punches Enel in the face, and it sends him sprawling backwards. What a sight. While watching the shadow warrior giant and Enel fighting back and forth, Will felt the power of the awakened shadow devil fruits. And his eyes couldn't help but shine in excitement from the information he received on his awakened shadow devil fruit. Taking advantage of Enel's annoyance and anger as he starts ravaging the shadow warrior giant and ignoring himself, Will uncovered Enel's shadow from the ground with an attitude of experimentation, and then kicked Enel's shadow with a heavy kick. Bang. The 200 million volts of lightning did not provide the slightest bit of protection. Enel's stomach immediately caved in and he started to spurt out a huge mouthful of blood. What the hell happened? Enel screamed in fear as he struck out with his full force to repel the shadow warrior giant. Will, on the other hand, was satisfied with the effect. Surely, attacking a shadow after awakening would also cause full damage to the shadow master, and it seemed to be more than that. Will ordered the silently shadow warrior giant to enter into Enel's shadow, then suddenly laughed and said, "Don't be so serious, how about a dance? It's a pity that there is no BGM for this scene." Will was admiring Enel, who was trying to jump up and down while shaking his head and thinking what happened just now. But before he could recover from the inexplicable injury, Enel was even more frightened to find his body was out of control. A dance? So that's what it means. What kind of magic is this? Since the shadow is connected to the entity, if the entity changes, the shadow will change as well. Conversely, if the shadow changes, the entity will theoretically change as well. Moria's shadow revolution was based on this theory, but it could not control dominant shadows, as it did not work on living things. However, after Will awakened the shadow fruits, this extremely ribald move was sublimated. The furious Enel suddenly used the largest electric discharge. A violent current of 200 million volts pierced the entire palace. Even Will had to evade it as he recalled the shadow warrior for defense. Boom. Bomb. Boom. After the discharge was completed, the crumbling palace finally could not withstand the double destruction of Will and Enel, and instantly collapsed into ruins. The dazzling lightning seemed to reach up into the sky to compete with the sun. Nami and the others who witnessed all this were somewhat worried. "Aren't you going over there to help, Uncle Isho? It's not like we don't really have the ability to defend ourselves at all, but with Sister Robin and Perona here, it's enough to deal with the average enemy." As she said this, she also subconsciously looked at the 4 priests who collapsed after just one blow from Isho. Whether they are dead or alive is unknown. If they were all enemies of this level, Nami suddenly had the additional illusion that she could deal with them too. Isho, who was sitting cross-legged, subconsciously stroked the scabbard placed on his knee, then shook his head. It's such a fair and impartial battle, please forgive this old man for not being able to take direct action. Also, you don't have to worry about Captain Will, although this thunder god is strong, he is not invincible. Just wait and see what happens. Yes, even if Will can't beat it, he can run, right? The crowd continued to look into the distance. After discharging 200 million volts, Enel also retreated from his thunder god form. Obviously, the excessive discharge had greatly consumed his physical strength, and the lightning that was usually stored in the drum behind him had almost been consumed, but the good news was that he had finally regained control of his body. For the first time since he had eaten the fruit of thunder, he was in such a state of disarray that he couldn't help but begin to doubt himself. Who the hell are you? How do you use so many devil fruit abilities? Will, who was protected by a huge shadow warrior, once again stepped out. It doesn't matter what I am or who I am, what matters is that if you have no more means, then I'll take your thunder devil fruit without any further ado. Ha 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 ha. You want my thunder ability? Come and get it. Even though he didn't know how his enemy was going to get his ability, Enel, who has not yet exhausted all his strength, naturally refuses to admit defeat. He was not afraid because he has the arc maxim that can be controlled using his ability. At this point, the hostility and ruthlessness in Enel's eyes flashed, and although he was far ahead of schedule of his plan and the arc maxim was not yet complete, he couldn't wait any longer. Destroy him with the whole island. Before Will could take any action after the laughter of Enel rushed into the arc maxim that was exposed after the palace collapsed in the form of lightning. The arc maxim, which is powered by the huge electrical energy of Enel Golden Staff, could even fly to the moon, amidst the sound of mechanical operation. It's finally activated. But Will, who was still silently calculating the remaining time of awakening, had a trace of sarcasm on his face. Although the arc maxim can create a wide range of thunderclouds to strengthen the attack methods of Enel and even be able to use a powerful attack that can destroy the entire island like advent of thunder. But that kind of arc maxim was like a piece of rubber to Will, that he could rub as much as he wanted, and I'm afraid that Enel would be completely disappointed if he used it as his last weapon. In the blink of an eye, the arc maxim flew into the sky, but its shadow had to fall to the ground. The shadow warrior, under Will's control, dived into the shadow of the arc maxim without a sound, and the next step was to flatten or squeeze it round. Yahahaha. Already beginning to manipulate the arc maxim to release the thunderclouds, Enel began to laugh wildly, and by this time, the game was up. He doesn't know why his enemy didn't stop him in the first place, but this insignificant little thing couldn't affect his surging mood at this point. Chapter 133 Shadow Prison. As the saying goes, kill if you want to kill. There is no more cruel punishment for an arrogant man than to have everything he stands for wiped out in an instant when he thinks he has everything under control. With a smile on his lips, Will manipulated the shadow of the arc maxim into an S shape for a moment and then into a B shape, having fun. In just a few moments, Enel, who was in the sky, felt the deep malice of the world towards him. His arc maxim, which was made entirely of gold, turned into an S shape and then a B shape as he stared blankly at it, and the power system of the ship was completely distorted and destroyed. And then, boom. It hit the ground hard. His years of hard work at this moment seemed like a joke that could not be laughed at. Enel, who was floating in the air like lightning, suddenly had bloodshot eyes. Damn you, Sea Dweller. I want you to die. Completely out of his mind, Enel aimed at Will's position and started bombing him with lightning wildly. Although he doesn't know how the arc maxim that he has worked so hard to make has such changes, even him using his toe to think, he knows that it must be the doing of these damn blue sea dwellers. Go to hell. Die. 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 Enel, who had been exhausted to the point where it was difficult for him to maintain his elementalization and floating in the air for a long time, finally fell down with violent thunder and lightning. He wanted to see if the bastard had been electrocuted himself to cinders or not, and he didn't believe that that damn shadow really wouldn't break. The next second, however, his vision was filled with endless darkness. This move is the Shadow Box Advanced Ability Shadow Prison. Will, who had already been ambushed below, launched a sneak attack before Enel had completely fallen to the ground. The scattered bats, which had become their own shadows, directly transformed into huge spherical shadows with a diameter of nearly 100 meters and wrapped Enel and Will inside. This was to prevent Enel from having a chance to escape. After all, there was nothing he could do if the person with the power of the Thunder Fruit was determined to escape. Wrapped in the shadow prison, Enel tentatively attacked the surrounding area, and then his face turned extremely ugly. The seemingly thin layer of the shadow wall was so tough that it didn't show any signs of being torn apart even though it was deformed by his attacks. And he doesn't know if it's an illusion, but Enel always felt that the space here was shrinking fast. There's no need to try anymore, You can't break the prison lock of the shadow prison in your current state, and the space here will shrink to its limit in 30 seconds. So don't run away, either live or die, let's have a real fight. Will grinned extremely bloodthirsty, he had very little time left for his awakening, it was do or die. Enel was furious, he never thought his fun would end up like this, but he had to fight to the death since it came to this. It was a good thing that the opponent's extremely tough shadow warrior was gone, or else he wouldn't have a chance to win this battle. Raising his hand to charge up a 10 million volt lightning ball, Will quickly arrived in front of Enel's body and began a melee attack. Compared to human martial arts, Will was more like a wounded beast, with the only attack after attack in his eyes. It's a hunting skill he developed from living on Vicious Beast Island for over a year. Although he was able to predict each of Will's attacks, the opponent's method of not dodging or avoiding them in exchange for injuries really made Enel suffer. Especially when the opponent's attack was so powerful that one wondered if he was an ancient beast in human skin. After another crooked head to avoid Will's right fist, the fierce wind of the fist still tore a wound in Enel's face, but at the same time, the black thunderball also blew Will away. Puffing, puffing. Wheezing. Did he die? Gasping for breath, Enel looked hopefully at Will, who was flying backwards, but to his despair, the other man was on his feet again. Although the chest was scorched black from the blast, it was apparently not seriously injured under the protection of the dark skin. At this time, the shadow prison had shrunk to a diameter of only 5 meters. With such a small space to move, even if his mantra were more powerful, it would be impossible for him to keep dodging. Will, who had rolled over, ignored the pain in his chest and rushed over again. Forced into a corner, Enel's eyes were filled with fierceness, and he too awakened his madness. In this case, let's see who will die first. Enel's body was once again lit up with a dazzling electric light, and he was draining his energy and even his own life force. Will endured the damage caused by the lightning and used a vicious combination of punches that caused Enel to vomit blood, and the sound of broken bones almost overlapped, which was very odious. Enel gritted his teeth and let out a roar. The unbearable pain was the last straw that broke his potential. The blood-red lightning was gradually gathering in shape. Will's brain was stinging like needles with a strong sense of crisis of life and death, and the hairs on his body almost stood on end. If he gets hit head-on with this move, he will die. Whether to disarm the shadow prison to save himself or... Almost instantly, Will made a madman's choice. He wanted to kill Enel first before his opponent could attack him with his red lightning. Otherwise, he would never have had a second chance to get his hands on the thunderbolt. Die. Will and Enel both shouted in their hearts. Click. Enel's incredulous expression was frozen on his face, his broken throat preventing him from making a single sound. Strength. Strength. The strength. The temperature. All were rapidly leaving him. Breaking through the layers of electricity and lightning, Will broke Enel's neck with a single punch before the blood-red lightning could take shape. The violent lightning directly dissipated most of it, becoming dimmer and dimmer, but in the next second the remaining lightning struck Will's body. That was the final counterattack of the still unconscious Enel. Before plunging into endless darkness, seeing his opponent lying dead or alive on the ground, Enel raised the corners of his mouth, and slowly closed his eyes. The god of Sky Island has fallen. Chapter 134 Lightning Devil Fruit Get. Cough. Will, who had almost actually died with Enel counterattack, lay on the ground coughing up blood. At this time, his whole body was extensively burned, and from time to time there were electric arcs flashing out from his body, and his whole body was paralyzed and unable to move, completely losing the ability to move. His right arm, which finally broke through the layers of blood-red lightning and hit directly at Enel's throat, was as black as charcoal and inanimate. Only after confirming that Enel had completely lost his life breath, did Will's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Although he did not naively think that Enel, who can be easily defeated by Luffy who didn't even know the second gear at that time, is really weak, he is somewhat preconceived and underestimated the power of the Fruit of the Thunder and his buggy mantra. It was only after the real encounter that Will realized how tricky and powerful Enel was. There are very few devil fruits that can work in his hands, and even if the shadow fruit is awakened, he can only use such tricks as the shadow prison to force Enel to confront him, or else there is nothing he can do if Enel is determined to run away. In order to keep the thunder fruit within reach from flying away, Will resolutely chose to fight to the death. Otherwise, he would wait until he was more confident to defeat Enel with his own ability, or he could even wait and follow Luffy and get it after Luffy defeated Enel, which is a bargain. So in the case of the opposing devil fruit, even the most powerful person will most likely have to kneel. Fortunately, Enel's final counterattack had dissipated most of its power, causing it to only seriously injure him instead of killing him. It's hard to imagine how much Enel would have grown up if he hadn't stayed on Sky Island as a native, working on his stupid plan, instead of honing his devil fruit with his talent. It's scary just thinking about it. But that's all in the past. Onal Devil Fruit is definitely one of the tops of the Devil's Fruit pyramid in terms of offensive power, and it will soon be reborn in his hands. Although his whole body was paralyzed by lightning and unable to move, Will, who had been knocked out of the sky, landed on the ground with his right hand right in front of Enel's corpse. After mentally communicating with the Infinity Gauntlet, that familiar suction force reappeared. A moment later, the illusory Devil Fruit energy finished transforming an ordinary fruit, and then a white, blue, and red Devil Fruit appeared in Will's hand, which was then retrieved into the inner space of the Infinity Gauntlet by a movement of his mind. Not long after he put away the Thunder Devil Fruit, footsteps gradually came from outside the ruins of the palace. I hope it was Uncle Isho and the others, otherwise, it would be another waste of the Devil Fruit. Just in case, Will once again communicated with the Infinity Gauntlet with his thoughts, and suddenly an ordinary animal Devil Fruit appeared in his right hand, which was his last resort. If the visitor was a soldier from the island, he would immediately absorb the Devil Fruit and use it to repair his injuries and restore his strength. He will not be ignorant of the fact that the only way to collect more Devil Fruit is to live. It was good that his fears did not become reality. After seeing the worried gazes of Nami and the others, Will put away the Devil Fruit with a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the battle to be so tragic, but it's this old man who was negligent. F times K, you don't have to say whether it was miserable or not. Even if you don't come to help, you don't have to say it to my face. Can't you see a dying man is lying here? While Will was cursing in his heart, Nami and the others finally saw Will lying motionless on the ground not far away. When they rushed over and saw the appalling injuries on Will's body, especially Nami, who is usually a bit rude and unreasonable, subconsciously covered her mouth after seeing Will, who was out of breath, and her tears couldn't help but whirl in her eyes. Teacher! Don't you dare die! Kobe rushed straight forward and hugged Will's body and began to cry loudly, which was so sad that it brought tears to their ears. Although very unhappy with Kobe's tears and snot rubbing on his body and very unused to a boy crying, but for the sake of his true feelings, Will still felt quite pleased. He did not accept this disciple in vain. Teacher, you can't die. The Devil Fruit you promised me hasn't been delivered yet. Will's forehead was immediately piled with black lines. I have never raised a disciple like you, so go to hell. Take your tears and snot and with you. And the crowd, who had been successfully led astray by Kobe, began to gather around Will and secretly wipe their tears. Damn. I am still alive, cough. By the way, who will help me drag this guy down and bury him? The residual arc has dissipated into the air, and although he still can't move, he's barely able to speak. Otherwise, he'd be afraid that Kobe, the renegade, would just dig a hole and bury himself so he could inherit his Infinity Gauntlet. After hearing Will's words, the sad crowd was first stunned, then immediately reacted. Captain, are you okay? Do I look like I'm okay? Will couldn't help but give Kiran, who asked a stupid question, a blank look. What to do? Carry the captain back first? It's better not to move him around after being so badly injured. You guys stay here while Snow and I go get the doctor. It really is Robin who is the most reliable at such times. The crowd nodded, and Nami, who heard Robin's warning, immediately grabbed Kobe's collar directly and threw him out with a swoosh. Didn't you hear Sister Robin say not to move the wounded? A grieving and confused Kobe climbed up just to see Nami's eyes full of murderous anger that immediately struck fear on him as he quickly volunteered to follow Robin and Snow to find a doctor. But Perona, who was dressed as a maid, asked Nami's permission and began to clean up the remains of Will. It was to clean the dirt and mud from his face. For the first time since she boarded the ship, Will gave her an appreciative look. Perona, however, didn't notice his eyes, but all she could think about was whether or not to take the opportunity to give him a. Don't get me wrong. It's time for a round of negative ghosts. Since he was so badly wounded, he must have been unable to resist. Can I finally escape this demon? Then an agitated Perona saw Isho clearing the ruins with his power. The ruins of the entire palace were floating in the sky. Such terrifying strength directly made Perona quietly swallow her saliva. Why is the vice captain also such a monster? Can I really get out of here? Perona, who was beginning to have serious self-doubts, finally came to terms with reality and took up a very promising job as a maid. Chapter 135 Healing. When the doctor that Robin kidnapped saw the body of their god, he went straight to his knees and wailed. Just when Will's group felt that this old man was really loyal to Enel, the old man suddenly looked agitated and shouted, "My boy! You saw it. This false god has finally gotten his retribution." It turns out that he had been a healer in the service of the last god, Ganfall, and his son was a knight under Ganfall, but after Ganfall was defeated by Enel, his son was also killed by Enel divine punishment with other knights. And then he was forced to become a subordinate of the new god. He kept his old life to see the day of the fall of the god with his own eyes. And the day has finally come. But Will was embarrassed to see an old man on his knees crying. I say. Can you treat me first and then you can cry for as long as you want and no one will care. Will is also helpless. As the electricity in his body subsides, the paralyzing feeling gradually disappears. His whole body is like his cerebral cortex to send pain signals. After being interrupted by him, the unreliable doctor finally remembered why he had been tied up. So he immediately made a promise. Don't worry, you are the hero who saved the whole island. Cough. Will you stop talking, Ga? Treat me fast because it hurts. In just a few moments, Will's head was covered with a fine sweat. Fortunately, that unreliable doctor finally started to diagnose and treat Will, and took out a green ointment from his medical kit and started to apply it on Will's body. After working for most of the day, at Will's insistence, the greenish grass ointment, which gave off a strange odor, was finally not applied on his beautiful face. Then Will, who was covered with bandages, listened to the old man with a serious face. Although the injuries in other places are not serious, it will take about 1 to 2 months to heal even after applying for the special medicine I especially developed. As for the internal injury, it needs to recover slowly. I will prescribe a few medicines and you should drink it on time every day. The problem now is that more than half of the cells in your right arm are completely necrotic, and there seems to be blood-red energy left in it that continues to destroy it. Even if I apply my ointment, it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It may need to be amputated. Amputate your big head, bastard. God knows what will happen to me without my right hand and the infinity gauntlet. Quackery really hurts people. After hearing the word amputation, not only did Will's face turn extremely ugly, but everyone else also fell silent. Will was helpless. It seems that a devil fruit really can't be saved. If even this can't be done, then he can only go to Dressrosa to get treatment from Princess Mancheri of the Tontata, Little People, Kingdom. Anyway, amputation is impossible in this lifetime. Is there no other way besides amputation? Nami asked urgently. The man's body is so strong that it's not like a human body at all. If an ordinary person had been attacked by such an attack, he would have been burned to a crisp long ago, but his injury is not as serious as you think. If you can you let me study Mr. Hero's body? Before he could finish, Will gave Robin a look, and then Robin used her ability to shut him up. Thank you for your efforts, but I won't bother you next. I have a way to heal myself. Having regained a little strength, Will stood up under the service of Perona. However, what was waiting for him was everyone's worried and disbelieving eyes. There was no way he could explain anything to them about something that hadn't really been tried. Let's go, let's find a place for me to rest first. At Will's insistence, the crowd returned to the town, but the Sky Islander was afraid of receiving divine punishment, so no one dared to come within 5 meters of them. It wasn't until the old healer, who had gone a little crazy, was frantically proclaiming the fall of God without being divinely punished that the Sky Islanders half-heartedly came over. This day became a grand festival for the people of Sky Island. The god who had suppressed the heads of all the Sky Islanders with terror was defeated by another god. They no longer had to worry about whether or not one of their words would be disrespectful to the gods, and thus they would be sent down divine punishment to be erased completely. Not did they have to worry about whether or not they would be chosen to participate in the horrific trial that would take lives. After receiving the news, Ganfall, who was transformed into a Sky Knight, first went to confirm the death of Enel, and then began to reintegrate the Sky Island. The man who started all this is staying in a room in agony. The zone devil fruit in his hand had completely disappeared, and the invisible energy was absorbed by the infinity gauntlet and transformed into the original and purest energy that could be absorbed by Will and enter his body. Unlike in the past when he used this pure energy to flush his flesh directly for strengthening purposes, this time Will consciously controlled the energy that poured into his right arm, which was sentenced to death. When the energy entered his right arm, the first thing to explode was the blood-red lightning that was entrenched in his right arm. The two energies seemed to use his right arm as a battlefield and began to fight over it, causing Will great pain. But the process of going from being lifeless of his right hand to feeling pain is proof enough that he didn't waste the devil's fruit. It really works. The tug of war lasted for nearly 5 minutes, and Will could feel that his right arm was in a cycle of repair, destruction, destruction, repair. However, the blood-red lightning energy was, in the end, limited and far less than the energy of a whole devil fruit that Will absorbed, and it had no consciousness, only the instinct to destroy, so after consuming some of the energy, Will still managed to wear it down. The next step was much easier, as the activated new cells replaced the necrotic cells bit by bit. Will finally felt the existence of his right arm again. He then used the remaining energy to carry out a wave of all-around repairs to his tattered body. Only when all the energy was completely consumed did Will finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now he didn't have to think about amputation. However, it seemed that he had to find a devil fruit with healing ability in the future, otherwise, he would have to recuperate for 10 days and half a month after being injured, or else he would have to rely on his extra devil fruit to repair his body, which greatly delayed his pace of becoming stronger. Not to mention that it was too wasteful. Chapter 136 Wasting a devil fruit without getting much bolstering himself made Will's mood not so wonderful. But if he thinks about it, exchanging an ordinary zone devil fruit for a Logia thunderfruit, the deal was a big gain. There was no rush to remove the straps and bandages on his body. Will moved his body and walked out of the room with extreme ease. What are you guys doing? All blocked here? Captain, your right hand. Don't listen to that old quack's nonsense, it was nothing, to begin with, look. Will said as he began to move his right arm dramatically, nimbly. That old man is really a quack? 3 seconds of silence for the patients on Sky Island. Although no one believed Will's bullshit, it obviously involved some of his secrets, so everyone pretended not to know and didn't pry into it. The poor old doctor was labeled a quack by everyone, and if he knew it, I don't know if he would have gone straight to reunite with his son in anger. Well, don't even bother guarding me, your captain. I'm not as fragile as you think I am. Cut. By the way, what's going on out there? It feels like a lot of fun. It seems like the original Sky Island god has returned, so of course they're celebrating. Nami trailed off. To be honest, they didn't have much affection for this old god who appeared out of nowhere. He didn't even dare to show his face when Enel was here, but he appeared as soon as Enel died. But with the terror of Enel, it's understandable that if he dares to show his face, he'll immediately be hit on the head with the sanction of God. But understanding is understanding, and in the face of the heroes who have saved the island, he should have come to the door to express their gratitude in person. May I ask, are you the hero who saved Sky Island? A white-bearded old man in knightly armor appeared in full view of the crowd. What a thought. Nami and Will looked at each other the same way and reached a tacit understanding within a thousandth of a second. Don't call me a hero, as I am not a hero. I wouldn't have dared to do anything if he hadn't provoked me. Will began to pretend. However, Ganfall, who knew what Enel was doing, was convinced of it. He already knew the ins and outs of the matter from the mouths of other witnesses. The reason why he didn't come over in the first place was because he was afraid that Will wanted to become the next god and continue to rule the island. Only by knowing himself and the enemy can he determine what the other party wants. So he could quickly send them away. God knows what would have happened if a Blue Sea Dweller had been allowed to rule Sky Island. The bigger problem was that this Blue Sea Dweller was stronger than the already unbeatable Enel. So Ganfall could only pray that they would not eye their little place. So he immediately looked at Will and the others with a look of admiration and continued, No, a few of you are the heroes of our Sky Island. The residents outside have prepared a sumptuous meal and drinks to entertain you all, hoping to show their friendship and gratitude. Will swept his eyes on his crews with an inquiring glance and found that many of them were eager to try it out. That's very kind of you. Ganfall felt that Will and the others should have accepted his kindness and were happy to lead the way, and the next thing to do was to completely show them the good and sincere side of the Sky Islanders. So along the way, they were greeted with a warm and sincere welcome from the people of the island. And after Ganfall's explanation, Will and the others also knew that this Hasso is the customary language of greeting for the people of ND. After arriving at the scene, he has to say that the women on the island are really the same as the image of the angels portrayed in mythology, beautiful, pure and generous, completely missing the previous timidity and fear. Will also curiously touched their wings, which resulted in them blushing as they immediately ran away. It turns out that for the people of the Sky Island woman, their wings are their most private parts, and even their family members won't touch them, except for their husbands when they are doing shameful things. After learning the news, Will directly drinks a large barrel of delicious Sky Island fruit wine in the teasing eyes of everyone. And what he was thinking was, oh, with their wings, I'd love to try it. Then he met Nami's smiling face and her hawk-like eyes. The next day, under the warm farewell of Ganfall and other residents of the island, Will and the others set foot on the land of the Island of God once again. After yesterday's welcome meeting, Ganfall had made sure that the other party would not stay here for a long time, so he generously gave them all kinds of special products of the island, including wine and skyfish. Naturally, there were also a variety of dials with unique functions. In addition, Will implicitly indicated that he wanted to explore the whereabouts of the Island of Gold, and Ganfall agreed without saying a word. He was already worried that the gifts he had prepared were too light, and since they wanted gold and were ready to find it themselves, there was no reason not to agree. Anyway, they don't value gold at all. If Enel's admonition to build an ark full of gold urged everyone to turn in their gold, it is estimated that none of them would use gold as one of the currency in circulation. Now that the benefactor has spoken, let them look for it. Even if they find it, how much gold they can't take away, don't forget that the ark's maxim made of gold is also there. They can't take all their gold, right? Right? For this reason, Ganfall also specifically told the story of Gaia Island and the Sandia people, and the 400-year war, and finally asked Will and his party to find the golden city of Shandora. And if they saw that huge golden bell, he hoped that they could ring it to end this long and endless battle. Will agreed to do the good deed to the end since he was a good person by the way. But before going to the golden bell and the history text, he was going to deal with the big snake first and take away the completely scrapped Arc Maxim which was all gold. In response, Nami opened her kaleidoscope full his eyes to give full affirmation. The giant python that lives on the island of the gods is known as Nola, the master of the sky, and the venom on its teeth can cause trees to shrivel up quickly, making it extremely difficult to deal with just by looking at it. But in the eyes of Will and Isho, it was just a larger pet snake, which was no difficulty at all to deal with. Will did not choose to kill it, but after it was thoroughly subdued, Will entered its abdomen and brought out all the gold it had swallowed over the years. Although there wasn't much, it was worth more than 300 million blas, so it wasn't a bad trip. Chapter 137 Ringing the Golden Bell. After letting go of the aggrieved serpent, Will led his crew to the place where the Arc Maxim had fallen. This is not scientific. So how did this V-shaped arc fly? So that god is just a short-circuited douchebag, huh? No wonder it fell straight down. Will, who was looking at the scenery, was very embarrassed hearing their comment. Poor Anil, he thought. How are you going to bring this big gold back? Do you need this old man to do it? No matter how heavy or big something is, it won't be much different from a feather in front of Isho gravity fruit, but Will has a better choice. No, Snow. I choose you. Lily Snow, who is swallowing food made of clouds, looks confused as she thought, who the hell do you choose? It seems to be something wrong. Use your ability to shrink it down so we can take it with us. Doesn't it take energy to maintain the effect of the ability? Snowball was upset but still took the initiative to step forward and put her small white hand on the outer wall of the Arc Maxim. Then a strange thing happened. The huge Arc Maxim made of gold quickly shrank and shrank again until it became palm-sized, and then Snowball picked it up and threw it to Will. After catching it, Will didn't go on to the next location, but asked one more question: how long can this form last? I will tell you before I can't hold it. Snow replied impatiently. As expected, the fake Lily is still a fake, she is not cute at all. However, Will became even more uneasy after hearing her say that and couldn't help but asked again, are you sure you will tell me in advance? You're not thinking of just crushing me with this thing later, are you? I'd love to cancel my ability to crush you right now. Lily Snow crushes a burning cigarette in a ball of anger. Will laughed loudly and led the way away, teasing this Lily who has a temper is really fun. It's not that he doesn't want to put the Arc Maxim directly into his Infinity Gauntlet, but the length of the Arc Maxim, which has become V-shaped, is more than 10 meters, and the internal space of the Infinity Gauntlet is a 10 into 10 into 10 square with 1000 cubic meters, unless he waits until the Shadow Devil fruit cools down and then he uses his awakening ability to reshape it or simply violently dismantles it to fit it in. And if he puts the palm-size Arm Maxim inside, the Devil Fruit ability that Snow exerts will be isolated when it enters the inner space of the Infinity Gauntlet and gets back to its original size, which results in pain in the ass. I'll have to cash it in as soon as we leave this place. It should be worth a lot of money. The historical text of the Sky Island is actually under the Golden Bell, and the specific location of the Golden Bell, Will only vaguely remembers that it is a very high place. Therefore, Will focused his search on the higher place, and this required the help of Isho. After 4 or 5 hours of concerted search, the huge and majestic Golden Bell was finally found on top of a broken island. While everyone was drawn to the ornate and heavy exterior of the Golden Bell, Robin's eyes were firmly fixed on the moss-covered body of history text. This piece of historical text is supposed to record the whereabouts of the ancient weapon-sea king. At some point, Will walked up to Robin, who was concentrating on the ancient texts recorded, as he mumbled. Hearing Will say this, although Robin was already not surprised, she couldn't help but have a look at him with a strange gaze. Was this man really uninterested in ancient weapons? Feel free to interpret it, and don't tell me the contents after reading it, the facts will prove everything. After saying this with a smile, Will lightly patted Robin's shoulder, then quickly rushed like a child towards the huge Golden Bell. All out of the way. Just hit it lightly. Don't break it. They all knew that he was going to ring the bell, which symbolizes peace for the people of the Sky Island, but they were afraid that he, the captain of the ship, would not be able to control his strength and break the bell, which would be interesting. Even Robin couldn't help but turn her head and laugh as if 100 flowers were in bloom. Along with Will's excited shriek, the punch hit the bullseye. The giant golden clock was hit 90 degrees horizontally and flew up, then fell heavily and rocked back and forth. Ding. 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 Boom. Shandor's golden bell is ringing once again. The Shandia people, who were still planning for war upon hearing of the fall of Enel, suddenly all froze, and then slowly reddened their eyes. This ring was Shandora's lamp was reignited? Exactly. It must be the golden bell being rung. It's a light of hope, a symbol of friendship. The war can be stopped. Numerous Shandia people followed the bell on their pilgrimage. As for the war? No more. The loud and clear ringing of the bell was heard throughout the island, and countless islanders left their homes to look in the direction of the bell, knowing what it meant. Ganfall called for his Mount Pierre, a sky island bird that had eaten a devil fruit, and flew into the sky. If Will had seen or remembered that the old man's mount had eaten a devil's fruit, they would have decided on what's dinner today. It's a pity that Will is not really a god. He can't remember all the details of the entire One Piece. On the other hand, after the ringing of the golden bell, the excitement of the crowd was also waning rapidly. He's not that desperate for Belly, and he's already gained a lot this time, so there's no need to scrape the golden bell to ruin his glorious image in the hearts of the people of the island. If he took the golden bell away, Shandia people would probably fight him, and the war would not stop. It wasn't worth it for a little gold, but of course, it would have been a different story if it had been the devil's fruit. After learning that Will was not going to move the golden bell, everyone had no opinion, even Nami was only slightly regretful, and then opened her kaleidoscope belly eyes to call on everyone to go treasure hunting. It is impossible that there is only this much gold in the City of Gold. As a spiritual symbol, the golden bell can't be taken, but it doesn't mean that some other leftovers can't be moved. Like that golden pillar. Chapter 138 Tarot Cards of Destiny. Uncle Isho, please raise the gravity to 20 times. Isho smiled a little at his words, and only after he was sure in his perception that 20 times gravity wouldn't put Will's life in danger, did he press his sword again. 20 times the gravity does not mean that it can withstand the power that can lift 20 of its own. But every cell in the body of the subject is bearing 20 times the gravity. Will nodded his head in satisfaction at the gravity that Isho had exerted on him and continued his training. At this time, a whole month had passed since they came down from the Sky Island, and with the half a month of rest and recuperation that everyone had spent on the island, they didn't realize that half of the year had passed in the blink of an eye. Because this trip to the Sky Island to challenge Geno was too dangerous, it also sounded an alarm for Will. He thought that with the Infinity Gauntlet, the progress of his strength would never be comparable to others, but he forgot one thing, that when he was nobody, there were already countless powerful people in this world. In order to be able to continue the challenge all the way, Will must start to demand strict requirements of himself. The shortcut of using the Infinity Gauntlet to strengthen himself is something he won't give up, but at the same time, he also chooses a two-pronged approach, relying on his own regular training to quickly strengthen his hockey power, so that he can undoubtedly use it faster progress to face those powerful enemies he is currently unable to deal with. The way to enhance his armament hockey, not to mention Will, even Isho is not even clear about it, but the training of this type of hockey is nothing more than strengthening the body to control every bit of power and then move them at will. When he 40s a few dozen devil fruits and then trains the armament hockey to the highest level, he'll probably be able to make many people despair just from his physical strength alone. And seeing his teacher's hard work, Kobe, who has always been serious and hardworking, also volunteered to join. However, due to their strength disparity, Isho only gave him twice the gravity and he could already not get up from the deck. But Kobe gritted his teeth and persevered, and today he is able to perfectly adapt to training under 3 times the gravity and has grown to almost 1.5 meters in height without realizing it, worthy of being a future admiral, and this potential can still be squeezed. The men spend every day in training, with the exception of the course of the two who only show their affection to each other. It's a good thing that Kirin and Abian only have eyes for each other, otherwise, Will would have contacted the human and demon forces to send them away. The rest of the women just lay around and sunbathed and talked about private things, except for the possibility of bad weather. Nami was the only one who felt that Will had changed since he could resist not asking her for a show after coming back from Sky Island. Sure enough, as soon as a man has money, he will be different. Humphrey. It's also worth mentioning that Perona, a halfway decent maid, has finally passed her internship and has become a member of the Faceless Pirate Group by prominent vote, with the same duties as a maid, of course, and as half a combatant when needed. Against those enemies who are unprepared or can't use hockey, Perona can destroy a pirate group by herself. Captain, there's a ship ahead. Look at the flag that's hanging. It looks like a picture of a man with a golden glove in his hand, whose face can't be seen. I remember now. That is the flag of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Faceless Will. The lookout's sudden shout startled everyone. Even in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, where strong men gather, the name of the 7 warlords of the sea has a certain deterrent effect, let alone in the first half of the Grand Line, where pirates who have bounties of over 100 million are considered strong. More importantly, he killed the sand crocodile that had the Logia devil fruit and was a former 7 warlords of the sea before he became a 7 warlords of the sea. Then he confronted Admiral Kizaru, who was leading nearly 10 warships and had a head-on fight, but it turned out to be a loss for both sides, and all the warships were sunk. Afterwards, the small island that sank as a battlefield also attracted countless pirates to go on a pilgrimage. Not long ago, the Navy headquarters announced the death of the former 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria, and that they were looking for a new 7 warlords of the sea candidate. And there was a rumor that it was the Faceless Will who had just become a 7 warlords of the sea who killed Moria at that time. And it is to steal the fruits of Moria, the Shadow Devil fruit. Under the deliberate guidance of the Navy, Will has been labeled a devil who specializes in killing and robbing the opponent's devil fruit ability. Of course some scoff at this. But there are also many people who are quite guarded, and regard Will as a snake, for fear that one day the other party will come to the door to kill them for thief devil fruit. The whole sea seems to be in turmoil because of this news. Some people are clamoring to kill Will, and the rumors are spreading. Some people with devil fruit abilities are always on edge and choose to roam around. A wave of the dark tide is gradually rising against Will. Remembering all the information about the faceless pirates, Basil Hawkins immediately began to perform divination. He had to determine his next choice based on the results of the divination, whether to make contact with the other party or to quickly flee before the other party could react. His face was instantly covered with fine sweat as he looked over the tarot card in front of him with a heavy expression, representing his next fate. Turn around. Turning course, horsepower to maximum. Be sure not to draw attention to yourself. The crew seldom saw such a panic expression on the face of their captain. What they are used to seeing is that no matter what kind of enemy or disaster they encounter, their captain can open his tarot card of destiny with a straight face and say with a smile, the probability of safety is 100%. This time, however, they really freaked out. Could the result of the divination that frightened the captain so much be death? Death. It was impossible for the other side not to notice him at this distance, but if they didn't catch up to them meant that the other party was not paying attention to them. This was the last information he got after his divination. But still, don't let your guard down. After a few more minutes, their ship finally managed to turn around and was heading full speed away from the enemy ship. When they finally lost sight of the enemy ship, they all sat on their asses. And finally, Hawkins calmly dropped the tarot card that represented the outcome of his fate if he didn't do anything to change it. 100% death. It was the first time he was so close to his death. Chapter 139, Training. Huh? Another ship appeared in front of us, and judging from the flag, it should be a pirate ship no doubt. Don't worry about him. Anyway, when they see the flag on our ship, they should run away without a trace. Let me know if they have any intention of fighting us. Will commented as he continued his phased adaptation training. He also wanted to see how many times of gravity his body, strengthened by more than a dozen devil fruits, could withstand, and this would take time. As for those small pirates who ran away madly at the sight of their flag, he naturally didn't need to pay attention to them, and the name of the 7 warlords of the sea in the first half of the Grand Line wasn't something anyone dared to provoke. For those who dare to provoke them are buried in this ocean, and an example of that was a certain great swordsman who carries a black blade around himself is particularly fond of doing so, and if he sees you, you're damned. So their voyage down from the Sky Island has been exceptionally smooth. Almost no unscrupulous small pirates rushed up to kill Will to make a name for themselves, and Will is also happy since he can continue his leisure. In the middle, they also passed by several islands. Finally, they were able to cash in the gold and jewelry they had saved, and the pure gold pillar alone was sold for 1 billion bliss. It could have been more if it was auctioned off, but Will didn't want to waste too much time on this kind of thing, so he gave it to the most famous chamber of commerce on that island at a low price. With his title of being a 7 warlords of the sea, those merchants didn't dare to make any small moves, but what the merchant feared was that Will would just kill them and leave with the money, so the value of 1 billion is not low. During the entire transaction, they were all trembling with fear and trepidation, but it was good that Will didn't think of doing that. Will is now considered to have small assets. Every day, 1 cup of pearl milk tea is poured into 1 cup, and it has to be a cup with only milk tea and a cup with only pearls. Money is so capricious. After a few more moments, Robin, who is on the lookout, spoke up again. The other guys must have spotted us. They turned around and ran away. Should we go after them? Nami, who was bored, asked. Before, she was so afraid of pirates, but now she has become a feared member. This kind of identity transformation is simply not too cool. And with the horsepower of their ship, if they want to catch up with the other ship it is not difficult. Will thought to himself, we'd better not chase after them, it's too much trouble. Nami, Kobe and others all had a little regret, and then listened to him continue to say, I have a better plan. Kobe, you go and lower our pirate flag, so when pirates see our ship with no flag, they will come to us. The corner of Will's mouth tugged up into a bad smile, As the saying goes, it's easier to become a bait than to fish. If someone who is not receptive enough treats them like a persimmon, then don't blame him for sending them to King Yama first. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they murmured, "The captain is really bad." They lowered the pirate flag quickly and put it away. Even Isho just shook his head with a helpless smile without any objection. Perhaps in his eyes, a pirate who takes the initiative to attack a merchant ship without any protection is not a good person. However, Will, who was thinking of a lot of bad things, apparently didn't know that he missed something crazy. The straw devil fruit, which in a sense could make him take at least 10 lethal injuries in a battle, slipped away. Gate plus transparent plus silent. The stacking effect of these 3 devil fruits is enough to create a top-notch master assassin. When Captain Tak of the Shadowless Sword with a bounty of 90 million was cut in half inexplicably, the pirates who were clamoring for rushing immediately fell into a weird silence. At this time, Will had already picked up his head and returned to his ship through the door devil fruit. The rest of these should be no threat to you, go ahead. Kobe and Nami looked at each other and took the initiative to attack these pirates who had lost their will to fight. Will and Isho stayed on the ship to keep them at bay, so there was nothing to fear. Apparently, this scene had already happened more than once. Ever since Will asked Kobe to lower their pirate flag, they had encountered 3 groups of pirates in 1 week who had treated them like fat sheep, showing how chaotic the Grand Line was, and this is still under the control of the Navy. If it were in the New World, either join one of the major top powerhouses or be eaten with their scraps of bone left. The Navy? If you call out to them, they will happily come to you. Watching Kobe, who was slowly beginning to overcome his fears, and Nami, who was using Sky Island technology combined with her devil fruit ability to create a new move, making a great impact on the group of vicious pirates, Will's mind wandered to nowhere for a while. Just like that, the battle was over. Naturally, it was not because Kobe and Nami finished those pirates, but because the 2 of them gradually fell into a difficult situation under the disadvantage of the number of pirates. The surrounding trash pirates, under the leadership of 2 cadres second only to their captain in terms of strength, are preparing to capture these 2 as their hostages. Yes, they are not trying to avenge their captain, but trying to run. They know the reason they are still alive is that the other party wanted to use them to train the woman and the kid with their life. Now it's clear that the captain of the other side ship is the one they can't afford to mess with, and rather than gamble their own lives on their opponent's feelings, they'd rather quietly take these 2 women and a kid down than to fight with their lives. And they were going to succeed soon. Although this child and this woman defeated many of their brothers, they have gradually eroded their victory by virtue due to their numerical superiority. But just as they were getting excited and ready to take Nami and Kobe down, an invisible weight pushed them all down to the deck with pinpoint precision and immobility. But Nami and Kobe, who were in the center of the siege, were not affected at all. And the only one who can do this is Isho, who has a great mastery of his devil fruit. The battle was over in an instant, and the momentum woke up Will, who was distracted. It's over? As soon as Will saw the group of pirates lying on the ground unable to get up, he immediately knew what had happened. Chapter 140 Appearance of the Dark Fruit. Nami rolled her eyes in the face of Will's mockery. Although she wanted to strengthen her attack methods, she was obviously still in the elementary stage of how to combine the bubble devil fruit's abilities with the various style from the Sky Island to create new moves. For example, the shock bubble developed with the aid of a shock dial that can knock an ordinary pirate more than 10 meters away. Another example is the Mirage developed in conjunction with the video dial, which is a bubble clone that can confuse the enemy. Another example is Nami is a genius, no doubt about that, but the stamina consumed by using devil fruit is the biggest weakness she had when she was in battle. Kobe is much better in this regard, but without the naval 6 styles as a means of attack, there is only so much strength that can be achieved with ordinary kicks and punches. In this regard, Will and Isho, who have a unique fighting style, can't help him much, and what they can emphasize every day is only the basics. Anyway, Kobe is still young, and it's also true that only with a solid foundation can he go far in the future. After Nami and Kobe returned, Will first let Isho throw every pirate into the sea, and then lifted his hand and destroyed the ship with a thunderbolt. Whether they could wait for rescue depends on their lives. As for the treasure on the ship, it was quietly taken away by Will a long time ago, and there was not much of it. Looking back overlooking their path, the precipitation in the first half of the Grand Line was here, it was time. Let's go. Our destination, the New World. Meanwhile, somewhere in the sea of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates had just finished a battle with a band of pirates who had came to challenge them, not knowing if they were dead or alive. Not everyone's name was Ace, and not everyone had inherited the will of D. So the band of pirates just quietly disappeared into the world without Whitebeard's help, with only the division commander and their men easily taking care of the challenger. Since the main attacker was the 4th Division, it was customary for the 4th Division to be the first to pick out the items of their choice when selecting the loot. To his sons, Whitebeard had never been stingy, and at his point, the amount of treasure was unimportant, so whoever wanted it could just go to the treasure vault and get it himself. Because of this, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates have never had any fights over anything, and have always been in harmony as a real family. Even whoever finds the devil's fruit will not be envied, but will instead ridicule with a few words, and trick the other party into eating it for the show. This is true for the Whitebeard pirates, and the same is true for the original Roger pirates. Otherwise, the redhead would not have been guilty of forcing Buggy to eat the devil fruit for so long. In his opinion, Buggy's strength stagnation is because of his devil fruit. If a devil fruit is placed in an unpopular group of pirates, it will cause a bloodbath to determine the final outcome. It was due to this rule that the 4th Division Captain Thatch triumphantly returned to the ship with a devil fruit after counting the trophies. "Yo, Thatch. That's quite a haul this time." As soon as they met, Ace greeted him happily. When he first joined the Whitebeard pirate, Thatch was the first crew member to talk to him, and the friendship between the two grew deeper and deeper, and every time they fought the enemy, they would support each other like brothers. Haha, it's okay. Thatch's tone was modest, but he was proud of it in his heart. Who would have thought that this group of pirates would be stupid to challenge their pirate group? The first time I saw him, I was so proud of him that I didn't think he'd be able to do anything about it, he said. Is this even possible? What a loss. I should have just gone. Vista said as he made everyone laugh with his funny face. A devil fruit was just a devil fruit, worth showing off as a trophy, but that was all, and no one took it seriously. Instead, Ace was curious and asked, "Thatch, are you going to keep this devil fruit for yourself?" The captains of the Whitebeard pirates are not all devil fruit users, not even Thatch, or Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, who was just acting weird. For them, a powerful devil fruit can bring their strength to a new level, just like their Oyaji Whitebeard did, but if they eat a devil fruit that doesn't match their own, their strength may also be greatly reduced, and the loss will outweigh the gain. So no one can be too cautious about such a thing. Thatch obviously hadn't thought about whether or not to eat it, so he simply said, "I'm not sure what this devil fruit's ability is yet, let's wait until I figure it out." Right, looking at the color and pattern, it's different from the devil fruit I've seen before, maybe it's a particularly rare devil fruit. Haha, it's possible. I'm going to ask Teach to borrow the Devil's Fruit illustrated book and show it off by the way. He should be able to recognize this fruit. Ace nodded with a smile, as Teach is also a good friend of theirs. The others, as soon as Thatch left, returned to their usual normal ways, drinking and playing cards, joking and laughing in a lively manner. Teach. Look what it is. I've just gotten my hands on a trophy, how's that? Hurry up and take out the Devil Fruit illustrated book and help me see what this devil fruit is capable of. How come I haven't seen this pattern before? Teach? What's wrong with you? Unlike Thatch's enthusiastic attitude, Teach's eyes were fixed on the devil's fruit in his hand the moment he walked in. That's it. This is it. The devil's fruit I've been dreaming of. Teach, who turns to that page almost every night when he goes to sleep, can never be mistaken about it. Every trace of the pattern is deeply engraved in his mind and cannot be erased. But why wasn't I the one who got it? Why? Teach, do you think I could beat the shit out of Marco if I ate it? Thatch, who just felt that something was wrong with Teach today, was still rambling. And when he heard that Thatch was going to eat the devil fruit, Teach immediately grinned a sardonic grin. I think so. Chapter 141 The Arrival of the Redhead Shanks. Why? Thatch, lying in a pool of blood, looked at Teach in disbelief as he was laughing silently, his gaze fixed on the devil's fruit in his hand. He looked at the devil's fruit with such fervor. Was it because of this? If it's just the devil's fruit, why did he do it? Aren't they friends? If he asks for it, the most he'll do is tease him a bit and give it to him. So what is it for? What? Why? In the end, Thatch, who was unprepared for his friend, couldn't understand why Teach suddenly attacked him, and Teach, who had suddenly become a stranger, never looked at him again. Only when he was sure that Thatch, who had been staring at him with rage and deep bewilderment, had completely lost his life and could not be saved, did Teach take a disdainful look at the ground and say, "It's you who should be blamed, you shouldn't have gotten it. With it, I'm one step closer to my goal of world domination." It was not in vain that he spent more than 20 decades undercover in the Whitebeard Pirates, and in terms of tolerance, he, Marshal D. Teach, was enough to rank among the top 3 in the world. And now, it's finally time to get out of here and make my dreams come true. Goodbye, Oyaji. When we meet again your devil fruit will be mine. Farewell, Whitebeard Pirates. Maybe one day I'll destroy you with my own hands. Goodbye, Thatch. We'll never see each other again. An hour later, waves of terror were rising around the Whitebeard Pirates. That's the endless rage that Whitebeard unleashed when he learned that Thatch had been killed by Teach who fled. And Ace, who was the first to find Thatch's dead body, was in deep agony. He didn't want to believe that Teach had done all this, but it was true that Thatch had died in the Teach room. It was also true that the devil fruit was missing, and it was true that Teach had been seen leaving alone in a boat an hour before. Pops, I'm going to find Teach and find out what happened. Teach is a member of the 2nd Division, and I, the captain, have an unshirkable responsibility when something like this happens. If Teach really did it, I'll bring him back myself to pay for Thatch's death. Ace's sad eyes revealed an unshakable determination and made it impossible for Whitebeard to say no. Teach committed the greatest crime here, the murder of his companions. There has to be an explanation in this matter. Send the order to the Whitebeard pirates to search for Teach from now on, and I will personally press him to apologize in front of Thatch's grave. Thank you. Everyone is roaring with grief and anger. The grief of one of their own family members killing another family member made it impossible for them to turn a blind eye to what Teach had done. Everyone is holding their breath to catch Teach and ask him personally why he did it. As for Ace's request, Whitebeard neither agreed nor refused, and everyone who was familiar with Whitebeard knew that this was a tacit understanding. After the funeral of Thatch, Ace, who was in a very complicated mood, took a small boat with his backpack and left without even saying goodbye. At this time he had already made up his mind, if he couldn't catch Teach, he wouldn't come back. Whitebeard, who watched Ace leave, was still so tall, but somehow there was a sense of loneliness in his back. Perhaps the one who showed the strongest reaction to Thatch's death was Ace, but the one who suffered the most was his father. Teach's defection had almost opened a hole in his heart that couldn't heal. And for Ace, he had a bad feeling about Ace going after Teach on his own, but he couldn't refuse the request. This series of unmanageable situations has made Whitebeard, who has lived for more than 70 years now, feel that he has no control over his own strength. Is it finally time for him to retire from this great age? Whitebeard, with his scarred body and Naginata in hand, looked into the distance. Just standing there makes those people who saw him have their hearts sway as if looking up at the top of an unreachable mountain. It was as if he was waiting for his curtain call, or asking God if the stage was set for me. Who is he? He is the invincible Whitebeard. Soon the news that Marshal D. Teach, of the Whitebeard pirates, who had killed Captain Thatch of the 4th Divisions, and defected from the group, spread throughout the New World. The power of the 4 emperors in the New World is an existence that even the Navy can't match. Numerous pirates loyal to Whitebeard or those who had received Whitebeard's favors began to search for Teach with great effort, and under such a net, Teach could not get a foothold in the New World at all. But in the face of the increasingly precise pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, it seemed only a matter of time before he was caught. As a last resort, Blackbeard Teach took his new recruits and headed for the first half of the Grand Line, where he would have a chance to recuperate. It is the only place to minimize the impact of Whitebeard. And while the Whitebeard pirates were chasing after Teach, an unexpected character also came to their door, and it was the same red-headed one of the 4 emperors, Shanks. Whitebeard had known the red-haired kid since Roger's time, when Shanks was still a trainee crew member on Roger's ship, following Roger every day with another kid that had a red nose. Who would have thought that many years later, this red-haired brat would have grown to the point where he was his equal? So for the arrival of Shanks, Whitebeard is still quite happy, and the atmosphere that has been dull for many days because of Teach has gradually improved. But when the redhead explained his intentions, the Whitebeard suddenly stopped smiling and put down the huge red wine bowl in his hand. Teach's strength isn't as harmless as he usually appears, including the scars on my left eye from our earlier encounter. And it takes a certain amount of strength to kill a captain without making a sound, even if it's a sneak attack. Add to that the devil fruit with unknown effects. How could Whitebeard not know how dangerous it would be for Ace to go alone to capture Teach? But there are some things and responsibilities that a man cannot avoid. Even if Ace did lose to Teach, Whitebeard would not regret his choice that day. He wanted to witness Ace's growth, not kill his nature and dictate his future path. Each of his children has the right to choose the path they want to take, and as the eldest of them all he can do is stand behind them and shield his sons from the rain. So in response to Shanks' request, Whitebeard refused without hesitation and didn't want to hear him mention it again. The two even exchanged blows over this. After the redhead left, he took a worried glance back at the Whitebeard pirates who were having a party. Let's hope Ace is safe. Chapter 142, Sabati Island. Finally, we've arrived. Will stood at the bow of the ship looking at the number 13 engraved on the tree not far in front of him, trying to recall the information about the Sabati Islands. He just vaguely remembered that the Sabati Islands was a collective name for dozens of islands, and each island had such a tree with a number stamped on it. According to the number, the characteristics of each island are different, and some are not available to the Navy. Some of the unlawful areas under jurisdiction are naval garrisons, and of course, there are also places dedicated to coding the ships and so on. As for what the 13 island does, Will really can't remember. But it didn't matter, as long as he didn't torture and kill a few world noble on impulse, with the 7 warlords of the sea identity and his current strength, not to mention walking sideways on the Sabati Islands, there are definitely not many that can threaten his life. Event for 1. Is this the Sabati Islands? That's a lot of bubbles. Nami stood beside Will and said with awe. What's so great about bubbles? When you're a bubble woman who ate the bubble fruit in response to Will's ridicule, Nami responded to him with a big white eye. Come on, after so many days at sea, let's have some fun on this island OHH. Kobe shouted happily. He was so exhausted these few days, and he wasn't the only one. This long sea voyage was a test for everyone. Everyone was very interested in Will's proposal. Anyway, they are not in a hurry to go to the next destination, so let's fix it here first. But we have to keep someone to watch the ship, right? The crowd looked at Kobe with an excited look on their faces. Sensei. Take me with you. Kobe's excited face fell. Children at that age are exactly the right time to be active. Forget it, let Kobe go, I'll stay with Abian to guard the ship. Kieran's eyes only had Abian in them, and nothing else mattered to him. However, Will shook his head and rejected him, because the two of them were not even that strong, not even Kobe. If the job was given to them, then it's not called watching over anymore. It's okay, isn't there a den mushi? Leave one for me. If someone causes trouble, I will contact you, Captain. Also, your 7 warlords of the sea title is not just for show, right? And no one knows this ship better than me. Just bring us gifts when you come back. Will is also the reason, and besides, he still has the gate fruit, so he can come back as fast as possible, and even if someone really has enough courage to cause trouble, he is confident that he can save Kieran and Abian. Then I'm sorry for the inconvenience, I'll take you out next time. The captain can keep his word, haha. Will has a helpless smile. Sometimes it is really hard to imagine that such a masculine and bold man would actually be. It can only be said that true love is invincible. As soon as Kobe heard he could get out, he jumped off the ship and kept urging them to hurry down, while looking around excitedly. Come on Sister Robin, let's go buy some nice clothes later, I heard that here. Before Robin could make a move, Nami pulled her off the ship and the others quickly followed. The Sabati Islands were new to all of them. It's been an eye-opening journey for everyone. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every part of the island of Sabati. No wonder Will jokingly said, all that's missing is a bubble man. Instead of giving him a blank stare this time, Nami the bubble woman uncharacteristically walked right up to him and held out her hand. What? Give us money for our activities. What activities are funded? You're rich, aren't you? Will is speechless. How can publicly funded and privately funded be the same? Of course, the captain should pay for a group event like this. Nami's righteous words amused everyone and she got all the nods of approval as well. How much do you want? Just 1,000,000 billies each. Nami looked around, and then stretched out her finger slyly. Will's face is helpless. It is good that they have almost disposed of all the gold they got from the Sky Island because the amount of gold is too large. They can only do a little bit for every island they encounter. It is really troublesome. But in any case, Will didn't refuse and gave it to them as he gave it as a crew benefit. 1,000,000 belly per person is not a big deal anyway, and it may not be enough if they want to try everything. Take it, 1,000,000 bellies each, and when it's all spent, gather back on the ship. Isho cheerfully took the money over. I was just about to see the gambling den here. After receiving the funds for the event, other people laughed and discussed where they were going to play for a while. There is really no need to tie everyone together for an event like this. It is most reasonable to find something you like to relax. But Will knows that this place is not as safe as they see it. After thinking about it, Will still warned a few words. Everyone tries to keep a low profile. The title of a 7 warlords of the sea may not be useful here, and it may even cause us some trouble. It's troublesome, but if someone really takes the initiative to create troubles, then you don't have to worry about it. If you have a fight, you can fight. If you can't, you will wait until I and Uncle Isho come to help you out. In short, safety is the most important thing. Will was rarely serious, and everyone listened to him with great respect. In the end, they were divided into 3 groups. Isho went gambling, a few women went shopping, and Will took the child. Nami and the others were ready to go to a place where only girls could go, so naturally, they didn't need Kobe, who was a dragger, and Will couldn't let him go alone. So when everyone left, only the pair of master and disciple were left there, staring at each other with big eyes. Teacher, I see an amusement park over there, shall we go there now? After all, he is still a kid. The gloomy and sad Will had no idea where to go, so forget it, let it be his unreliable teacher's compensation for Kobe. First of all, it's okay to go play, but you have to be honest and obedient, and you can only go when I say you can go, do you hear me? Kobe nodded quickly. He thought his teacher would reject his request, but he didn't think his teacher would agree. Let's go, it seems quite far. Since he was out for fun, Will didn't intend to attract too much attention, and he was ready to walk honestly with Kobe. Ignoring Kobe's grumbling face, Will walked as fast as his 80-year-old grandfather. What a sky talent. Chapter 143 The Stalk of Champlain. Will laughed out inexplicably as he walked, making Kobe very unhappy. The only reason is that every time Will thinks of something to say to the public, he gets a dumbfounded reaction from the public since they have no idea what he is talking about. As they were walking through the forest, Will and Kobe suddenly realized that there was a huge opening ahead of them and that there were people opening stores in this place. Will suddenly had a bad premonition, as he came to the front of the store with a flash. The name written on the plaque reads Shaki's Ripped-Off Bar. The last person Will wanted to see when he came to the Sabati was probably the former Pirate King's right-hand man, Silver's Rayleigh. After all, he cleanly took out Rayleigh benefactor Hookie, and who knows what the legendary figure's attitude would have been. It's not that he is afraid of Rayleigh, but this kind of trouble that doesn't do any good is what Will hates the most. Who would have thought that his luck would suddenly come into play in a matter like this, with a 1 in 79 chance of him getting his hands on it? While he was stunned, 2 strong men flew out and slid directly to his feet with their face to the ground. You have no money and are still coming out to hang out in my shop. What a disgrace to the pirate profession. When Will looked up, a mature woman with short black hair, wearing a spider-patterned blouse, and a lit lady's cigarette in her hand was leaning against a wall, unabashedly scowling at the 2 paupers she had thrown out with her own hands. This should be really romantic partner Shakayaku, not to mention her appearance is only about 30 years old, but Will knows that she was already a famous pirate 40 years ago, otherwise, she would not be chased by Garp himself. That is to say, the true age of this masterful Aunt Shaki is at least 55 years old, or even more than 60 years old. Just when Will was somewhat at a loss because of all these accidents, Shaki finally aimed her gaze at him and spoke again. Is this little brother in cahoots with these 2 losers? Bang. Bang. Will only felt a chill, and subconsciously kicked the 2 losers one by one. Obviously, not. That's really a pity. But since my brother has let them go, can I ask you to settle the money for the 2 of them? After all, they haven't paid anything yet for their drinks. Will suddenly laughed. Let them go? Not necessarily. He directly stretched out his right hand, and the gorgeous infinity gauntlet instantly covered it, and suddenly an invisible and powerful suction came from the palm of his hand. The 2 punk pirates, who were helping each other to escape, were directly locked by the suction force, and the scenery on both sides flew forward in front of their eyes, just 1 second or 2 seconds. They then find themselves, to their horror, back at the point where the nightmare began. This glove. Shaki put away her carelessness, her eyes slightly gaze on Will's infinity gauntlet. As the most versatile information peddler of the Sabati Islands, if she still can't recognize the identity of the person in front of her at this time, then simply close the store and go home for retirement. And Will did not put away the infinity gauntlet directly after catching the 2 waste pirates but looked at Shaki back with a vigilant face. Although he is not sure about Shaki's true strength, it should be impossible to beat Rayleigh, who is still strong. But the moment they chose to take action, he was ready to fight with Rayleigh. Anyway, it is impossible to hide the news of his arrival in the Sabati Islands for long. As long as Shaki and Rayleigh are interested, sooner or later they will find him out and came to him. Rather than being on the defensive every day, let's settle this now. Although Will hates this kind of trouble, if he really can't avoid it, he has to take it head on. He also wanted to see how much strength was left in the legacy of the last era. I'm the only woman here, so why is my little brother so guarded? Shaki sensed that the other party's attention was not all on her, but rather on guard. Behind her? Did he think that man was here? It's just that that man hasn't come back for more than 10 days. When he heard Shaki's words, Will was full of disbelief. Although he had used his weak observation haki to perceive that there was no one else in the store, he preferred to believe that his sense was deceived by Rayleigh's more profound observation haki. If there's nothing else, it's time for me to go. Whatever the reason, since Rayleigh had no intention of showing up, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to embarrass a woman. But Shaki called out to him again, do you want to come in for a drink, little brother? I'm quite shy. So let's forget about it. Will raised his head and glanced at her unusually ironic sign. He had been taken advantage of enough on the earth. He didn't want to carry this fine traditional virtue into the world of pirates. It's fine, this drink is on. The 2 of them. The waste pirate with a blue nose and a swollen face was dumbfounded. One of you will stay here as a hostage, and the other one will go back and tell your captain to come back with 1,000,000 bellies for the ransom, and if he doesn't come back, I'll have to send someone to collect the debt myself. As soon as her voice fell, a pirate with a little bit of cleverness was the first to escape, and the other one, who was a step behind, was carried into the tavern with a desperate face. Not everyone can get a free drink here, you really don't want one? When she reached the door, Shaki looked back at Will, who was still indifferent, and invited her one last time. Will didn't want to buy information and didn't want to have too many interactions with her and Rayleigh, so naturally, he shook his head again and refused. And then directly turned around with Kobe and left without the slightest hesitation. After casually dropping the trash, Shaki looked at Will's departing back with a pensive face, and she was deep in her thoughts. Chapter 144 Dark King Silver. Rayleigh. As dusk fell, the beautiful Sabati Islands once again showed its charm, which was different from that of the daytime, attracting people to stop and stare. Everyone came back happily, especially Nami and a few other women with her. It always makes people feel whether they have moved back all the clothes and accessories on the entire commercial street. It's not that there are no bad guys aiming at this strange combination of them, it's just that these weak pirates who come looking for trouble, no one knows how to use hockey, and was easily defeated by the unassuming Gauntlet Perona, leaving them on the ground kneeling negatively, while some even commit suicide. The others who also planned to trouble them have their eyelids jumped and their hearts were infinitely chilled. It would have been better to just kill them if they had become like that. And when Will returned with a resigned-looking Kobe, Nami and the others were picking out gifts for Kirin and Abian, and it was so lively. How many stores did you guys rob? Looking at the goods they swept in, almost about to spread over the entire deck, Will had a black line all over his face. Humphrey. My title of King of Slash in the East Blue Sea is not a vain name. Otherwise, with such a small amount of activity funds, I can't buy half of the things here. Nami was as proud as a peacock, yet she won the unanimous nod of approval from Robin and others. They laugh as soon as they remember what they went through today and how the bosses looked as if they were dying. In terms of price haggling, all of them together can't even compare to Nami. The only thing is that after today, all the shopkeepers will probably put them on their blacklist. After admiring Nami against his will, Will changed the subject and asked, "What about you, Uncle Isho? Did you lose everything?" As soon as Will finished speaking, he heard Isho's voice as he saw him walking to him with an unknown man on his side. "Ha ha ha, my luck has been good and bad at times, but today, thanks to the captain, I did win a small amount of money without losing. That's really not easy. In that case, tonight will be Uncle Isho's treat." "Just as it should be," Isho said with a face of approval. "Who is this?" When Isho and the visitors got on the ship, Will asked curiously, "Did the loan sharks come to us?" "That's not right. Didn't Uncle say he won?" "This is Sir Rayleigh. Although we have only met today, he is very happy to talk with this old man. If the captain does not mind, the old man would like to invite Sir Rayleigh to drink with us." No one else felt anything wrong, only Will, who had dealt with Shaki only a short while ago, gazed at him. The long, white, slightly curly hair, the scar beneath the round-rimmed glasses, and the name that is almost impossible to be others. It can't be wrong. He didn't expect to see him in this situation instead of in Shaki's bar. Does he know who he is? Was this all intentional or unintentional? Will sank his intricate thoughts in his head and asked directly and frankly, "Can I ask what Senior Rayleigh's full name is? After all, there's a big shit whose name rings a bell. Since my little friend has guessed, why bother to continue to explore? I was only invited by Isho-san to come for a drink, and I have no intentions." When he heard the two of them, Isho frowned. He was sincere in his invitation and at the same time sensed that Rayleigh was not simple, but at the moment he did not know how to intervene to persuade him. As for the others, they were confused and couldn't hear what they were saying. Was this white-haired uncle still a big shot? "I hope Mr. Rayleigh remembers what he said." Will gave him a deep look as he nodded. Little Snow cooked food very fast, and she didn't let everyone wait. More than 20 beautiful and gorgeous aromatic dishes were brought up. The staple food is a large amount of barbecue, otherwise, ordinary food is difficult to support Will and Isho consumption. In addition, there was a large amount of wine, which Will and his team had collected from the East Blue Sea. No matter what Rayleigh's intentions were, after this meal, everyone was either an enemy or a friend, and Will didn't want to neglect him at all. Excluding other considerable factors, Will admired Roger's right-hand man. If possible, he would also like to listen to Rayleigh's story of their adventures. It would be wonderful. Unfortunately. How did Uncle Isho meet Mr. Rayleigh? After the banquet, Will pretended to be curious and asked a question. It was only after the sympathetic explanation of Isho and Rayleigh that Will realized that the money for the wine that Isho won, in the end, came from Rayleigh. Although Isho has a very special observation hockey, he rarely uses it for gambling, and in his mind, the word gambling should be sacred. What he hates most is cheating and being cheated. So Isho, who was usually a good gambler, always lost a lot, but he enjoyed it. It was the same today. Isho wanted to quit after losing hundreds of thousands of gully, but then Rayleigh appeared and instantly turned his luck around. It was the first time that Isho met someone with such bad luck. In just a few moments, Rayleigh lost all of his nearly 1 million belly and then left in a very bachelor-like manner. A person with such a good gambling character was the only person Uchiha had ever seen in his life. That's why Uchiha became curious and chased after him. After learning that Rayleigh was going to sell himself to a human trafficker to earn money, it's hard to imagine what kind of surprised face he made. In order to dissuade him from such an idea, Uchiha invited him for a drink. The two people with the same hobbies and similar personalities became very happy and soon became friends and exchanged names. That's why there was that scene just now. After hearing this, Will felt a headache again. If it was a coincidence, it would be too coincidental. If it was not, Will would not believe it at first. He had just exposed himself to Shaki in the morning, and Rayleigh came to him in the evening for the same impeccable reason. One day was enough time for the information peddler Shaki to investigate all of them. The atmosphere here Uchiha-san is really enviable, and there is such delicious cuisine and rare wine every day. It's really a divine life. At this stage, Rayleigh's only hobby besides shipcoating is gambling and having a fine wine. So his words also resonated with Uchiha. This old man feels the same way. Although the captain is a pirate, he is committed to justice. If everyone is like this, how good? Chapter 145 Rayleigh Invitation to Battle. In the face of Uchiha's probing, Rayleigh did not answer, but just poured all the wine from the bottle into his mouth before laughing heartily. Even if I really have mistakenly entered the den of thieves, with such a fine wine, with such a confidant as Uchiha-san, we need to drink a lot. Rayleigh opened another bottle of wine and drank it alone before wiping his mouth and looked at Will and asked, "Is little brother from the East Sea?" "Yes." "What do you know about the Arlong pirates?" Nami's hand instinctively trembled when she heard those two words. Although Arlong was dead, the fear he had brought her over the years had not diminished much but had been buried deep inside Nami's heart. Will sensed that Nami was different, and without thinking too much, he grabbed her hand to give her comfort and security. As a matter of fact, Nami gradually calmed down after having someone to rely on, and then she didn't break away and just looked at him quietly for a few moments. "They all die from my hands." At this stage, how can Will not know Rayleigh's intentions, but he has a clear conscience, that even if he received a second chance, he still wouldn't let anyone from the Arlong pirates off the hook. Even if he had saved Rayleigh's life, it wouldn't cancel out the evil things he had done over the years. Did Nami's adoptive mother, Pilmer, deserve to die? If Rayleigh must avenge Huki's death, then let's do it. Faced with the imposing Will with a clear conscience, Rayleigh was silent instead, and only after finishing another bottle of wine did he slowly ask, "Is a fisherman named Huki from the Arlong pirates still alive?" "He is dead. I killed him by my own hand." The crew has already prepared for the worst. Will is now completely fearless, and his tone is hard and rude, wishing that Rayleigh would immediately turn against him and go out to fight. Who would have thought that after hearing him say the result, instead of being angry and furious, Rayleigh would have been very despondent and melancholy, and before he knew it, he had finished the fourth bottle of wine. At one point, the others wondered if this white-haired man was not playing a trick just to get a drink. When Huki insisted on going to sea with Arlong, I thought that sooner or later this day would come. Arlong's hatred for humans is too deep. Maybe this is retribution. Uncle knows Huki and Arlong? With Will holding her hand, Nami regained her courage, and wondered why Arlong did that to the people of her village. Was it simply because of his bad character? "Yes, I know. More than 20 years ago Huki even saved my life, when I was in a shipwreck." As Rayleigh drank, he recalled the time in the beginning, and a smile of reminiscence appeared on his face without noticing it. The white-haired man in front of him said that the young Huki had once saved his life. Nami was embarrassed and stopped asking questions, since no matter what, they were the murderers who had killed his savior. It's just a matter of time before they get to the point where they can't tell the difference between right and wrong, and it's just a matter of subjective choice for everyone. Just like what Huki did all these years in the East Blue Sea, is it not clear to Rayleigh at all? But if one day he learns that Huki is in trouble, he will still save him, even if he is wrong. This principle is like a father who chooses to rob and kill in order to treat his child. In the eyes of the child, his father's love is great and his father is the best in the world, but in the eyes of outsiders, the father is a real executioner. No matter what the starting point, you should end up paying for what you did. Rayleigh also thought so he took the initiative to tell the story about the fish people. In this story, those who go around catching fish people, the human, become the villain, while the fish people instead become worthy of sympathy for the side, and in the end, Fisher Tiger death is sad. So far Nami finally understood why the fishman like Arlong hated humans so much, and why they were so cruel to the villagers. But wrong is wrong. For the rest of her life, Nami will never forgive Arlong and the others for what they did to her and her village. She will never forget the strong smile that Pilmer left her before she died. Will patted Nami's somewhat trembling shoulders. Fisher Tiger's greatness is to be admired, But what Arlong and his crew did only deepened the hatred between the two sides, and if I were to encounter such a fishman again, I would still do it without mercy. Rayleigh sighed and put down the empty wine bottle. You're right, Arlong made the wrong choice, and I'm also to blame for how Hueco ended up like this. Blame me for not persuading him to stay on Fishman Island. But after all, Hueco saved me, and I have to return that favor. Rayleigh suddenly became serious, and the others understood almost everything after hearing it for so long, so everyone looked at him warily after he finished speaking. Sir Rayleigh, what are you? Sitting cross-legged, Isho very seriously looked at him. I'm sorry, Isho-san, but if I were in your place, I believe you would have made the same choice. Although Hueco's death was self-inflicted, I can't be indifferent to it. This battle has nothing to do with righteousness or wrong, it's just a bad old man who had to do this to repay a debt of gratitude. After this battle, no matter if I win or lose, I will repay Hueco's kindness, so I will have the face to meet him in the afterlife. Rayleigh's openness and frankness made Isho silent, and the others also looked at Will, waiting for his response. Compared to the full confidence of Kobe and the others, only Will knew that the hardship of this battle would never be weaker than that of the battle he had with Admiral Kizaru and Enel. Otherwise, the Navy wouldn't have allowed Roger's remnants to strut around in the Sabati Islands for so many years. Think of the importance the Navy will place on Roger's bloodline in the future, and it's not that the Navy doesn't want to wipe out the entire crew of Roger's ship, it's that they simply can't. Even an old man like Rayleigh would not be outclassed against an admiral in a short time. Will the other Roger pirates be worse? The only thing limiting Rayleigh's ability to fight now is his age and his rapidly declining strength, yet even with his declining strength, Rayleigh is still able to swim his way through the nest of sea kings, the Calm Belt. But Will not retreat, nor can he retreat. Chapter 146 Will vs Rayleigh, 1. In that case, let's fight. I also want to see what's left of Dark King Rayleigh fame. Dark King Rayleigh? Why does this name feel so familiar? Nami and the others were puzzled. They had definitely heard this name, but they couldn't recall the name abruptly. At that moment, Isho finally remembered in his mind and said solemnly, so you are the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the famous Dark King Rayleigh? I've been to sea with Roger for a long time, but the few times I've talked with Isho-san, and I didn't even want why other thoughts mixed in, so please don't misunderstand me, Isho-san. Isho, who felt he was being used, just nodded his head, whether his heart recognized his explanation or not remained to be verified. Nami and the others, on the other hand, were completely wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the ungainly white-haired uncle, the old man who was actually the vice-captain of the Pirate King, the big man who lived in the legend? Weren't all of Roger's remnants captured by the Navy? If this man is really the Dark King Rayleigh? Then the captain is in danger, isn't he? What is this all about? Almost everyone was confused by Rayleigh's identity, except for Will, who had already anticipated it. Rayleigh-san isn't planning to fight here, is he? There's a clearing in the backwoods of our bar where no one will disturb us. I'll meet you there tomorrow at noon. It seemed that Rayleigh did not have the intention to take action immediately. He appeared here today just to say hello. Rayleigh still appreciated the young man, despite the death of Hueco, but if the other party was disappointingly weak, then death would be death. Will had an impression of that place, not far from Shaki's bar. He had seen it today when he was walking through the forest with Kobe. It was remote and suitable for strong people like them to fight. Not to mention an extra night of prep time, which is plenty. Yes. I'll be there on time tomorrow. One hand at a time, Rayleigh didn't even forget to take 2 bottles of wine with him when he left, and as for the appointment tomorrow, Rayleigh believed that Will wasn't the kind of person who would run away without a fight, and Will didn't even think of running away. What to do? Why don't we get out of here? At the speed of the Avenger, he should not be able to catch up, right? After Rayleigh left, Snow tried to give her advice. After all, the name of the Pirate King's vice-captain is too terrifying. As the saying goes, a man's name is his own shadow, and those who can make a name for themselves on the sea where pirates are roaming are hardly ever those who seek fame. Even if they have confidence in their captain, it depends on the situation. But Will shook his head firmly and turned back to his room without saying anything. Don't say such words. When has our captain never let anyone down? I believe in him. Nami also turned around and returned to her room after saying these words with the same determination. That's right, if he can't even get through this, how is he going to avenge me? Snow also knew she had said the wrong thing, but instead of going back to her room, she went to the kitchen, where she wanted to support Will in the area she was best at. How can he have the energy to fight if he doesn't eat well? Robin, on the other hand, fell silent when she learned Rayleigh's true identity. On the next day, Will, who had finished rejuvenating himself, first ate the shorewind breakfast that Snow had prepared all night, and then set off with everyone after 2 hours of activity and eating. It wasn't that he didn't want to go alone, but Nami and the others had made up their minds to go, and in their own words, if we missed this time, how can we see this kind of cross-generation showdown? Well, Will admitted that they are very reasonable, and since they want to go together, let's go together, for this snow also took a lot of effort to shrink the whole ship to take with them. Now that they have decided on the location, let's not bother walking over this time. Will directly used his ability to open a door in the air, and then everyone walked in one by one. This was the first time Will used the door fruit ability to transfer his whole crew, but the effect was really good. It didn't take long for them to see through the green space outside of Shaki's bar. Opening the door again and everyone appeared deep in the forest, which was amazing. At this time, Rayleigh was still inside, drinking beer. The sudden appearance of Will and others directly made him raise his eyebrows. Is this your devil fruit ability? Well, it's a very practical ability, as you don't have to buy a ticket to play anywhere anymore. Faced with Rayleigh ridicule, Will just shrugged his shoulders and acquiesced. Then Rayleigh saw Snow, who looked like a little lily, suddenly throw a toy ship in her hands into the open ground. After Snowball withdrew her ability to maintain its shrinks, the Avengers transformed into a gigantic creature that left Rayleigh and Shaki speechless. This ability was interesting. But soon Rayleigh regained his composure. He had followed Roger for so many years. What strange ability had he not seen before? But this ship was so attractive that even if he had seen it once yesterday, it was still hard to take his eyes off it. Let them stay here, Shaki will entertain them. Will nodded and added, but the price should be reasonable. Rayleigh and Shaki were stunned at the same time, then laughed very freely. Don't worry, there is no charge for all the spending this time, and I'll take care of the safety of these kids. In her eyes, apart from Isho, this place was really full of children. Although Nami and the others wanted to go over there, Will felt that it was safer for them to stay here, considering the scope of the battle. So, Will and Rayleigh gradually disappeared into the forest. Sand Devil Fruit plus Thunder Devil Fruit plus Gate Devil Fruit plus Shadow Devil Fruit plus Gravity Devil Fruit plus Slippery Devil Fruit. These are the 6 devil fruits that Will thought about for a long time last night before finally equipping the 6 devil fruits on his Infinity Gauntlet. Although there are door fruits that provide magical abilities, the movement speed bonus provided by slippery fruits is more useful during the battle. After all, it's so stupid to just think about opening the door and transfer. And this is also the strongest state he can match up at the moment, and if he can't win this way, he'll have to choose to sacrifice his other devil fruit and force himself to match the enemy. He really didn't want to waste his devil fruits in such a strategic scheme on Rayleigh unless he had to, because even if he won, it wouldn't do any good to him. As for arresting Rayleigh and turning him over to the Navy, only crazy people will think of doing that. Chapter 147 Will vs Rayleigh, 2. Although this battle is not vital, don't imagine that I will hold back. If your strength is too weak, you will die. Rayleigh took off his jacket as he spoke and threw it aside, just like he said, in the end, the world is still based on strength, the weak can never control their own destiny, and no one can blame others if they die. Will also moved his arms and legs, then gripped the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. Weakness is a sin. This sea is always the domain of the strong, who cares about the life or death of a nobody. The weak don't even have the right to choose the way they die, and that's what I've realized. So only the weak will die today. As Will's intent to fight rose in his heart, an uncontrollable tyrannical aura swept through the area, and the 6 devil fruits on his right hand competed with each other to shine with dazzling light. The invisible wind blew across Rayleigh's face, blowing up his graying hair, and the rippling smile on his face disappeared with Will's outburst. As someone who also possesses a conqueror haki, Rayleigh would never be mistaken about it. This is the king's qualification that millions of people have no or even a lower chance of awakening. This means that the man in front of him has the qualifications and potential to dominate the world. But that's all. The potential and qualifications are just the foundation, and the only one who can really perform it perfectly and achieve this goal is currently his old partner Roger. So instead of making Rayleigh hesitate, Will's subconscious use of his conqueror haki strengthened the importance he attached to this battle. So Rayleigh also gazed at Will, and also fought it with the same conqueror haki. The supposedly invisible momentum aroused a gust of wind after the two collided. The surrounding trees swayed more than ever. Compared to Will's unskilled use of conqueror haki, Rayleigh is clearly more experienced. At the moment when the momentum of the contest was falling into disrepute, Will moved. Start with a 100 million volt discharge. The thunder and lightning danced like a silver serpent, causing a hissing and roaring towards Rayleigh, who was standing still not far away. Faced with such a powerful attack, Rayleigh didn't dare to slow down. He quickly drew his sword, then wrapped it with his armament haki and slashed at the violent current, then immediately pressed down to direct it into the earth. With just one round of attack and defense, the unpredictability of Rayleigh's strength is revealed. Not just anyone can use armament haki of that realm. And Rayleigh also remembered the rumors and information about Will. Is it true? Can someone really use multiple devil fruit abilities without limit? Or was the previous door that moved through space someone else's ability? How else can he explain what is happening here? But before he could completely guide this thunder and lightning into the ground, the second thunder that Will carefully prepared had already come down. The thick pillar of lightning with an endless destructive breath of lightning is centered at a radius of 5 meters from Rayleigh, and even the ground is visible as a large hole is dissolved. In the nick of time, Rayleigh dodged the blow in advance by using his observation haki, but the lightning was so fast that when the lightning beam disappeared, the sleeve of Rayleigh's right hand was burned to a crisp. If he was a little slower and it would have been more than that. He was caught off guard by the attack, so he immediately used his explosive power to rush to Will's side by taking advantage of the few seconds that his opponent couldn't lock onto him. The more simple the attack is, the more effective it is. How did an ordinary man who has the 3 types of haki become the Pirate King's vice-captain, make a name for himself as the Dark King and be called the Man of Legend by Garp? Of course, it's because just this is enough. Boom. Will, who used his armament haki and infinity gauntlet to take the sword head-on from Rayleigh, was directly knocked out of the sky and collapsed a dozen trees before stopping. Faced with a powerful opponent like Rayleigh who has refined his 3 haki to the point of perfection, elementalization is equivalent to turning oneself into a target and letting the opponent kill you to his heart's content. But what Will didn't expect was that Rayleigh's power was so strong. Although the sword was taken in haste, it was enough to surprise Will, who had eaten more than a dozen devil fruits and swept him away with it. His strength is not insignificant, his physical qualities are very strong, but his haki training is insufficient, his combat awareness is moderate, and the conclusion is that the melee is his weakness. Before Will could take a breath, Rayleigh arrived in front of him at some point and unceremoniously brought down his sword. But this time, Will was prepared, and the indestructible Infinity Gauntlet directly blocked this powerful strike by Rayleigh, while Will mobilized all his strength to directly lock Rayleigh's sword in place. At the same time, a quicksand trap appeared at their feet, and a black shadow seemed to flash across the ground in the sunlight. Rayleigh didn't expect Will's full strength to be so great, and the gold gauntlet made of unknown materials was not damaged at all under his sword, but was locked up by his brute force. The quicksand beneath his feet is slowly devouring his body. How many abilities has he used in such a short period of time? Will only felt that the sword in his hand was vibrating and cutting through his infinity gauntlet at high speed, and even if he used his full strength, he had a feeling that he couldn't grasp it. So Will no longer hesitated, and directly transformed the left half of his body into lightning, and struck his fist clad on lightning that exceeded 200 million volts at Rayleigh. Rayleigh doesn't shy away from a punch as well. Hands off! Will and Rayleigh both shouted at the same time. The armament haki that has been developed to a very high level and the lightning that is so destructive violently collides. Boom! The violent explosion knocked each of them flying. The long sword that the 2 men were fighting over also flew through the air dozens of times before plunging into the ground. This clash turned out to be a tie? No. If you look at the injuries he sustained, it's clear that Will, whose armament haki is not enough to defend himself, was more severely injured, and it's hard to imagine how those guys, who have never used devil fruit to make them stronger like him, managed to improve their flesh to such an extent. A few seconds later, Will and Rayleigh returned to the place where the fight had begun, and the sword was stuck in the ground between them. Will's left arm was drooping unnaturally as if it had lost consciousness, while Rayleigh was also having a hard time. His whole right arm was scorched black in color, but Will don't know if it only hurt the surface skin. After all, it didn't mean that your defense is invincible if you can use armament haki. Chapter 148 Will vs Rayleigh 3. I didn't expect the rumors about you out there to be true, but there are actually people who can use multiple devil fruit abilities without dying from it. Rayleigh moved his right arm. Although it looked scary, this kind of injury didn't affect the next battle for him. And he was now even more interested in Will. Maybe this person could really start a new era. Common sense is meant to be broken, isn't it? Will won't take the initiative to explain his secret. It's other people's business how they want to guess. When Blackbeard shows up later, the whole world will discover that he's not the only one who can use more than one devil fruit ability. He also took the opportunity to relieve the injury on his left hand. He doesn't know what kind of technique Rayleigh used, but he was the one who ended up on the receiving end of the collision. Simply unbelievable. The legendary Dark Hades, Rayleigh, lives up to his name. Otherwise, the world would not have called him by the name of an ancient weapon, even though he was old and his physical strength was in serious decline. Will didn't dare to speculate any further. As of now, he was still a long way from stepping on the peak. After hearing Will's question, Rayleigh showed a look of appreciation and recognition. Indeed, common sense is to be broken. One day we, the remnants of the last era, will completely withdraw from this stage, and the future is yours. But before you do, let me teach you one more lesson. Rayleigh's momentum is climbing fast. And Will was having a hard time breathing. If previously it was just a warm-up exercise, then it's time for the real thing. Even Nami and the others, who were anxiously waiting at Shaki's tavern, unconsciously showed a look of fear because of this momentum, as if it were drowning people, unable to breathe because of the oppressive atmosphere around them, and as if they were weak themselves surrounded by a huge and unrivaled beast. Among the people present, only Shaki and Isho were unaffected by the momentum, but they also wore serious expressions. What a terrifying young man to have forced Rayleigh to do that. An invisible momentum flashed across Shaki's body, and the overwhelming feeling of oppression in the room disappeared in an instant. Nami and the others gasped for breath one by one. It was so terrifying. This level of battle really wasn't something they could watch, just the aftermath of the momentum made them almost suffocate to death. Is the captain really up to the task in the face of such big names? After the respite, all of them were worried. Only Isho that senses something releases a gesture of gratitude in the direction of Shaki. In Will's eyes, the 3 types of haki released at full strength by Rayleigh at the same time made him look like a new person. The oppressive feeling like the ocean made it impossible for him to take a step forward. At this moment, Will seemed to have returned to the time when he first came to the world of pirates. When he was alone, he was helpless and weak, facing Big Black and the others, and it seemed that there was no other choice but to run away. Facing Rayleigh, who was walking step by step, it was as if a demon inside him was whispering to him, "Run fast. Run." When Rayleigh had drawn his sword, Will's blood was boiling and churning all over his body, and he roared in his heart. No. That lonely, weak self has died on that ferocious beast island. He's strong enough now. So what if the opponent is Dark King Rayleigh? So what if the opponent's haki is far greater than his own? He has so many devil fruits in his hand. Who are you to fight me? In an instant, Will broke through the mental shackles that Rayleigh had placed on him and took his mind to the next level. When the momentum was broken, it somewhat surprised Rayleigh, but his action didn't stop. A plain and simple wave of his hand cut through the ground and the air, vowing to split everything in front of him in two. In addition to his mastery of haki that was almost in perfection, he was also a great swordsman. Shadow Warrior. Will, who was shaded over by Rayleigh, instantly switched places with the Shadow Warrior who had been hiding in Rayleigh's shadow. No matter how sharp the cutting blow was, it couldn't hurt the shadow in the slightest, it could only send it flying. Suddenly emerging from Rayleigh's shadow, Will punched him out viciously, but Rayleigh predicted the trajectory of his move using his profound observation haki, and the unknown sword in his hand came back and crossed before his fist, and just as it was about to collide with his fist, Will's left hand suddenly pulled his sword to the side. Rayleigh's sword that was pulled to the side by the gravitational force, made it impossible for him to defend against Will's attack. Boom. 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 Will's unreserved punch hit Rayleigh squarely in the back, and the incomparable power of the punch directly sent Rayleigh flying. Only after knocking down dozens of trees did Rayleigh cough and crawl up from the ground. If he hadn't gathered all of his armament haki at the back of his heart just now, I'm afraid that the punch would have completely broken his spine. Even though he defended himself at the last moment, the punch caused his blood to surge all over his body and he couldn't breathe. Are all young people nowadays so disrespectful of their elderly? Although Will used his undisclosed devil fruit ability to make an unexpected move, Rayleigh did not get angry at all but laughed. The real battle is always all or nothing. Does it have to be a fair fight between an assassin and a warrior? But before he could finish laughing, an air door appeared directly above him. Sash. And numerous tiny grains of sand were wrapped around the silver lightning snake appeared and blasted the newly risen Rayleigh. There is no holding back when it comes to fighting. Under the acceleration of lightning, even the smallest grain of sand is enough to tear through steel, let alone at such close range. Will seemed to be the incarnation of the Thunder Lord and bombarded Rayleigh location unreservedly. In order to deal with Rayleigh's observation haki, he especially expanded the range of his bombardment, and he didn't believe that Rayleigh could dodge every blow. Just a few seconds later, blow after blow of sword slash flew up into the sky, coming straight at Will. Sure enough. Even as strong as Rayleigh was, he couldn't keep dodging and resisting with this intensity of attack. But if he can suppress Rayleigh so easily, you're underestimating the legends of the last era. Faced with this long-range decapitation attack, Will could not continue the bombardment and could only temporarily stop to avoid it. When the smoke and dust cleared, all of Rayleigh's clothes had been reduced to flying dust, and the ground had become riddled with holes. Chapter 149 Will vs. Rayleigh. 4. Will knew that if he kept fighting in close combat, he would be the one to be suppressed. But he also has his own unique advantage over Rayleigh's advanced haki and sword skills, and that is the diversity of his fighting style. The 6 devil fruits and the infinity gauntlet will make him free of weaknesses, and with his enhanced body, he will be able to use strength, speed, melee, long range, and even some strange combinations of moves at his fingertips. And what's more, he's younger. As long as he continues to persist, Will firmly believes that even if he doesn't use the devil fruit awakening ability, he will be the one to win in the end. After dealing with Will's several attacks, Rayleigh's breath also began to become turbulent. Although it's not obvious, the balance of victory has gradually begun to tilt towards Will's side. You must know that when Rayleigh and Kizaru fight in the future, he will soon show fatigue even with just a single exchange, and his physical strength will be slightly exhausted. People, they really do age. Rayleigh calmed down his breathing a bit. He was already 75 years old and couldn't resign himself to old age. Not everyone can get stronger as they grow older, like that old bastard Garp, who hasn't even lost a single point of strength even today. Today's encounter with Will has made him completely understand that the future of this world does not need them, the old antiques, as the remnants of the last era should be honestly eliminated by history. Still, it's not good enough. Rayleigh stepped heavily on the ground, and his whole body was like a sword shuttling out from the electric lighter Will had arranged. How can there be such explosive power? Will slightly marveled, but his hands are not slow. Strike after strike of the desert lightning blade is hurled like a free throw, the already incomparably sharp desert blade, and then set the lightning sheath to increase the power and speed of flight can definitely cut through the general armament hockey. However, Rayleigh is always able to dodge and block his attack at full speed, and even the most powerful attack is useless if it misses its target. In an instant, Rayleigh arrived in front of Will, and his seemingly ordinary sword technique was so deadly that Will was exhausted. He had no choice but to use his Shadow Mage again to get out of the range of the Rayleigh sword range, an incredibly rascally move that had saved Moria from his death many times, and even Kaido couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, having a meat shield that can't be defeated can make enemies desperate, and even Ino was frantic against this shabby shadow warrior. Will, who once again created a distance against Rayleigh, is Mage Will today, with sand in his left hand and thunder and lightning in his right hand. He once again bombarded Rayleigh's position with a long-range attack. The earth is trembling. The entire forest was trembling under the bombardment of Will, the turret mage. But it's impossible to kill Rayleigh just by this kind of indiscriminate bombardment. The superb observation hockey can make Rayleigh always dodge the most dangerous attacks at the right time. After all, Will's attack frequency has to be prioritized, and even if there is an attack that can't be avoided, Rayleigh will not get hurt by it due to the longsword in his hand and also his armament hockey. Even Kizaru fights Rayleigh using his Amaterasu, due to fear of Rayleigh hockey, so you can imagine how terrifying it is when a hockey is developed to a deep level. It's like an instantaneous mage versus a tank user with a high defense tank, a high-blooded warrior in a solo situation, where distance and stamina are the keys to victory. After Rayleigh once again sent a flying slash clad in his hockey that split half of the forest vertically, forcing Will to stop and dodge, the commotion here has caused the entire island to panic. Even though the first 29 of the Sabati Islands are ungoverned and unlawful territory, and the center of the battle between Will and Rayleigh is located in an unexplored forest area, neither the intensity of the battle nor the earth-shaking intensity of the battle could be ignored. And this is the result of Will and Rayleigh not wanting to make too much noise subconsciously. The last thing the world needs is people with an adventurous spirit. So when Will and Rayleigh's encounter was about to destroy half of the forest, the first group of adventurers whose curiosity overwhelmed their fears had already arrived at the edge of the battle between the two. What kind of monster is in there? The yellow hair boss gulped subconsciously. The mere aftermath of the battle forces them to go no further, and such monsters are simply appalling. Boss, let's just go. Yes, this level of battle is simply not something we shrimps can peek into. Two of Yellowhair's henchmen looked frightened and persuaded the old man to change his mind, fearing that the two monsters inside might accidentally infect them. Then as the Yellowhairs hesitated, a 10-meter-long chop flew right over their heads, and when they looked back in shock while touching their hair, which had been cut into the Mediterranean, they almost peed. One by one, countless towering trees collapsed. This cut almost cleared an invisible path 10 meters wide straight through the forest. That's not something humans can do. Go. Get out of here. The yellow hair boss, who had almost gotten the three of them killed out of curiosity, made a quick decision and escaped with the others. Was it the Admiral who was fighting? Who are the people fighting in there? Both Will and Rayleigh noticed the situation around them, but could not stop immediately, because their physical strength was declining rapidly, and if they were caught by each other, they would probably capsize completely. As the trees in the forest became thinner and thinner by the aftermath of their battle, the people who had stayed here in fear were finally able to see the two fighting in the area. Until one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "That guy who has a golden gauntlet is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Faceless Will." The iconic golden gauntlet was recognized, plus the terrifying strength. It's definitely the Faceless Will of the 7 warlords of the sea, right? Just when did he come to the Sabati Islands? Most of those who dared to stay here to watch the battle had some confidence in their own strength, and right now, after recognizing Will's identity, they were even more incomparably fanatical. Anyway, after arriving in the new world, they will eventually have to find the power to surrender to, So it would be a good choice to become a subordinate of Will, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And as for making a name for themselves after killing Will, all who witnessed the battle between the two quietly gulped and covered the tantalizing thought completely in their hearts. Then the question arises, who is this old man with white hair who can fight with Will's 7 warlords of the sea for many hours without being defeated? Chapter 150 Will vs. Rayleigh. 5. Rayleigh had been low-key for too long, and no one would think of him as the legendary figure in the first place, and he didn't seem to want to expose his identity to the public's sight. So after being distanced by Will once again, Rayleigh didn't pursue but stood his ground with his sword. The opponent's abilities were too complex, including his powerful lightning, offensive and defensive sand, unbreakable shadows, doors that could travel through space, strange but high-speed movement, invisible tugging force, and a body that was no less strong than his own. Aside from a lack of training in hockey, plus not much melee skill, Rayleigh could find few weaknesses. It's hard to imagine how high he'll end up. Rayleigh has accompanied Roger across the sea for many years and has never encountered many opponents as tough as him, so it's really daunting. Feeling what little energy he had left, Rayleigh knew that there was no point in delaying any longer and that he would never be in this situation if he were 10 years younger. Receive my last sword attack and I will forget my grudge on you. Will knew that it would be in his best interest if he continued to drag it out, but faced with Rayleigh's final request, he really couldn't refuse. The two had no grudge, but Rayleigh had to repay Hueco for saving his life, which was why there was this battle, and Rayleigh's saying that meant that no matter what the outcome was after his attack, he would not fight him again. In that case, let's decide the winner with one move. Will's style of not choosing to run away made Rayleigh admire him more and more. It was really a long time since he had met such an interesting and powerful young man. Once again, Rayleigh mobilized his tricolor hockey, and his essence, energy, and spirit began to fully climb until they became one. This sword attack had completely split an island in two when he was young, and since then, unknowingly, the title Dark King has become more than just a description of that ancient sinful weapon. Will subconsciously released his conqueror hockey to compete with it, although his mastery on it is still lacking. It's enough to not be invaded by Rayleigh conqueror hockey. The two kings climbed the momentum at the same time, and everyone who was swept by these two overlord conqueror hockey either fainted with white eyes or sat on the ground shivering, and only a few people resisted the momentum, but they were also white pale and shivering. Since they promised to use this last move to determine the winner, they naturally could not dodge any longer. So the devil fruit on Will's infinity gauntlet lit up one after another. Armament hockey. Armor of shadows. Armor of sand. Armor of thunder. Will first put layers of defense on his body in order, and then solidly absorbed and condensed them together with his gravitational devil fruit. Then he raised his hands high, and the shining thunderbolt went straight up into the sky. Large clouds are accumulating over the Sabati Islands, which are gradually changing to black, guided by lightning. But thunderstorms alone are not enough for him. Will gathered the prototype of a sandstorm on his palm after the discharge was over, and then he pulled down with his right hand on the formed thundercloud. Will's strong gravitational pull and control of lightning allowed him to quickly introduce the lightning that had formed in the black thunderclouds into his left hand. Sand and thunderstorms. It was a spectacle that even the desert region had not seen for years, and it represented an endless disaster. The guys who were still conscious around the area wanted to run away from here, as far away as possible, but under the pressure of the two tyrannical forces, they could not even move a little finger, and could only watch in despair as Will struggled to throw the terrifying sand thunderstorm. At this time Rayleigh's essence climbed to its peak with a sword slashing out as fast as light. One sword style extinction. Sand and thunderstorms quickly grow into true disasters the moment they are thrown. But Rayleigh's extinction sword attack still penetrated fearlessly. The sand thunderstorm, which should have continued to grow but could not be controlled, suddenly stopped moving and began to twist irregularly, as if it had ingested some unclean food that it could not digest. In the next second, the sand and thunderstorm burst apart. But that sword attack of Rayleigh's was also depleted. The violent aftershocks triggered a strong earthquake on the entire island, and Will and Rayleigh, who were closest to the explosion, were directly lost in a dazzling white light. The unlucky onlookers were even worse off, as they were caught in the aftershocks of the final attack and died without knowing it. Even the people who thought they were in a safe zone, such as Shaki, were also affected, with large areas of forest collapsing and the ground flipping and breaking up as if it were the end of the world. The good news is that Uchiha was strong enough to deal with the constant aftershocks, and no one was hurt. When the apocalyptic scene finally came to a halt, the townspeople embraced one by one with tears of joy at the end of the day. Is he going to be okay? Nami was biting her lip hard, and her worry was about to overflow. Everyone else had the same expression, looking at the direction of the energy storm's overflow source with great concern and seriousness. Even Shaki, who has always had great confidence in Rayleigh, involuntarily pursed her lips, revealing her unsettled state of mind. This kind of battle means they didn't hold back anymore, right? Please don't die. She waited for another 5 minutes until she was sure that no more movement was coming out, and then she brought people over. If the battle wasn't over, she still wouldn't let anyone interfere with it. By the time they crossed over the fallen trees and cracked earth to the scene of the battle, the scene in front of them shook everyone. The sea rolls back and the island sinks. In Sabati number 13, 1/5 of its area was actually sunk by the two of them. It's as if a piece of mooncake had been bitten off at the tip. If it weren't for the fact that this side was all untouched forest and a long way from town, there's no telling how many people would have been involved. Knowing Rayleigh's strength when he was young, Shaki wasn't too surprised but instead focused on searching for the two men. Although the battlefield was in a shocking state, somehow she just had confidence in these two people. If this level can kill them, it would be too disappointing. Let's just start looking around here, don't show that face, have some faith in your captain, after all, he's a strong man who can fight Rayleigh to this extent, he won't die so easily. Nami was awakened by Shaki's words, so everyone began to search carefully. Chapter 151 Men of the Sea should be free. When Shaki took out Rayleigh's Vivre card, it was only a matter of time before she found him. Why she could act so calmly just now, naturally, was because Rayleigh's Vivre card still existed, although the situation should have been quite dangerous, but at least his life was fine. It seems that you two should have finished your fight when Shaki found Rayleigh. She was both angry and laughing at the same time, because she found that the two men, who had just fought to the death, were now each sitting under a tree pouring wine into their mouths. Although they seemed to be in good spirits, the wounds and bloodstains on their bodies were enough to prove the danger of the final clash. The aftershocks from the energy surge alone destroyed half of the island, and if you were hit head-on, you probably wouldn't need to drink alcohol for the rest of your life. Oh, it's Shaki, sorry for making you worry, but I've already returned the favor to Hickey, don't worry. The smile on Rayleigh's face seemed to have untied the burden in his heart, otherwise, he wouldn't have been drinking easily. You know that with his current body there is a high probability that he will be out of power after using that strongest move of his, and with the final energy storm, it is not easy for him to maintain his current state. Although Will looked grizzled and bloodstained, he still had some strength left from the fact that he was able to use the Dorador fruit to find himself. It's just that he has become the end of the crossbow, and there is no need for this battle to continue. So, it's good to be young. Hey, is there any more of that wine from yesterday? This alcohol is also good, but here you are being choosy. Will didn't have a good word to say back, but still took a bottle of wine from his infinity gauntlet storage that he had brought down from the Sky Island and threw it over. Save your drink, you should know how much trouble it is to go to the Sky Island. Rayleigh didn't care about his tone of voice in the slightest. He seized the wine Will threw and started pouring it into his mouth, pouring only half of it out. It was a waste. Don't be stingy, I'm also your senior, so it's not too much to drink a few of your drinks, right? Rayleigh felt the pain in his body ease, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and now he will have to recuperate for a while. Senior? Why didn't I see you say that when you almost killed me with your sword? If I didn't have my gauntlet on me, I'd be cut in half, Che. It really makes me angry just thinking about it. The remaining sword aura penetrated his sandstorm attack and locked onto his position, giving him the feeling that he could not avoid the sword no matter what and had to take it hard. But just as the remaining sword aura was about to hit him, it turned transparent and disappeared under Will's gaze, seemingly overflowing directly into the air, before the two of them were blown away by the Big Bang. Regardless of whether Rayleigh did it intentionally or unintentionally, and regardless of whether the last remaining sword aura would kill him or not, it reduced the resentment in Will's heart by more than half. After all, he wasn't wrong to choose from Rayleigh's position. Of course, if one side was too weak in this battle, then there was nothing to say even if they died, even Will was ready to absorb a devil fruit. It's just that there was no need to fight until the end. So when Shaki brought Nami and the others over, what everyone saw was a bizarre scene of Rayleigh and Will fighting and drinking at the same time. Drink, drink, drink. Why don't I drink you to death? When Nami saw that he was covered in blood and still looked like he didn't care, she got so angry that she just rushed over and took the wine from his hand. Will just wanted to argue a few words and then noticed Nami's worry hidden underneath her anger, and all of a sudden he couldn't say anything and honestly didn't make any rebuttal. Nami was very uncomfortable with the fact that he had become so honest and well-behaved all of a sudden, but now was not the time to delve into such matters. At this point, the others also came around. It's just none of them was a doctor, so they could only stand there and watch. The good thing was that at this time, Shaki had already assisted Rayleigh. Go back to my place for a simple bandage first, I'm half a doctor after all. Although the battle between Will and Rayleigh was very brutal, they were willing to believe that Rayleigh and Shaki were not bad people just from this short moment together. It's too slow to walk back this way, so we will use my ability to go back. We'll use what little stamina was left to open a door directly in the air. Oh, you still have the energy to use your ability? Yes, we can even fight one more time. Rayleigh and Will looked at each other, then laughed at the same time. Sometimes the friendship between men was built between a fight. When Nisho heard it, he couldn't help but smile, and he picked up Will and followed everyone else into the door. After returning to Shaki Bar, she went inside and took out a medicine box and began to treat them. After wrapping both of them and turning them into mummies, Shaki also made 2 bowls of medicine to cure their internal injuries and let them take it, and just by looking at her skillful action, it doesn't look like the kind of half-doctor she said. And when Shaki smilingly said that she was already over 60 years old this year, almost everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Nami and the others subconsciously gathered around and asked Shaki about the secret of her face retention technique. After all, what woman doesn't want her face to never age? Will doesn't know what was put in Shaki medicine, but in a short while, he felt pain and itching on his body, which was unbearable. After quietly observing the location of several women, Will turned his back to them and quietly took out a small sip of wine and drank it. As expected, drinking wine can numb the nerves. Will felt much better. However, at some point, Rayleigh leaned in and directly instructed him with his eyes. This is the last one. I'll trade you the wine from the store. No exchange. Give me 100 good wines and I can help you train your hockey and melee skills. Your use of hockey is really too rough. Admittedly, Will was somewhat tempted to accept his offer, but he wasn't a protagonist like Luffy, so why would Rayleigh suddenly be so nice to him? Seemingly seeing his confusion, Rayleigh snatched half of the wine left in his hand and poured it into his mouth, and then said with a very loose expression, "Consider it as a compensation for the battle, as I don't like to force others." Chapter 152 Rayleigh's compensation. Will understood Rayleigh's meaning. It's hard to hate such a person when facing him. The last unhappiness in Will's heart dissipated. You want to be my teacher? No, as I said, this is just compensation for you helping me out of this favor, and the fact that you survived proves that you are worthy of it. And what if I die at your hands? I will take on all those who seek revenge for you, and I will keep your crew alive. And if you die? It's fair for me to die in return for Hueco kindness. Fair enough. Will took some more wine from his infinity gauntlet and tossed it to Rayleigh and smiled. If you don't like the compensation you can also offer it, as long as it's something I can do. Rayleigh's admiration for him was almost undisguised. He would look at Luffy differently in the future, mostly because of that D in his name and what people like Shanks said about Luffy that made Rayleigh value him so highly. And Luffy's strength at the time actually has little to do with, after all, when they arrived at Sabeti Islands, Luffy's strength is still less than 1% of Rayleigh's. In the face of the Admiral, the tyrant Kuma and other strong people made his whole crew in despair. But Will was different. He was recognized by Rayleigh on the basis of his own strength. If I follow your training plan, how long will it take? Although his heart is moved, if he spends too much time on it, it's not worth it. He is also the main character of his life. If he waits for 2 years, then most of the story will be over after he leaves the mountain. Rayleigh put down the wine in his hand and replied very seriously, you already have a part of the foundation for the use of hockey, and with your physical fitness, I think that 6 months to a year is almost enough time. If it's only half a year or so, it's not unacceptable. Half a year later, Luffy should be about to go to sea, and he is still waiting for Luffy to give him his promise fruit. As long as a few big events that affect the world pattern are not disturbed or altered, the other main plot Will does not really care. After having a plan in mind, Will gave his reply, yes, I'll accept your training. That's good, don't forget 100 good wines. Didn't you say you'd compensate me? Compensation is just giving you this opportunity, and it's up to you to take it. Damn. What an old drunkard. What kind of modesty can you expect from a man who will sell himself to a trafficker when he loses all his money on alcohol? Will only hated himself for not killing him straight away. How about just capturing him and giving it to the Navy? How about getting a dozen or so devil fruits as compensation, provided the Navy dares to accept him? After the extremely painful negotiations, the two of them set a training time to start after the injury was healed, and this time can also give Will and the others a buffer opportunity, along with a good shopping trip, such as those auctions that make him very interested. There are also sightseeing areas, soap bubble parks, specialty stores, and other places that they have not visited yet on all 80 islands. It's really different when you're rich. The only thing to watch out for is that he's afraid that the world noble bitches will get on his nerves and he'll destroy them if he's not careful, as losing the title of a 7 warlords of the sea is nothing for him, but facing the Admiralty's all-out roundup is no joke. When the time comes, not to mention the special training, it's questionable whether Rayleigh will be able to escape with them. So how about a heads up? It was at this point that Robin finally managed to walk up. Mr. Rayleigh, I have a question. What exactly does the Will of D refer to? I saw Roger's name engraved in ancient script on top of that history text on the Sky Island. Why would he use that script? Do you know what really happened in the world during the 100-year gap that began 900 years ago? Robin looked so excited to ask all the questions in one breath that the room fell silent for a brief moment. It took a few seconds before Rayleigh moved his lips and said, "Yes, we know. We know all the history." In a rare moment of disorientation, Robin opened her mouth as if to ask further questions, but was interrupted by Rayleigh. "Do not be in a hurry. Go and seek the truth with your own eyes, step by step closer to the truth. Even if I tell you everything about history now, with your current strength you cannot help, because what you see may not be the same as what we know, but if even then you will not be able to see the truth and want to know everything now, I can tell you now, too." After hearing it, Robin struggled for a moment, but it didn't take long for her to decide, as smiled in relief and replied firmly, "No, our captain claims to know the whereabouts of all the history text, and I will reveal it all myself." "Well, can this be a lie? By the way, didn't Roger the Pirate King and his crew all get caught, so why are you still showing up here in the open?" Nami asked a very curious question. After a reminiscent smile, Rayleigh began to slowly tell the truth of the matter. "We have long known that Roger was actually terminally ill, so that he chose to turn himself in." Will did not seriously listen to his story, but he took this moment when his crew was immersed in Rayleigh's story as he continued to drink secretly in order to relieve the body's itchy pain. Compared to the injury Rayleigh received, his was still a lot worse. When Rayleigh finished telling this remarkable story, Nami and others were sobbing. They did not expect the truth of the matter to actually be like this. The Navy is really shameless enough. Maybe it's because of the Navy's guilty conscience that they pretend not to know that Rayleigh is hiding in the Sabati Island, or else their lies would be exposed in a second. Is Big Sister here? Just as everyone was immersed in the story of the Pirate King, there was suddenly a loud noise outside. It should be the fat sheep from yesterday who brought someone over. I'll go out and take a look. Shaki seemed to have thought of something and went out happily. Hey, it's not nice to call someone fat sheep so openly and honestly. That's not even a cover-up. Will couldn't help but spit in his heart. No wonder this far is still able to sustain itself in such a remote place. I guess besides selling information on weekdays, the main income is from robbing these fat sheep. So it's impossible to run a serious business, not in this lifetime. After thinking about it, Will followed her out, not because he was afraid that something would happen to Shaki, but because he wanted to watch the fun and divert his attention, and also mourn for these unfortunate people for a while. Chapter 153 Yellow-Haired Monkey. Big Sister is out, stand still. As soon as Shaki came out, she saw a group of colorful people standing in a row outside, red, green, blue, and purple, but no black, a group of real mongrels. "Oh, it's you guys. Did you come over here today to get the money you owe me for the drinks, or did you come to make trouble?" 1, 2, 3 inches good day, Big Sister. When Will came out, what he saw was this scene, a colorful group of thugs respectfully bowing to Shaki as a greeting, which is quite funny. Shaki was likewise stunned by their actions, and then just speechlessly covered her forehead. "Don't you guys shout nonsense, I'm just a reputable businessman." "Okay, Big Sister." Reputable, and Shaki laughed and shook her head, no longer correcting them. "Did you bring the money?" "Bring it on. Bring it on. A total of 1.5 million for the wine, and the extra 500,000 pills is to show our apologies for our rudeness yesterday, so please make sure to accept it, Big Sister." The yellow hair leader carefully compensated with a smile as he gave away their entire savings. He didn't think of doing something like demolishing the bar, because when he remembered what happened yesterday, he couldn't stop shuddering since he was put down by this devil woman and had to kneel to beg for mercy. So, he chose between giving up his base camp and paying the money to let the matter rest in peace rather than running away. Shaki's smiling acceptance of the fat sheep filial piety made the leader's heart light up. "Big Sister, is there no misunderstanding between us?" "No, also you can come and sit down often in the future, after all, I'm not a devil." When the leader heard this, he immediately shuddered in place and wanted to run away. Just because of a few drinks, they got charged more than 1 million, so if they drink a few more times they will go bankrupt. "The woman in front of me is a devil." But the yellow hair leader still nodded through his clenched teeth, and then asked the probing question, "As a member of Big Sister's staff, we still don't know what Big Sister's name is?" When he was raising the money, he thought it would be a good idea to get on the other side of the table, although he didn't know who the other side was. Coupled with the fact that the little peeping leopard showed up yesterday, this patron is definitely worth their gamble. If the eldest sister joins strongly, then they can kill the Matt family and start a war against Tanaki on the next street. In the face of the burning eyes of the yellow-haired leader and others, Shaki, who has experienced great storms and waves, was slightly overwhelmed. Just as she was thinking about how to get rid of the group of rainbow-haired thugs, she noticed Will, who was leaning on the door laughing and watching the fun. Then the corner of her mouth lifted up into a smile. Actually, I'm really just an ordinary person, but if you guys want to get ahead, I can point you in a direction. The leader was disappointed that Big Sister didn't seem to want to take them in, but listening to the rest of her words made him look forward to it somewhat. A powerful person like Big Sister wouldn't fool them, right? Did you see that guy? Does anything look familiar? Shaki pointed at Will, who was watching the play, and said with a smiling face. At this time, Will's body was wrapped in bandages, and his trademark infinity gauntlets were in a hidden state, but his beautiful face was still impressive. The first yellow-haired man stared at Will's face for a few moments and immediately opened his mouth wide. A 7 warlords of the sea? Will, who hated trouble, was ready to go in and didn't stay. He didn't have the leisure to deal with a bunch of thugs. Is it really that famous 7 warlords of the sea? After experiencing the initial shock, the leader immediately became excited and asked. Shaki laughed without saying a word. Her trick to attract the flow of misfortune can be called a pit of subpar. With the famous 7 warlords of the sea here, how can these people still pester her, and call her Big Sister? Indeed, all the thugs are now thinking about how to join the Faceless Will crew and become his subordinate, and even if they think Shaki is an ox, it will never be better than a 7 warlords of the sea. Then, the observant yellow hair suddenly noticed the bandage wrapped around Will's body as he turned around and entered the room. A bandage? Is this adult injured? Wait. Injuries? Is it possible that the shocking battle that they couldn't even get close to and almost killed them just from the aftermath of the battle was caused by this adult in front of them? Before coming here, Yellow Hair went back for another trip, and what he saw was unimaginable. What kind of strong man could create that kind of battlefield? Most of the forest was destroyed. 1/5 of the island sinks to the bottom of the sea. It is said that those who secretly hid around to watch the battle were nearly wiped out in the aftermath of the final battle. Could it really be that big man with such terrifying power? Then who is the terrifying being who can fight that man? Could it be one of the supernova White Horse Cavendish who came to the Sabati Islands not long ago? The 280 million bounties on the White Horse Cavendish is comparable to the 350 million bounties on the Faceless Will, right? If this lord hadn't joined the 7 warlords of the sea, there would have been a place for him in this year's supernova, and a battle between these two supernovas would have been big news. But I don't think the lord who has the title of a 7 warlords of the sea will take this supernova title seriously. Now almost half of the islanders are on their way to the ruined battlefield, and many wealthy people are preparing to leave the dangerous island in fear. This is an opportunity. It has to be caught. What enemy was that lord fighting in that amazing battle before? It's just 2 childish troublemakers playing around. Shaki lit a cigarette, standing there with special calmness, and as she blew the smoke. Daring to call that adult a childish trickster, this alone made Yellow Hair and others respect Shaki. The relationship between them is definitely not ordinary. Maybe Aizen was the paramour of that 7 warlords of the sea lord? That's why you dared to make up that story behind his back? At that thought, the yellow-haired monkey's attitude towards Shaki became more and more respectful. Chapter 154 Only baldness can make you stronger, little Will. Someone wants to see you. Shaki smiled and brought in Yellow Hair. No. And don't call me that, I'm not little at all, in every way. Will sat down against the wall and said the woman is over 60 years old, and she has never seen anything like it. If a woman goes rogue, there's nothing a man can do. Will immediately retreated under the strange gaze of Nami and the others. He doesn't have a tendency for exchanging fluids with a 60-plus-year-old old woman. Ahem, or forget it, you can call it whatever you like. When Will said this, he also left a very depressing look at Rayleigh, who looked indifferent. Isn't Shaki your woman? Come on, give us a reaction. Tell me, what do you want from me? The opponents I want to challenge in the future are not the ones you can handle, and even if you have 100 lives, they won't be enough to save you. In order to avoid trouble, Will spoke the truth directly. In front of the real strong enemies, no amount of minions is enough for a second, so he won't do this kind of thing which is not beneficial and troublesome at the same time. After hesitating for a few seconds, the yellow-haired leader bowed with clenched teeth and said, I know that a big man like you certainly doesn't need weak minions like us, but there are always some dirty jobs that need to be done even by us, and as for the danger, if we continue like this, it won't be long before we are swallowed up by other gangs, and we will either die or be sold into slavery, so instead of continuing to live like this, we should seize the opportunity in front of us and risk our lives for once. If we succeed in our fight, all the women will come after us who have fame and fortune, but if we fail, it will only bring forward our end. The realization that I would lose my life over it, I had it long before I came in. It is not easy to finish a sentence in front of these people like Will and Rayleigh. This kind of pressure that they emit is not easy for an ordinary person like him to do. Even Will, who had chosen to refuse from the very beginning, Didn't think that the yellow hair could actually say such philosophical words. But he still decided to refuse. Sorry, you guys are really too weak, and the other dirty work and stuff have already been done. Will said as he swept a glance at Kobe and Perona, who were staying on the side watching the show. He had a handyman and a maid on his ship, and although they weren't that powerful, it was still easy to train them. Or do you have a skill that I need? The time they fell from hell to heaven was only 1 second, and the yellow hair, who was cold at the last second, immediately said with joy, "We have the best barbering skills on the island. We can dye our hair no matter what color it is. And here is an example." He immediately presented his other subordinates, and when he said that, the yellow hair was so proud of his face. "Get out." Will helplessly covered his face. He knew it really does not matter which world, idiots exist everywhere. Do they want them to be idols? First, go to Aizen and ask for a sex change, then train them to debut as some kind of front street girl group? Will there be a market for it? Pack. Will slapped his head hard to drown out this crazy idea. What is on earth should not be used to scour the pirate world? The yellow-haired leader saw Will's face and immediately panicked. "We can still find out information, and yes, we can also help your lord spread your glorious great image publicity to let more people to know." "Okay, stop it. Will has a brain ache." The yellow-hair leader was disappointed, but as expected, waste is always waste. "You say you can snoop around?" Will found it a bit funny. "Do you know that the big sister you are calling out one by one is the most powerful intelligence peddler in the Sabati Islands? But saying it in front of Shaki that she is a spy is like playing with a big knife in front of a public figure." "Yes. The customers who come to us for a haircut come from 3 different religions, and a small number of them are not rich or noble, so basically we can know the first thing that happens." The leader immediately patted his chest as he understood this was their last chance. "At your level, are there still people who are not rich or noble who come to you for haircuts?" Will looked at him with a very skeptical look. Who would have thought that the question would immediately anger the yellow-hair leader? "Of course. Our haircuts are highly regarded by the elite. If Tony from the next street hadn't been leading the trouble, we would have put our name on all of the Sabati Islands." Okay." Will sighed helplessly as he wondered if this group of rainbow thugs were of any use to him or not. Taking them away was out of the question, but it seemed like they could be of some use if they were left here. And he would probably stay here to be trained by Rayleigh after he recovered from his injuries, which was about half a year or so, a period of time that seemed sufficient to allow this yellow hair and the others to expand their power to the entire Sabati Islands. It would be a waste if he didn't make good use of his title of 7 warlords of the sea, and besides, they weren't pirates, just a bunch of barbers who could fight. Leaving such a nail in the coffin seems to disgust the Navy and the world government. It's not that they can be of much use, but it's good to have a little Navy in their sights. He could hear the warnings of the fleet admiral in his ears. "Haha. There are a few conditions, and if I can do it, I can take you on as my subordinates." "No problem, boss." The surprise always comes so suddenly, and the group of rainbow barbers was so excited like a 500-pound child. As for the yellow-haired familiar name, Will had just learned it, so he didn't bother to correct him, as it was useless anyway. "First, instant transmission all these colorful hair on your heads. Better instant transmission it all off. For these ordinary subordinates, the only way to be strong is to be bald. Well, whether you believe it or not, I do." Will's first condition was so painful that yellow hair almost collapsed. Chapter 155 SHIELD established. "Yes." The yellow hair leader who looked in pain almost bit the bullet and made the decision. There's a saying that has always been passed down in their thug community, that the head can be cut off and their blood can flow, but the hairstyle can't be messed up. Unfortunately, today he's going to break the iron rule himself. "Very good, it seems that you are really well aware." Will nodded and continued, "Then I need you to stay in the Sabati Islands to do some intelligence gathering and other work. In order to support your actions, I allow you to use my name to expand your power. If you encounter any enemies that you cannot handle to pick a fight, you can come to me. Within 6 months I hope you can become the largest local power in the Sabati Islands. Can you do it?" The yellow hair leader that was going to be the bald leader in the future was almost knocked out by this big pie that fell from the sky. If they had followed Will's arrangement, they would not have had to take so much risk and they would have been able to fulfill their greatest wish all these years. Becoming the most powerful force in all of the Sabati Islands makes his blood boil just thinking about it. These thighs are really thick and strong. The yellow-haired leader's sorrow of having to instant transmission his head so horribly has been forgotten after hearing Will. Compared to the promises Will makes, it seems good to be a bald head. So yellow hair immediately looked excited and patted his chest to assure, "Absolutely no problem, boss. Better do it fast. I'll probably only stay here for half a year, and if you don't finish the tasks I've told you during that time, then I won't hesitate to abandon you." The yellow-haired leader immediately looked scared. He knew that this lord was not joking. If they didn't complete the mission by then and lost the protection of Will's name, then they, who had offended countless people, would definitely die without Will's personal intervention. So the danger level of this mission is not much lower. Also remember this, even though my name is lent to you, if I find out that you are doing evil deeds under my banner, then there is no need for you to exist. Yes, boss. Don't worry, we'll never mess around. Come on, get your head cleaned up when you get back, it looks distracting. After instructing them a few more words to try not to clash with the naval world government and world nobles, Will was ready to send them away. In fact, even if Will didn't say anything, they wouldn't dare to offend these superpowers, although the latter could still be reasoned with, but if they provoked the world noble, they would have to wait for death. If they dare to resist, the 3 admirals of the Navy will immediately gather to teach them how to behave. Okay, boss, by the way, what are we going to call our forces? It's time for Will's favorite name. As soon as the others saw Will's lips curled up, they subconsciously mourned for the yellow hairs for 3 seconds. At that instant, Will's eyes seemed to see the end of the universe, and the bright Milky Way shone in his eyes. Numerous bald and strong men came to his mind: Saitama, Frieza, Hoshinamiya, Kobe. They are bald and strong. Huh? Something strange seems to have gotten mixed up in it. Never mind, it's not even important. As countless bald heads crossed his mind like comets, Will's consciousness finally settled on that black one-eyed bald leader. Let's call it Shield. Huh? The name is a bit good, and it's not at all like their captain's naming level. Was it only a matter of time before their captain was switched? Nami and others were very surprised. Only the yellow-haired leader and his group, who have great flattery skills, flattered Will as they said, worthy of being a boss. It's a high-end name right off the bat. It's much better than the 5 Daggers or the Flame Society. Ahem, this kind of talent you can't learn, it requires talent. Will said arrogantly. Why do you think his group of pirates is called Faceless? It is true that after the appearance of the Infinity Gauntlet in the world of pirates, the style of painting and everything else has become even more bizarre, but he wonders if there will be a chance to get a Hydra out again. Wait. It seems like the Empress's group of pirates is called the 9 Snakes. Is this bad karma? Or is it hinting at him something? After enjoying the flattery compliments from the group of barbers, Will threw them out with a satisfied face. Will, who has accepted all the praises, doesn't care about the ugly expressions of Nami and others who are already nauseous. Congratulations to Captain Will for gaining another group of loyal brothers. Shaki, who watched the excitement all the way, said with a smile. Will gave her an angry look. It was obviously the trouble she caused, but now she behaves like she didn't know anything about it. Yes, it's really bad luck. You wait. Sooner or later, my Shield will take all your business. Will, though happily. He doesn't know if she sensed Will's deep malice, but Shaki suddenly looked at him with a smiling face and asked. By the way, I have a piece of information here that I believe will be of interest to you. What information? Shaki kept her mouth shut, but the smile on her face grew even wider. Damn, she is really cunning. I just solved a problem for you, and now you're going to charge me? But I'm sorry, I'm not going to pay you even if I jump off the island and turn myself into the Navy. It's information about the Devil's Fruit. Will, who was getting up to leave, immediately sat back down with a serious expression as he asked. Tell me, what price? Oh, it hurts my feelings to talk about money, but before that, should we settle the medical bills and the wine bill first? She is worthy of the name Shaki from Ripoff Bar, and Will said in an upset tone, I admit the medical expenses, but didn't you say the wine was free? You also said it was before, but now that the fight is over, you want me to keep getting free? Shit. A depressed Will turned to look at Rayleigh, hoping to get the old man to say something fair, but naturally, he thought too much. He was a partner in a black store, how could he speak for the fat sheep? Will sullenly paid the money, only to feel the toothache. This stupid store is really black store. The fees and other expenses totaled 2.5 million billies out of him, and he just felt like someone robbed him at the moment. Tell me what information you have quickly, or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist tearing down this black store if I stay any longer. Shaki smiled and said, there will be an auction on island number 3 in 2 days, and it is said that there will be 2 never-before-seen devil fruits as the grand finale. The authenticity of it has been confirmed. Chapter 156. Threatening the Navy. Will's eyes flicker when he hears it. The money that got scammed by Shaki was worth the information he received from her. If he didn't know about the auction, he would definitely miss it. The problem now is that although he has a lot of money, it's all for nothing if he meets those world nobles' trash. Even the world government, which is responsible for printing money, is under the jurisdiction of the celestial dragons, so how can he compare to them? Is he going to do something that Luffy will do in advance? But beating a celestial dragon was only a momentary pleasure. but his plan would suffer a huge change, somewhat outweighing the loss. What should be done? After thinking about it, Will can only go slant, and it is best if he can succeed, and forget it if he doesn't succeed. On the next day, Will, who had hidden his bandages under his clothes, led his crew away from the 3rd groove of the Sabati Island and headed straight to the 60th groove, where the Navy was stationed. With his identity as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, even the Navy did not dare to stop them, and could only report to the top of the hierarchy. This place is the naval station, no outsiders are allowed. Although he was afraid of Will's strength and his title as a 7 warlords of the sea, there was no shortage of courageous soldiers in the Navy. Don't be nervous, I am here to collect the reward. Who is your commander-in-chief here? Will wasn't angry at being stopped, he wasn't here to fight today, he just hoped that the commander-in-chief of this base would be more sensible. Does the famous 7 warlords of the sea also need to work as a bounty hunter to make a living? Just when the young soldier was a little overwhelmed, a man with a scarred face appeared. He was wearing an iconic white coat with justice on its back as a cigarette dangled on his mouth. That's right, these years are sluggish, and I can't do business. And I can only rely on my strength. And since I can get bounty money for killing a few pirates. Your Navy is indeed a pioneer in the charity world. Will's sarcastic remarks caused Nami and others to shake with laughter, so funny. The man was not annoyed when he heard Will's sarcasm, but said cheerfully, if you can destroy the pirates who are running riot, even if we give more money, the Navy will not be stingy at all. The Navy around immediately applauded when they heard it and couldn't help but cheer on their heart. I'm afraid it's not just the pirates who are doing evil, but also some Navy who is rotten to the core. Oh, I almost forgot, this scandal has already been sealed off, so how would the soldiers at the bottom know about it, don't you think? They were both laughing, but the enmity in their eyes was clearly seen. Introducing myself, I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Headquarters in the Sabati Islands, Doberman, Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. A Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters? Will was stunned, he thought that this creepy guy in front of him was probably some major general he couldn't remember, but he was actually one of the few Vice Admiral? He immediately began to think back, but there were about 10 or so Vice Admirals in the Navy, and excluding the impressive ones from Carp, he hadn't really remembered who this one was. Never mind, a Vice Admiral was just a Vice Admiral, it did not affect the purpose of this visit. So am I going to get my reward or not? Vice Admiral Doberman. Of course, as long as it's verified, we won't pay less of the money that should be given. Another guy with a smile hiding a knife, Will thought to himself. Uncle Isho, you guys just stay on the ship, if there is an ambush inside, you can come back in to meet me. Just in case, Will left a backup. Isho nodded his head, indicating that the captain of the ship could go without worry. Will entered the naval base with a sack in his hand, followed by Vice Admiral Doberman. I wonder which vicious pirates Captain Will has killed? Will didn't do any bullshit, he just threw the sack to the ground, and several bloody heads rolled out of the sack. There were the heads of Krieg and others that he didn't have time to dispose of, as well as the unlucky pirates who died in his hands all the way from the first half of the Grand Line. The value of the individual heads was not high, but the accumulation of a few heads can add up, and a dozen of the bounty on their heads could be exchanged for several 100 million blas, which would take up space in his infinity gauntlet space and be an eyesore. Seeing the recorder take out the bounty order one by one to verify, Vice Admiral Doberman eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. If that's the extent of his strength, it's really disappointing. Will noticed the change in his demeanor, but didn't care in the slightest. He'd like everyone to underestimate him, so he'll know why the flowers are so red when they fight. By the way, I heard that there is a very large auction tomorrow on the 3rd groove. I wonder if the Vice Admiral has heard about it? Oh, yeah? The auctions he knew of were all disgusting, as they are all about buying and selling people and slaves, but he could do nothing about it. He didn't expect the other party to come without even greeting in exchange for a reward just to go to such a disgusting auction. Really, the 7 warlords of the sea system is not a good thing. I'm personally looking forward to tomorrow's auction, but I don't know if there will be any celestial dragons present. I think there will be, since celestial dragons are regulars at the major auctions. The Vice Admiral said disdainfully. Then the question is, I've never seen a celestial dragon in my life, I wonder how it feels to fight them? Upon hearing, Doberman got a cold sweat swish down and he stared at Will, while the officer in charge of the records even dropped his pen in shock. What do you want? I'm warning you, Faceless Will, if you dare to touch a hair of the world noble, dozens of naval ships with an admiral leading it will immediately come to crush you. That's serious? Will indifferently buttoned his ears. Seeing that he didn't seem to take it to heart at all, Doberman almost got crazy. If something were to happen to the world noble while he was stationed in the Sabati Islands, then he wouldn't have to work as a Vice Admiral anymore, as his rank will surely be demoted or worse, die in the hands of the world noble. Faceless Will. I'm not kidding. The seriousness of touching a world noble is far more frightening than you can imagine. Haha, don't be nervous, I was just joking. Doberman couldn't even see a smile on his face, because he couldn't tell which of Will's words were true and which were not. Actually, I just want to go to the auction to buy something, but I'm afraid that I don't have enough money. After all, who can compare to the world noble's wealth, right, Vice Admiral Doberman? If I can't buy what I want, I'm likely to get angry, and if I injure a dragon by mistake, that would be a big problem. I don't even mind even if I lose my title as a 7 Warlords of the Sea. With how big the new world is, are you sure you will be able to catch me? But it's hard to tell about the others, especially your navies who are dedicated to the safety of the world nobles. Doberman's face was getting uglier and uglier, and he had understood the implication of the other party coming over specifically. It was clear that he was threatening him. Chapter 157 The Protector of the World Nobles. That's right, Will coming here especially to exchange the bounty is not his main purpose, rather, it was to reveal his idea to the Navy. Having already killed 2 7 Warlords of the Sea, he gave the Navy the impression of him as lawlessness, so what he said would make people believe it. If Will really did attack the world nobles at the auction, then there would be endless trouble waiting for the Navy. Vice Admiral Doberman and the navies stationed here will be implicated, and it's hard to say what kind of punishment they will receive. If Will could just walk away, they would be in big trouble. What do you want? As the protectors of the world nobles, you can just find any reason why the world nobles can't go. Vice Admiral Doberman looked at him deeply, then took a breath and said, "This kind of thing is beyond my jurisdiction, I need to report it." After saying that, he left, and should have reported it to the fleet admiral to decide. As a candidate for being an admiral, the vice admiral who is very popular among the citizens has never received such insults. But Will didn't feel that way, he made a special trip to remind them of his good intentions, so why do they all have an ugly expression upon hearing him? Hey, are the statistics ready? Yes, I'll have the bounty money sent over right away. The recording officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he pulled out the den mushi to have the logistics send the money over. This kind of bull that dares to came to the naval base and threaten to take action against the world nobles can't be messed with. Will was satisfied. He pulled over a stool waiting for the Navy to send him the money, but unfortunately, the money didn't arrive. The first thing that came was actually a call from the fleet admiral. "Hello, who is it?" Will curled his lips and asked knowingly when he took out the special den mushi in his bosom. "It's me, Sengoku." "Oh, it's the fleet admiral, didn't I tell you, I'm busy, I won't attend the world government meeting about the new 7 warlords of the sea, I agree with whoever the final candidate is." Sengoku ignored his pretentiousness and asked straightforwardly, "What do you really want?" "You should know the consequences of touching the world nobles." The den mushi in Will's hand that turned into the image of Sengoku looked very grumpy. "Don't worry, I'm just saying that casually, as long as the world nobles don't mess with me, how can I poke this hornet's nest?" His subtext is that if they don't mess with him, everyone will be fine, and if they do win the lottery, then I'm sorry. Since Doflamingo threatened the Navy and the world government with heavenly gold, this is the first time anyone dared to negotiate terms with the safety of the world nobles. "Actually, my conditions are quite simple, as long as you don't let the world nobles appear in front of me during my time in the Sabati Islands, I promise, I will never take the initiative to find trouble with those idiots." The title of the 7 warlords of the sea is actually quite useful, it's really a bit hard for me to give it up. There was a moment of silence on Sengoku's side and he angrily said, "Are you threatening the Navy?" "No, I'm just stating a fact. I also have a condition, you must be accompanied by my people during your entire activity in the Sabati Islands. In order to completely eliminate the meeting between the world nobles and Will, there must be a contact person in charge, otherwise, if Will walks down the street and comes face to face with the world nobles, then the other party raised a pistol and pulled the trigger, can they still wish for Will to not fight back? This person is in a sense an insurance policy of sorts, specifically to monitor their movements. Although it is troublesome to carry a spy, it is still barely acceptable compared to the subsequent benefits." Will thought quickly, yes, but it had better be a pretty Navy woman, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing a muscular guy who I saw in front of me all day. "That I can do with my authority, don't you worry about it." Sengoku, who had a red face from anger, directly hung up the den mushi after he said that. It is clear that the 7 warlords of the sea system was set up to provide the Navy with a fighting power. But why is it that the Navy has not used the other side to contribute, but the other side relies on the Navy first? And not to help is not good enough, the other party is clearly untrustworthy, the safety of the world noble must be put first. This feeling of being pinched by the other party's scheme is really unpleasant. Who should I send? The first thing that came to Sengoku's mind was Hina, who had already dealt with Will several times, but when he thought about the last time the other party came to the naval headquarters for a meeting, Hina's backstabbing move made his head hurt even more. If Hina didn't think of the big picture and intentionally caused Will to clash with the world nobles, that would be the worst possible outcome. The ordinary navy was not competent for this position, since if it was thrown off easily, it would lose its monitoring role. Looks like we'll have to let her go. Crane, I have a mission here that requires Giant to run to the Sabati Islands. On the other hand, Will left the naval base with the reward money intact under the escort of the expressionless Vice Admiral. As for tomorrow's auction, there is no need for him to worry about it. Naturally, the Navy is responsible for communication, and it is none of his business whether it is a fraud or to delay him. It's all done, let's go. Vice Admiral Doberman looked in the direction of Will and his group's departure and slowly inhaled a puff of smoke. Today's humiliation, one day I will pay it back, faceless Will. Throwing away his cigarette and crushing it with his foot, Vice Admiral Doberman turned back with a grunt. At this moment, the idea of outlawing the 7 warlords of the sea system was ingrained in Doberman's mind. After coming out of the naval station, Nami and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were protected by the title of the 7 warlords of the sea, the inherently antagonistic position of the pirates and the navy made them nervous, feeling that the navy would swarm to arrest them in the next second. Not everyone had Will's big guts. Where to next? Go straight to Groove number 3. Let's find some hotel to rest for one night, and attend the auction tomorrow. Nami nodded and went to the helm with the distribution map of the Sabati Islands in her hand that she had bought from Shaki. The others also went about their duties, and everything was in order. Kobe, go raise the flag. Okay, sensei. Although he didn't understand why the teacher suddenly had to raise the flag, he just did it, and he didn't want to receive another double training from his teacher and Isho-san. Looking at the pirate flag drifting in the wind, Will nodded his head in satisfaction. It was time to announce to everyone my arrival. And after a day and a night of brewing, the great events on Groove 13 spread throughout the Sabati Island from a few survivors. Chapter 158 Cavendish. Look. Is that a ship, too? This is the first time I've seen such a cool ship. At a glance, it's very expensive. Which big shot is this? This year's Supernova White Horse Cavendish is on the island, so maybe this is his ship. I think Cavendish is just a little white guy. Besides being handsome, he didn't seem that strong. It is also possible that it's because of a woman why his bounty is high. A very sour comment was heard, obviously jealous of Cavendish popularity. The people around him listened to what he said and nodded their heads together to express their agreement, because how can someone like him become a pirate? He should have debuted as an idol instead of a pirate. Because all day long there is only a pile of women around him, even the news report on him is mostly gossip and scandal, really a strange one. They just can't figure out where this 280 million bounty is coming from. Compared to Cavendish, obviously, the Fire Fist Ace, who entered the New World 2 years ago with the name of Supernova, is more convincing. However, last year, no one got the name of Supernova. Originally everyone was optimistic about the Faceless Pirate Group's Captain Will, but did not expect that he was directly recruited to become a 7 Warlords of the Sea, plus he did not enter the New World, so last year's Supernova, there is no noteworthy name appeared. However, the fact that he killed 2 pirates with the same title as him and also defeated a Navy Admiral with a reward of 350 million belly was enough to prove that he was qualified. No previous Supernova has ever done anything as fierce as he did. Perhaps we have to go back to the era when Roger, Goldlion and Whitebeard were born to compete with each other. Just as the ugly men were sobbing about the past and the present, the silver battleship full of science fiction colors was getting closer and closer to the port. Hey, did you hear? There was a battle on Groove 13 yesterday, and half of the island collapsed. Cut, you're out of date with this news. I heard from our boss that a few lucky ones who hid and watched the battle managed to survive, using their horrific wounds and dead companions to assure me that it was Faceless Will and an unknown white-haired old who fought on Groove 13 yesterday. Is that true? That Faceless will have come to the Sabati Islands? The man was amazed. That's right, counting the time, it's time for him to make his way to the New World. The first half of the Grand Line is really not very challenging for such a strong man. TSK, I wish I could join his crew. Don't dream about it. How could a big shot like that glance at us? That's not necessarily true. Dreams are always crucial. What if I see a ghost? Damn right it's a ghost. Haha, I was just saying, where can we see a ghost in broad daylight? Look at that banner. What banner? Fuck. The iconic golden gauntlet and the faceless figure of a man are all evidence of his identity. A 7 Warlords of the Sea? It really is Faceless Will. The rumors are true. When Will and his crew came down from the ship, all they saw was the respectful and fearful eyes of the people around them. And the ugly men were horrified to discover that Will himself was much more handsome than the picture on the wanted poster. First, there is Cavendish, and then a big shot with even more power, strength and looks, That's forcing them to die. What's wrong with the world? How can there be a man who has both strength and looks? So many people feel the deep malice from the world. When they think about the battle that took place yesterday on Groove 13, did he come to trouble Cavendish? Thinking about it this way, they immediately got excited. Let's go, let's find a place to rest first, then we're free to move around, just come back before it gets dark. Then Will noticed that Nami was smiling again and pulled him in. I know, it's a team activity again, right? Will said helplessly. Thankfully he got 500 million below from the Navy, there is really no reason not to give his crew benefits. Anyway, the money is meant to be spent. If there is no money, he will use a few pirate heads and exchange them for rewards. After handing the money to Nami, Will also swept around the surrounding people in an unkind manner, as if looking for which sheep is a little more fat. The onlookers shivered in unison as if they were being stalked by something terrible. Let's go to this hotel. In life, Will never treats himself badly, enjoys when he should enjoy, work hard when he should work hard. You have to combine work and rest, so naturally, he wants to stay in the best hotel. However, when they went in, they were told that the room was already full. Will was not an unreasonable person, so he was ready to find another place to stay, but at that moment, a well-dressed man in a suit came trotting over. Please wait. Anything else? The man in the suit calmed his rapid breathing and revealed a standard smile on his face. It's an honor for Lord Will to stay in our hotel, and it just so happens that an ultra-luxury suite has just been vacated, so if you don't mind, you can come with me to check in. The little girl at the front desk suddenly turned white from fright. Almost everyone in the service industry in the Sabati Islands is obliged to remember the pirates on the major bounty lists, with 7 warlords of the sea, an admiral, and others being the most important. Although these people may not come to live here once in a lifetime, these big people who cannot be offended must be remembered. And just a moment ago, because she was so immersed in Will's exuberant beauty that she couldn't remember the other party's identity. The lobby manager, who happened to get the news, took a look into the crowd, and that's how the scene came about. Will, who was a privileged class on the earth, naturally saw through the other party's intentions. He also didn't want to find out whether there were any empty rooms before, and the so-called super deluxe suites should be prepared for this kind of situation, so he nodded his head and made the manager lead the way. In the world of pirates, he is considered a character who can brush his face, which somehow makes Will feel strange. But it's an indisputable fact that the compulsion is rubbing off on him. When they arrived at the super luxury suite that the man in the suit was talking about, they were immediately captivated, and the luxury was so unbelievable that even the toilet was made of pure gold, which made Nami unconsciously activate her kaleidoscopic Billy's eyes. Guess she would have been ready to unload this stuff and take it with her if the man in the suit hadn't been there to get in the way. Very well, I'm satisfied. The man in the suit was delighted when he heard Will's compliment. So he bowed and left with a smile on his face after saying, "Then I wish you all have a good time." Chapter 159 Provocations from Cavendish. Super luxury suites have a lot of rooms, so you don't have to worry about sleeping on the sofa, and at night when you get up to drink water and go to the bathroom, you can also meet a lady in cool clothes. Don't ask how Will knew that. The next day was the start of the auction. Will and his group had lunch and went downstairs very leisurely. But before they went out, they heard wave after wave of female screams outside. Will was secretly annoyed. Am I too high profile? That there is a female fan to block the door. If they want to ask for my signature, should I give it or not? Maybe there is still a chance to go to other hotels to talk about life? Will thought about it this way and walked out with a smile, only to realize that the screams outside were not for him. He didn't know which star came to perform here. At this time, the man was surrounded by a group of young girls from the third and outer layers, and even his shadow could not be seen. Damn. Will curled his lips contemptuously and prepared to take his crew away, but he was discovered by several nymphomaniac women who stayed on the outskirts as they couldn't squeeze in. Look. Isn't that the Lord Will, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Wow, how handsome. Humphrey. What 7 warlords of the sea? My Prince Charming is only Cavendish-sama HMP. You don't have eyes. How can you compare Lord Will masculinity and handsomeness? Cut the crap and get over there and take your place. In a short while, half of the female fans switched camps. In terms of face value, Will is not bad at all, and his skin is so good that people become jealous of him, but it does not give people the feeling of being a sissy in the slightest, but rather shows the masculine spirit. If we are talking about strength, we don't have to mention that there are supernova stars almost every year, which can only be considered a newcomer award at most, but there are only 7 warlords of the sea, and only the top strongest people in the sea can join, not to mention that Will's fierce performance all the way over has already spread throughout the sea. Will didn't expect that the female fans who were surrounding the other man earlier would surround himself in a blink of an eye. Even Nami and the others were squeezed out. They could only stand outside, clearly speechless. Lord Will is so handsome, can you sign it for me, just on my chest? Does Lord Will have a girlfriend? This is the room number of the hotel I'm staying in, and I'd like to discuss my training with Lord Will in the evening. Fans are something like this, you envy others who have them, and you immediately feel annoyed when you have them. Will was surrounded by a group of warblers quarreling head-on. Fortunately, when he was on the earth, he was not a gentleman. Although he hasn't done anything like this, he has learned about the process to some extent. It's a pity that several beauties on his ship watched him with hawk eyes, and he couldn't make an appointment at night. Just as Will was about to open an air door to escape, Cavendish, whose numbers of fans had dwindled sharply over his side, finally showed himself. So it's Captain Will of the Faceless Pirate Group. I didn't think you would steal half of my fans all of a sudden. Cavendish was a playboy in Will's eyes, thinking about playing all day long surrounded by women, and what he cares most about is his image in the hearts of beauties and his own popularity. But there's no denying that this product does have two personalities, especially that second personality. It's strong. Under pressure, the female fans standing in front of him made their way out of the way, allowing Will and Cavendish to stand face to face. If it weren't for the cheerleaders behind each of them with their faces full of injustice, and with an explosive BGM song, a gripping battle would have been inevitable. It's a pity that the two of them are facing each other with a team of women. How do they look like a plot in an idol drama? If someone behind them shouted, "Don't fight anymore, please, go to the dance studio to fight." Bruh. Will subconsciously rub the goosebumps on his arms. What a horror. Are you Cavendish? It's a pity. Pity about what? Cavendish is still upset that Will stole his female fans, and is confident in his own strength. He does not feel that he is weaker than Will, a 7 warlords of the sea, so what if the other side bounty of more than 300 million, if he wants to, he can also quickly increase his bounty. It's a pity you're not a devil fruit user. Will spoke the truth, defeating him has no benefit to himself, his fruit won't become stronger, his bounty won't increase, others will not look at him differently because he defeated a supernova. So Will really didn't do anything, or else Cavendish would have gone to meet King Yama long ago if he had been so provocative. That kind of strength that relies on external objects is not my pursuit. Gorgeous sword skills, elegant posture is the concept I implement. Afterwards, Cavendish even narcissistically jerked his hair and posed with his trademark red rose in his mouth, making the brain-dead fans around him scream with their hands on their chests. Will subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Just a moment ago he seemed to vaguely see a 50-cent special effect around him. Not bothering to pay attention to this narcissist, Will shook his head and prepared to leave. Since we've met, let's have a sparring match, so I can see how powerful a 7 warlords of the sea is, and prove to my lovely fans who is the most popular person on this island. Will was really angry this time. He turned his head and looked at Cavendish very seriously. Are you sure? Sure. I will never allow anyone more popular than me to exist. One punch. What? I hope you can take my punch. If you were deliberately trying to provoke me, then I admit that you did. It was the first time that Cavendish had been underestimated since he started sailing, so he put a smile on his face and slowly drew his sword. Although he was angry at Will's underestimation, he had heard a lot about Will's deeds, so naturally, he would not underestimate him. Cavendish decided to make Will, who had underestimated him, pay the price. Are you ready? If you don't make a move first, you won't have a chance to make a move. Or did the Navy give you the title of a 7 warlords of the sea because of your braggadocio? Before Cavendish finished what he was saying, he saw Will turn into a silver lightning bolt and instantly arrive in front of him. That was fast. There's no avoiding it. He has to defend. Boom. Will's right fist, wrapped in the infinity gauntlet, struck Cavendish's sword with a heavy blow, and after only a thousandth of a second, Cavendish was knocked out of the street and smashed into a store with his fate unknown. Chapter 160 The Auction. I hope you don't regret it. Will shook his fist and put away his infinity gauntlet. Cavendish's advantage lies in speed, even if he has awakened his second personality. If he can't hold the advantage in speed, it's effortless for Will to blow him away with one punch. Let's go, it's been a long delay. Wait a minute. Cavendish, who they didn't know when he stood up from the ruins, said as he was in a very disappointing state, but he was still able to deflect the punch anyway, and it didn't hurt him too much. It was a pity that Will had no patience to continue to play with him. An invisible momentum suddenly swept through the area. With Will at the center, everyone fell unconscious one after another, except for Uchiha and the other crew he purposely avoided. Only Cavendish resisted Will's sudden outburst of conqueror hockey, but he also lost his consciousness slightly for a moment. By the time he woke up, a bucket of lightning had struck him on top of his head. He didn't bother to see if Cavendish was killed by this heavenly punishment. As long as the second personality didn't come out, he wouldn't care about him. After waiting for almost a minute, Cavendish's second personality didn't seem to show any signs of appearing, so he shook his head in disappointment and led the others away. It was some time before everyone woke up and remembered what had happened. They all fell silent when they saw Cavendish lying in the ruins, charred and black. The supernova White Horse Cavendish, with a bounty of nearly 300 million, was actually defeated in 2 moves, and whether he lived or died was unknown. It turns out that the gap between a 7 warlords of the sea and a supernova is so wide. Or is Faceless Will too strong? After all, 2 of his fellow 7 warlords of the sea have died in his hands. Even Admiral Kizaru could not flee without losing his lower body. Anyway, the news is probably going to shock some people again. At that moment, several groups of bounty hunters and some pirates came around smiling maliciously. Since the big shot didn't want Cavendish's life, it didn't mean people also didn't want it, so they will take it without any hesitation, and it was a bounty of 280 million. A big man raised his machete in his hands and planned to separate Cavendish's head from his body. However, there was a sudden change in front of him. The machete landed solidly, but the severely wounded and unconscious Cavendish was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? You! Behind you! Another man shouted in terror. Swish, swish, swish. The extremely fast sword instantly cut the nearest pirates and bounty hunter. Blood spilt everywhere. The graceful face disappears and is replaced by the devil's smile. Howls and screams echoed through the street. Cavendish's second personality, Hueco, has awakened. It should be this auction. The timing is just right. On the other hand, Will and his party, who came to the auction according to Shaki's information, have already entered the interior of the venue, completely unaware that Cavendish turned into his second personality and was killing wildly. However, even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. Cavendish was not a little monster, and he was not Ultraman. There was no such thing as a reversal of the battle after a transformation. The most they can do to him is to be a little trouble, and it is likely that Cavendish's second personality has detected this and is not actively looking for abuse. Playing dead is an art, too. When he came to his seat, Will looked around and found that there was really no figure of the world nobles. It seemed that the efficiency of the navy was still good. As long as there are no world nobles to mess with him, Will feels that he can take the 2 devil fruits with 99% certainty. After all, those richer than him will have to weigh the consequences of offending a 7 warlords of the sea, and those who are not rich will not be able to beat him, so there is no need to worry about it. I'm a good and law-abiding pirate, and I can't do such a thing as robbery. There are actually so many people here, and many of them look fierce. Aren't you afraid that the auction here will be robbed? Nami asked a curious question. These auctions are all backed by the world government and the world nobles, who would dare to mess with them? Will was very disdainful. In a short while, the auction officially started. The hosts were all professional. He doesn't know how many such auctions they have hosted, that they will become like this. Just what Will didn't expect was that the first item that came up for auction was actually one of the 2 devil fruits. I guess they wanted to hype up their feelings, so Will was relieved. May I have your attention, please? This is the first item to be auctioned. A devil fruit not included in the Devil's Fruit illustrated book. The host's words instantly attracted the attention of the audience, and as the red cloth was removed, a golden yellow fruit lay quietly in the glass case. The host noticed the greedy eyes of many people, and with a satisfied smile, he began to describe the information he knew about this devil fruit to his heart's content. Will, who had come for it, sighed slightly in his heart. Although the color was pretty, it was an ordinary zone devil fruit, which greatly reduced its value. As for the others, although they were somewhat disappointed, it didn't stop them from being greedy. Zone devil fruit is also devil fruit. With this fruit, it is also a great temptation to join one of the 4 Emperor crew, as everyone knows that Kaido has been building a legion of beasts and only accepts those with zone abilities. Not everyone is like Will, who has absorbed more than a dozen devil fruits and still has so many in his hand, so he can be choosy. A few minutes later, the host who had recited the information that he knew about the devil fruit with unknown abilities to smithereens finally started the auction. And the binding price is just 100 million. 110. I'll give you 120 million. Damn. 150 million. 200 million. I'm Shaq from the Giant Shark Pirates, and I hope you'll all do me a favor. Fuck off. You fucker who doesn't have money to attend any auction. 210 million. Great. I remember you. I, the snout from Wolf Bandits, will not fear you. In just a few moments this zone-type devil's fruit fetched a whopping 300 million bliss. A lot of people fought over it, and if it wasn't for the scruples of the forces behind this auction they would have robbed it by force. As the prices got higher and higher, many of the undercapitalized dropped out of the fray and could only stare at the others with hatred, probably ready to settle the score after the auction. Chapter 161 One Main Show. Lowly creatures. The people who came to the auction were not only those who were obviously pirates, but there were also a large number of rich and aristocratic people. It was just that they were not very interested in the devil fruits, especially of a zone-type devil fruit, otherwise, they would have bought it for their guards to eat. As members of the upper class, they don't care about eating devil fruit. Right now, they are just watching with cold eyes how this group of dregs compete for it. 400 million. Now it's been offered for 400 million. Are there any higher bids? Although it's only an animal-type devil fruit, but the fact that it's not recorded on the chart proves it's a rare fruit. What are you waiting for when you can only spend hundreds of millions of bullies on a single gamble for a great future? The host had expected the devil fruit to fetch 1 billion bullies, but he did not expect he overestimated the purchasing power of the pirates. After all, there are only a few pirates who can casually spend a few 100 million bullies. And those powerful and rich people only watch the pirates with cold eyes. Not even the tiniest excitement can be seen on their faces looking at the devil fruit. Just then, a voice in the front row rang out, 500 million berries. Bastard! Who dares to spoil my good fortune? The captain of the Snow Wolf Bandits snapped as he rose to his feet in anger because the high price of 500 million bullies had exceeded the savings of his entire pirate group, which meant he was out. Are you talking to me? Will turned his head away with cold eyes. The captain of the Snow Wolf pirate team was about to attack and let out a few harsh words when the frightened-looking vice-captain directly strangled him and covered his mouth. You want to die? That's the faceless will of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hearing the deputy captain's frightened whisper, he stopped struggling at once and immediately left the auction with his men in a panic. As the saying goes, the name of the man is the shadow of the tree, and he was not the one to provoke such a big shot. With the Snow Wolf bandits fleeing, the auction side also fell into a brief silence. Although the man just deliberately lowered his voice, he was still heard by the people next to him. Whether it was a pirate or rich nobleman, they did not want to be targeted by a 7 warlords of the sea. At this time, the host also noticed the identity of the person who shouted the price, and cold sweat kept appearing on his head. No one increased the bid for so long. Isn't it time for the hammer to fall? Yes. 500 million bullies for the first time sold. The devil's fruit is yours. It was not a loss for Will to spend 500 million bullies in exchange for a useless devil fruit. After all, he needed to absorb a devil fruit to become stronger, and it was a sure gain for him to exchange a devil fruit for money. The appearance of Will also led to a certain degree of a lull in the auction, and it was inevitable that several of the slaves that were auctioned off later did not reach the price that the host had in mind. But as people realized that Will had fallen silent after the first devil fruit was auctioned off, and the items auctioned off later became rarer and rarer, the enthusiasm of the rich and powerful aristocrats have mobilized once again. Fishmen, giants, furries, long-armed people one by one, handcuffed and shackled, with a desperate and numb expression, they were brought to the booth for selection. Captain. I know, but it's not time to take action yet. Even if we save all these slaves today, it won't solve the problem. Not only Uchiha was full of anger as he almost couldn't help but take action directly, even Nami and the others were so shocked by the scene before them that they could only clench their hands tightly. But just like Will said, even if they took the risk and rescued these people, it wouldn't help. There would still be a large number of slaves trading every day. Could they save everyone? Without getting rid of the root of the problem, all they do is futile. It's time to show those self-proclaimed righteous navies that something so disgusting and cruel is happening right under their noses and no one is doing anything about it. The empathetic Nami looked furious. Without the promise of a world government, do you think these merchants would have dared to trade slaves so brazenly? And as long as the world nobles are in control of this world, what we are seeing today will continue to happen. And are we just going to stand by and watch? Sigh. Will sighed. He admitted that he was not a good person, but if he did nothing at this time, he was afraid that it would be difficult to lead the team in the future. So he began to raise his hand frequently to raise the price, and since it was not good to do anything, then let's buy them all. Anyone who raises the price after he raises his hand, he immediately uses his death gaze until the other party chooses to give up while wiping cold sweat. With a big shot like him messing around, the auction almost became his one-man show, and no one dared to continue to provoke his authority under the threat of his eyes, and could only watch him succeed again and again at the reserve price. Every time the hammer fell, the host's heart was dripping blood. This auction was a huge embarrassment to his career. But if they change the reserve price or replace the merchandise at the last minute, the reputation of their auction will be ruined, and it will become a real dilemma. After an extremely precious and rare three-eyed tribe was also bought by Will without saying a word, the power behind the auction finally couldn't sit still. Lord Will, my lord asks you to meet him backstage. An aristocratic butler in his 60s bowed and came to Will's side, but his tone was neither humble nor overbearing. Will didn't even look at him. I don't have time. If he has anything to say, let him come see me. This Seeing that Will was not giving face, the butler had to step back and report. In a short while, a guy with a big belly came over, his face full of smiles. "I'm the owner of this auction, and I don't know where I've offended your lord." The boss got straight to the point, and if he delayed for a while he would really hit the wall. "I'm playing according to the rules, so how can you offend me? If you are worried about the money, you'll be paid every penny," Will replied nonchalantly and smoothly auctioned off another slave. The look of the boss changed and raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you know the power behind this auction? Even if you are 7 warlords of the sea, you can't ignore the influence of the world nobles, right?" "Oh, I see. It's just about time for me to know what it's like to fight world nobles, so why don't you contact them for me?" Will slanted his eyes disdainfully and returned a sentence. The man looked at Will with his jaw-dropping expression, both angry and helpless. If it was really because he had informed the world nobles behind him and then something happened to them, he would die a very ugly death, so he didn't dare to gamble, and even if he was given 10 lives he wouldn't do it. "As long as you don't make any more trouble, I'll give you the UN auctioned devil fruit for free." "No need, I'll get it myself." Chapter 162 The bomb disposal expert faced with the unyielding Will, the auction's owner could only leave with hatred. Then the host, who they didn't know what message he had gotten, directly put out the devil fruit as the grand finale, and gave a very high starting price of 1 billion. This price eliminated almost 90% of the auctioneers in the room. 1 billion. Still, Will, even if the auction temporarily modified the binding price, he doesn't care. 1 billion villas for 1 Paramsha devil fruit is not a loss. The remaining few who had the money to shout had no choice but to put their hands down, as if it was back to the days when there were world nobles in the auction. Forget it. The pirates who remained at the scene were jealous of Will's position, and if they hadn't been unable to beat him, they would have swarmed over him. The host, not knowing what kind of instruction he had received, hurriedly completed the transaction and then announced the end of the auction. No need to think about it, some of the merchandise that was supposed to be there was directly taken down by them. Since they couldn't convince Will, it was good to stop their loss. The crowd dispersed in twos, and many people could be seen with indignation on their faces, if not for the scruples of Will's 7 warlords of the sea identity and those terrifying rumors about him, they wouldn't have made this trip for anything. A total of 2 billion bolas, the fraction has been erased. I wonder how Lord Will pay? When he came to the back, Will saw the steward again, but as for the goods he had auctioned off, he saw none of them. "Where are the goods?" "Sorry, we need to see the money first before we can send the stuff over." To put it bluntly, they are just afraid that Will rob them forcefully without paying the money. Will smiled and took the bill. 2 devil fruits cost 1.5 billion bolas, and ordinary human slaves 500,000 bolas per person. Small human races, fur races, long arm races, foot-long races, and snakehead races are all unit prices. 700,000 B, 1 million for merlix, 50 million for giant men, 10 million for women, 70 million for mermaid women, 1 million for men, and 130 million for three-eyed people. These are basically starting prices, which would definitely be more if auctioned normally, but forced with Will one-man show, they almost did not make some money in these slaves above, but for 2 devil fruits sold for 1.5 billion, then they really lost money. Will threw out a few black boxes directly after reading the bill. If it wasn't for a large amount of gold he harvested in the Sky Island, he really couldn't afford it. The steward counted the amount to make sure it was correct before sending someone to bring up the goods, while he carefully left with the money. Soon, the slave leader came over with a group of numb-looking slaves, and the 2 devil fruits were handed over to Will intact. "Hee, this is the remote control for the explosion collar, just press it lightly and these slaves' heads will be blown up, so there is absolutely no need to worry about them escaping." The slave leader smiled obsequiously and handed over the weapon that controlled these slaves to Will. Will ignored him, but looked at the 200 slaves and sighed in his heart. "Let's go." Nor did he care if these slaves would follow, Will had already led them away quickly. But since the deadly explosion collar around their necks was still there, almost no one had fallen behind, and the only thought in their mind was, if their new master as 7 warlords of the sea could see their worth, maybe there was still hope for them. With a lot of slaves walking down the street, passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads. But after seeing Will's face, almost everyone made way in fear. Coupled with Cavendish's second personality's killing spree, it also made everyone understand just how strong the 7 warlords of the sea faceless Will really is. If such a powerful supernova can't even stand through 2 moves in his hands, who would dare to mess with this fierce big shot? The 2 billion berries have been counted and put in the safe. What's next? Do you want to report it to that man? The company's main business is to provide a wide range of products and services to the public. Forget it, since the other party paid the money, that's a normal transaction if this small matter is reported to that man, The one who will be scolded is also me. Just pretend that nothing happened, although 2 billion bullies is barely enough, but it's acceptable for now. This is the first time he has ever seen a ruthless person who dared not to take the world nobles into account, and he really didn't know what he wanted to do with all those slaves. And he also knows the news of how easily Will defeated Cavendish, the White Horse. So it's better not to mess with such a guy. On the other side, Will with his crew and all the slaves came to a place where people were rarely seen without saying a word and then stopped. All of you raise your heads. The crowd looked up at him blankly, then quickly turned to shock. Ka-chow. With Will's force, the remote control devices that controlled their life and death were crushed to pieces. Don't be surprised, and don't doubt it, I didn't buy you to do anything, but my crew can't stand by indifferently, so I, as the captain of the ship, am responsible for them. Nami's eyes were shining brightly, and the corners of her mouth were curled up as she thought, so he was still the same upright guy with a bad mouth. And the slaves had a new lease of life in their eyes. From now on, you are free. It has nothing to do with me wherever you want to go. If you are caught, you don't have to think that I will save you. As for the exploding collars around your necks, I can try to take them off for you, but there's no guarantee they'll work, so who's willing to be the first to try? The crowd looked at each other, then looked at Will, and they were all incredulous because of the big surprise. I'll do it. It was then that one of the two giants took the lead. No matter what, you are a benefactor to me, Orba, and we giants will be your friends forever. Orba got down on one knee and made the highest courtesy of the giants toward Will, and the other giant did the same. I, Niku, am the same. Will laughed. Let's talk about that after I take that stuff off. Will directly jumped onto the back of Orba, and the light on the infinity gauntlet representing the door fruit instantly lit up. Will directly opens a door on top of the huge collar. If he wants to violently dismantle it, it is not impossible, but the success rate of it not exploding is difficult to guarantee. A mistake may implicate the other party to be blown up. So Will chose the easiest way to open a door on the collar and then observe the detonation method inside. And sure enough, as long as the external pressure reaches a limit, even if there is no remote control device, the bomb inside will immediately explode. But it couldn't have been easier for Will. Chapter 163 Pledging Loyalty? With the gate fruit, Will turned into a bomb disposal expert and easily removed the bomb from the collar, while the exterior of the collar was intact. Orba broke it completely with a clutch to his hand. Oh. Freedom. If Will hadn't appeared, then the fate that awaited them would have been a hell that they could not live or die. Alright, be quiet, the next workload is not small. With the success of being disarmed of the explosive collar, the others no longer had any doubts and lined up to receive Will's salvation. As the bomb disposal became more and more proficient, it took about 10 seconds to finish one, and after an hour, more than 200 slaves of different races present were all free, but they stayed quietly where they were. When the last person was also free, Will finally put away his infinity gauntlet.